What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. The game is paused. How cool is that game pause button? Look at it, look at it. I don't know what to say. I've just been completely shut down in this game. Guys, I think it's paused. Hopefully this all gets sorted out pretty quickly. Because I don't think I can unpause it, right? So the players have to unpause. They're obviously going to be waiting on something. We might have to out on this one. We'll give them a hot second here. We're going to give them a hot second. It's not a spectator bug. We can see the game is paused. There is a spectator delay. We'll just give him another 30 seconds. We might pop back out into the and find someone else, unfortunately. That is what stuff happens, okay? Oh no, we're off. Okay, we're off to the races. Spawning in the bottom of the map in the blue color, playing as Frey. His name is the Unknown. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Anakin. No, as Poseidon. His name is Anakin. Anakin, I have the high ground. Or maybe you have the high ground in this game. This is the round of 256 for the first ever Age of Mythology Red Bull Wololo tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a very, very special day already. I'm super excited to see what these guys are going to come up with. They've been training hard. Every single one of these players are in the top 256 on the Age Mythology Retold ladder as of yesterday at 16 GMT. So this is kind of a big deal. We do have Poseidon spawning over here for Anakin, and let's just go over, for those of you who are uninitiated, for those of you who want to learn a little bit about this game a lot as we go along. Poseidon is the Lord of Horses, and as such, he will be having a pretty big boost to his cavalry in this game. You get an extra little bit of speed. I think it's 0.4 speed on every cavalry unit you have, as well as your myth units and your caravans, as well as having cheaper stables. So we're going to be seeing Anakin most likely going for a lot of cavalry in this game. His opponent today, who is playing the new Norse god Frey. This god is a very, very fun god. Normally, Norse is known as the aggressive civilization. You want to be raiding a lot, you want to be getting in and trying to get damage dealt. Frey doesn't really play a whole lot like that. Instead, you often see Frey playing on the defensive side of things. He's got this really cool god power called Gullenbursty, which gives him defense for about a minute. You can't really pressure that and that period of the game, and all the other good stuff that comes with that. He also gets this incredibly good unique god bonus, which makes his resource, his technologies cost half price. You heard me. Half price. Now that comes at there is a bit of a downside attached with it, where it takes a little bit longer to train, to actually research them. When I say a little bit longer, I mean a lot longer. So we'll see how the Unknown's going to be playing around that. You can already see he's grabbing himself husbandry here for only 50 wood, 25 gold. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map though, Anakin, I don't think he is playing around in this game. He's already clicked up through Hermes, a very, very fast classical age time coming through. He's going to have access to the Atlanta. He's going to have access to the Theseus, already training that one out. And he's going to have access to Centaur very, very early on. Relics on the map. If you pick these relics up and you go and drop them into the temple, you will be rewarded with the Tail of Cerberus, which is going to be reducing your myth unit's ability recharge time by 25%. Up on this side, that's an insane relic, by the way, for centaurs. Up on this side, we have another relic. This is Archimedes' Ledger, which is going to be reducing your siege weapons by 1 population count there. We've also got on this position here, the Nose of the Sphinx, which is going to be increasing your building hit points by 15%, no small amount there. And on the bottom side of the map, we do have the Unknown picking up his own relic here, which is Sistrum of Bast, making all villagers cost 15% less resources. Taking a quick look over at the perspective of Anakin right now, as he is going to be pushing in with that centaur, going to be looking for as much damage as he can possibly find here in the early stages of this game. He's popping up onto this cliff, going to be swinging around down onto the bottom here in an attempt to take out some of Anakin's villagers. The villager's going to be jumping up onto the chickens and doing all the good stuff here, just making sure he's nice and safe, waiting for that Ulla to come through. Ulla does give access to the Draugr, as well as a very, very cool god power in Asgardian Bastion, which basically gets you a hill fort in the classical age. So we'll see how things are going to go as the Asgardian hill fort does get dropped on the front of the map here. Anakin does not quite get in onto that gold mine to get that damage done, as the Hersir does come in, gets a little bit of damage done onto Anakin. So Anakin will have to be pulling back ever so slightly here. Good defense thus far from the Unknown. I love that he's pulled his villagers back in onto this town center. He hasn't gotten himself any upgrades just yet, with the exception of husbandry. But what that does mean is he's going to be able to happily eat his chickens over here. A house going to be coming down for the Unknown as well, as the centaur going to be trying to sneak through and find some more villager kills on this position here. If we take a quick look at the main base of the Unknown, he's just a little bit idle here. He's going to have to go and get that one doing something. But, oh no, the centaur gets caught out there. Great pick there by the Unknown. He's going to be able to move up and grab the rest of that Asgardian hill fort, and that will make his berries very, very safe here. Very, very nice start to the game right now for the Unknown. Great defense here, as those Hippias are going to be coming in a big way. We've actually already got the Unknown queuing up the medium infantry upgrade. That's going to be boosting his infantry units, which should help him counter the enemy Hippias in this game. All right, so town center, though, coming up for Anakin. So he's playing this one. I mean, it's a little bit economically greedy, but he is putting pressure on before he goes for the town center, and we are going to be seeing a little bit of damage coming in onto the Unknown, but he does pull those villagers quickly. The watchtower is in range of that town center, though. If you pull onto the other side, you should be okay. Great micro here from Anakin to pull those Hippias out of the way, and these villagers here will have to get brought out of this position, as we see Gullen Bursty getting shot down onto this position very, very early. That's not really what you want to have happen there. If your name is the Unknown in this game, that's a huge god power that he's had to use there to keep that tower alive. And Anakin is just going to say, no worries, time to retreat, happy days. Town center is now up. He's going to be able to get this rhinoceros, get those deer or gazelle, and start really getting himself into a good position here in this game moving forward. But what the Unknown is doing now behind all of this is he is going to be going for herdmen, which are an incredibly strong counter cavalry unit. And with... oh no, what is... dearie me. That Gullen Bursty gets some pretty sick value there. Actually kills off 3 Hippias and gets some more damage done onto those heroes. So the Unknown gets a little bit lucky with Anakin kind of misstepping on that position there, as the Unknown going to be retreating back up here. Up over on this position, we've got some more houses coming up for Anakin, as he's trying to get himself all set up in this game. Meanwhile, on the back, though, the Unknown says, I don't even care what you're doing. Look at this scouting. He does... I don't know if he knows that this town center is up or not. He's sent the Berserk over here to check it out, but I'm not sure if he knows or not. But the town center here for the Unknown will be getting thrown up. He's got perfect walls up over here to defend. He's got the longhouses to defend over here as well. So in the end here, the only way through for the for Anakin is to break through these wooden walls and then start attacking the town center, which is going to be very, very challenging here. Meanwhile, in the main base, we do have the armory coming up here for the Unknown as well. One of the big power spikes here for Norse is that heroic age, and getting to that heroic age is always going to be very, very useful. We've also got the Ring Oath upgrade coming through for the Unknown very, very early. That does reduce the cost of your Asgardian Bastion from 100 favor down to 40 favor, which is a big help in defending anything in this game. And I guess one thing that you're always going to be worried about when playing as Frey, and playing against Poseidon is that second gold mine. And there is a world here where the unknown is going to be able to get this gold mine under control and be in a very, very good position here. And in fact, he might even get the high ground if we did say so. It could happen. He could have the high ground here. Imagine a hill fort getting placed up here. That would support the gold mine and everything else as well. But Anakin, at the moment, he's going to be pulling back. He's going to be enjoying his position here as best as he can. Because he's got himself 2 talents on his first. He's got a slight villager lead of 5 villages. That is a relatively big advantage. That's like 300 resources a minute more that he's going to be getting than his opponent. And while he's going for this, we're seeing Dionysus. We're seeing medium cavalry. Do we see any Poseidon villages on favor is the next question. Not just yet. Some military academy archery ranges coming down. There will be a timing here for Anakin to hit on the second gold mine, as the villagers will start moving forward. We've got a lot of throwing axemen actually coming out here, as the unknown in this game, I mean, he still doesn't know what's happening. We see some berserk coming through, going to be getting a little bit of scouting information in, but also going for a cheeky little raid here, as Anakin will be turning around and simply shanking that one down. Nice play there for Anakin. Doesn't even lose a villager. Takes down that berserk very, very easily there, as the Norse units are going to be moving up into the center of the map here. And I guess we'll see exactly how everything is going to shape up moving forward. Market coming down as well here for the unknown. One thing you can always do as Norse is if you can get a whole bunch of dwarfs onto gold, and then you can just buy food to get to the next age if you're having a little bit of trouble getting that food in or not. But Dionysus is in. Heavy cavalry is queued up. And we'll see how things are going to go here, as the unknown is starting to push forward. He's going to have an attempt to control this center position here as well, as Anakin is kind of pushing forward. There's some random villagers moving up to this top gold mine over here to try and sneak that one. I'd love to see that Asgardian bastion getting thrown down as soon as Anakin has himself, the unknown has himself that 40 favor. He's got it now, as we do have some of those very, very serious pacifists coming through. Bronze getting shot down here, as the cavalry are getting absolutely massacred by the army of the unknown in this game. There is still that one Hydra here, and there's only a handful of Hersa on the fight, but Anakin going to be retreating that one back, as the entirety of Anakin's army does end up getting deleted here, it seems. But not all of the Hersa, almost all the Hersa are taken out. Hephaestus going to be able to clean up that final Hersa. And guess what? After all is said and done, that Hydra is going to be able to kill off a ton of units and get a huge amount of damage dealt, which means more heads coming in. Asgardian Hill Fort getting shot down onto this position, as well as the Hydra here going to be dropping that bronze and finally going to start taking some serious heat here, but still on 3 heads already. It's about to get a ton more value here, as he is eating up so many of those units. He's going to be retreating back. He can decide to get chthonic rights here, going to be dropping that ceasefire down as well. Not exactly what you really want, but we do have A gear coming through now for the unknown. So he's going to have that rock giant here to use moving forward in this game. Meanwhile, 3rd town center on the way for Anakin. He's trying to keep himself afloat in this game. He's just lost a lot of military. Grabbing this town center is risky business, because it means that you're investing a lot of resources into a town center that could have otherwise been put into military, and your opponent does have his own heroic age god power in this game to be using to get some serious damage done, as the Asgardian Hill Fort right now going to be getting built up, and we'll see what the unknown can make happen in this game. There are some pretty significant weaknesses in Anakin's position. He's got a gold mine over here that's completely open. Over on this position here, by breaking through this town center, that gold mine is going to be getting opened up as well. So all the unknown needs to do here is make a really, really strong push with that Tempest god power, and he's going to be in for a very, very good game moving forward here. But We'll see how things are going to shape up here for Anakin. He's dropping a couple more military buildings. At the moment, he's got almost going to have 3 military academies. He has 1 archery range. He's got 2 stables. So the more military buildings you have down, the more units you can pump out into a game and the better position you're going to be in. But at this stage right now, the Unknown, he is really pumping units well. We're seeing a great haul getting thrown down over here as well. Heavy infantry is in. And here's the thing. With Frey, if you're in front, you're really enjoying this because you can just pump all your buildings down, get all your economic upgrades out, all your armory upgrades as well. It's not a terrible idea to drop 2 armories as Frey either. Just because it's so cheap to get those armory upgrades and just getting them out even faster is a huge, huge thing to do there. But we'll see how things are going to be going as the Unknown now says it's time to start pushing in, and Anakin is watching these units pushing towards him. He does not have that ceasefire to hold on here as the portable rams are coming through, going to start getting some serious damage onto the buildings over here. The Rock Giant does use his special ability on this fight already. He's not going to be able to have that one anymore, but the Unknown now takes all of those units out. He's going to be able to push in onto the town center. Anakin can drop villagers out of the town center to try and shank down those portable rams, but it's just not going to happen here as the town center is going to be getting deleted from this game incredibly quickly. And in that moment, Anakin, his road to Spain, his road to Red Bull Wololo ends as he taps out as the Unknown claims the first win of Red Bull Wololo AOM edition. Really, really nice game here from the Unknown. He defended beautifully. He converted the position into an advantageous one, and he took that dub. Excited to see him commencing through on this tournament. Really, really solid play in this game. If you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit that follow button. We're going to be watching games the entirety of today, and we're going to jump into another game very, very shortly. Cast Daut next. Is Daut playing? I don't know if he's playing yet, guys. Pop back over onto this one. Let's see. Who's next? Hit refresh. Which one are you guys feeling? Let's see what we got. Lat Yagami versus Hobo. That would be a good game. I'm looking for... If there's a Joey, a Volite would be a good game. Is there a Joey Bads? Oh, well, Poker could be a good game. There's this one. Let's go with this one. T West. Is there a link to the Red Bull? Not really. I don't think so. Volite versus... Nah, I'd win. This one? John Arbiter is about to play. I kind of want to watch John play. Wait, is he? Does he have the match already? I don't see a John Arbiter game here. Let's just watch another game. Let's keep the show on the road, hey? There's no waiting around in this one. Presence versus CNK. Let's watch this one. I know this guy is very, very strong. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Round 1 Red Bull Wololo Age of Mythology Edition shenanigans here, spawning on the top of the map in the blue color, playing as Odin. His name is Presence ID. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Oranos. His name is CNK. Boom! We're going to get through these games if it kills us. This is going to be a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first round of a best of one. So you lose this game, your road to Spain, it's over. It finishes in one game. So you've got to win the game now. If you win this game, you go to the round of 128, which ends up being a best of 3. And you're going to be able to have a really, really good time of it. But we'll see how things are going to go here. We've got an Oranos versus Odin matchup. I'm sure Presence is going to be very, very happy about this one. Odin, very good in this matchup. that being said, Uranus has been having some success recently with some cheeky Sky Passage shenanigans. Maybe even Prometheans aren't a terrible idea here either. Another idea is to be making mass Murmillo with a couple of Caladrias to distract throwing Axemans in fights, especially dropping down lots and lots of those Oceanus carnivores as well as another option. Now, for those of you who are uninitiated, Uranus is the god of the skies, or god of time, one of something, and he's a very, very strong god. His unique ability is that he gets access to sky passages, as you see over here in the UI down the bottom left. This allows him to teleport to any position on the map that you have a sky passage on. So you could have a sky passage in your main base, and you could come over here onto these berries and put a sky passage here, and then you could teleport these villages from this position over onto this position. But more than likely, a very, very great thing to do is to drop that sky passage onto like a position way up in the corner of your opponent's base here, and then steal away those elephant while having all your villages incredibly safe over there as well. I was right. It is God of the Sky. Okay, I should go with my instincts a little bit more here. We were an expert caster after all. We know all the things age mythology. But the other problem here is that he's against Odin, Presence ID. This god, I mean, without going too much into his bonuses, because he's got a lot. One of the really, really big bonuses he does have is that his Great Hall units are going to be getting him extra favor generation, which basically means he's going to be able to get a lot more myth units into this game and have a great time of it. We do see Freya is on the way right now for Presence, and on the other side of the map we've got Prometheus about to be queued up a little bit on the late side to the classical age here for CNK, but so long as he can utilize that valor to defend his villages, he should be okay, as the oracles are going to be moving across the map. And this is one of the big weaknesses of Atlantean in Retold. It's that those oracles, they're going to be getting taken down very, very quickly if you're not careful. You have to place them in smart positions so that you can gather favor. This is the unique way in which the Atlantean civilization does gather favor. So very, very important to be keeping those nice and safe. And we do see CNK is going to be pulling that one back into his main base and being a little bit more careful of it. As Presence hits the second age, he's got that Valkyrie, going to be sending that one out across the map and dropping a Great Hall in his base. Great Halls can train Herser, raiding cavalry in the heroic age, the ranged archer hero or javelin hero, Godi, as well as the tanky Jarl. So he's going to have a lot of great units there to be unlocking to move forward into this game as well. As the Valkyrie going to be popping in onto this position, and he does see some citizens straight away. Going to start shanking down. We see that forest fire getting dropped in. Citizens getting pulled back. CNK not reacting here just yet. He does have Valor there for his citizens if he needs to, but he shanks the Valkyrie back. Lots of great damage here. Lots of idle citizens. This is huge for Presence this early in the game, as the citizens will be pulling back. Going to jump into the town center. Does he see that? Oh, he's not going to go for it, as we see Watchtowers already up. Hero Oracle also on the retreat here as the Berserk comes through, snipes that one down, drops that Scales of Catoplopas just outside of his base there. 15% reduction in myth unit vulnerability to pierce attacks there. It's a very, very good relic. Other relics on the map, as we have a little bit of a lull, we do have the Blanket of Empress Zoe here, giving that vulnerability to crush attacks for buildings, as well as up onto the top side of the map here, we've got Adamantine Shingles, going to be boosting those house hit points. And over here, we've also got the Fetters of Fenrir, which is going to be a 20% boost to villagers' attack. As a cheeky little raid there onto the Raven coming through. These newly buffed Terma. We'll see how they're going to be going here. I'm still not sure that I want to build Terma against Norse. Why? Because 6-speed raiding cavalry are going to come and hunt those down very, very easily. As the raiding cavalry Valkyrie army is going to start massing up. I think that Presence, he's more than happy with what he's managed to do right now. He's sniped one Oracle, which is 100 resources down the drain there for CNK. CNK does have the temple as well to produce some more of those oracles out, but at this point he is going to be starting to make those Prometheans, but also he's making catapulties, which is a really, really smart thing to do. Why? Catapulties are a counter cavalry unit. They got 4 times damage against those raiding cavalry, doing a total of 5 hack damage per second. So that's 20 hack damage per second there that they do onto the raiding cavalry, which is a lot of damage. As the raiding cavalry are going to be searching around here for things to take out, villagers on these trees over here. We've got the raiding cavalry going to be sneaking through. The citizens are going to be pulling back, as we do have the Prometheans here with their upgrade alluvial clay. Very, very scary. You pick off an alluvial clay Promethean, you'd expect only 2 Promethean offsprings to spawn. Not 2, there's 3 there, as is the unique bonus or the special little attribute for the myth units there of Prometheus. Okay, so second town center now on the way here for Presence. This is pretty safe play here from Presence. He has all of the momentum in this game, and he's opting in to use that momentum, use the damage that he's done in this game to simply just say, all right, time for a second town center. But what is the problem with this? Not a huge problem, don't get me wrong, but it does open CNK to getting some very, very nice pressure very, very quickly. If CNK can spend all the resources in the bank on some units here, push out across the map, he could potentially go for a gold star. That's always the scary thing when going for a second town center kind of in the early stage of the game as Norse. But we've already got walls up here for Presence. He is not taking this game easily in the slightest, as we see some of those catapulties coming through. The army will have to retreat back here for Presence, but he does have a bunch of thrown action here, which will be able to take out those catapulties, which would mean then the raiding cavalry would be free to push forward and try and take out those Terma on the back. But Presence is saying, let's just take it nice and slowly. There's no sense in taking a fight that we're not 100% sure of, as an armory going to get thrown down. And I mean, that's a smart idea. If he can get to the heroic age here before he even needs to move on to a second gold mine, I mean, he's going to have the resources for it barely here if he stops production of units in terms of gold. But yeah, he could go for that. We'll see if he's just going for armory upgrades here. So he wants to hang out in the classical age just that little bit longer. As now Presence coming in, pushing those villagers off of that gold mine. Nice reaction there from CNK, as the army going to be coming out here as well and looking to get a little bit of target damage done onto those raiding cavalry. But Presence does notice that one, pulls away. He's got a Valkyrie here. The Valkyrie can heal these raiding cavalry up if he so chooses, as we see a second town center coming in. Looking at the current map of Presence here, he does not know at all there's a second town center coming through. If we take a look at what Presence can see, he actually doesn't even realize there's a Oracle really scouting him out in this position, as the army of Presence going to be coming through onto this position, going to be looking for a cheeky little raid here onto these idle villagers that are going to be making a move straight away. Presence sees a villager. That one's going to get taken out. Good garrison there from CNK, keeping the villager alive, as the rest of these villagers moving down to the bottom side of the map. The Raven will spot the town center, but it is too little too late here for Presence to stop this one, as it will end up completing there. The villagers will dive into the town center, and the raiding cavalry going to be retreating away here. Meanwhile, more units coming through here for CNK to attempt to cut that retreat path off, but the army of Presence is just that little bit too fast here, as we do see some raiding, some thrown axemen going to be coming through. Those Hearse are going to be able to take out those Prometheans very, very quickly. We've got the Shockwave getting shot down onto that position, as a Valor also coming in to try and keep the Cairo Ballista alive here, but it is not enough. The army of Presence is way too huge at the moment. He's got a huge, nearly 2.5k advantage in terms of military value here, as all of those Prometheans are going to get cleaned up, and CNK is now in a very, very challenging position. We'll see what he can do to keep himself going in this game. He's got no resources in the bank right now. The army of Presence can very easily just push over here and take this town center down. It doesn't matter if he loses a couple of units in the process. But he does have to be careful to not overcommit, on that position, just in case his opponent's got something else. The very simple solution here for Presence to finish this game off would be Heroic Age. Go Heroic Age, get that Njord in, click the Walking Woods. He's going to be able to clean up the entirety of the base of CNK in this game. As Presence will be retreating away for the time being here. He's getting himself the upgrade for his Valkyrie, turning the Valkyrie, turning them into Shield Maiden Valkyrie, which does increase their damage and a whole bunch of... Wait, did he cancel it? No, he didn't. So it does increase the damage and the heal rate as well. So that's a very, very big deal for Presence here. As the Termakari ballasts are starting to push forward as well, we do have Skadi on the way. For Presence, this is super, super safe. It's best of one, so Presence doesn't want to throw any caution to the wind here. He is saying, all right, I'm going to ensure I get the win. One other way to ensure you get the win here is rush straight to the Mythic Age. By going through Skadi here, you basically say, I've got an extra minute in this game where you can't do anything. So if I throw up a hill fort, I click up to Balder, excuse me, not Bragi, Balder, get that Ragnarok. Your opponent pushes forward while you're going there. You just frost the army, and then after the frost is done, you can click that Ragnarok God Power, and it can be very, very challenging for an Uranus player who is behind to hold there. But still more upgrades coming through. We've also got Plow as well as Theft of Fire coming in. This technology does increase your citizens' gather rate, but it only increases your citizens that are heroes, which is a bit of an interesting one to see CNK going for at the moment, considering he doesn't have any hero citizens. But unfortunate there, as the raiding cavalry are going to be searching around for something to take out here, as the raiding cavalry a little bit too close to the town center, taking a little bit too much damage there as well. But a hill fort coming up on the front makes a lot of sense. And Presence here, I mean, he's got, to say the very least, he's got a little bit of map presence at the moment as the citizens get caught out trying to go to that next gold mine. And Presence says, no, sir, I will come through and I will snipe every one of those citizens down. There is an advantage in terms of villages right now for CNK. He's at 70. He is at 70 villages right now. So he's in a great spot. Whereas it looks like Presence, he's actually housed himself. He doesn't have all the houses out at the moment. He's got so many Valkyries that it almost doesn't matter. Another Shockwave coming in. Not going to be doing a whole lot here as the Valkyries. Heavy Raiders also in as well. Going to come through and clean up all of those Kyra Ballista in the back line. And he's going to be pushing through to take everything else out. And in that moment, there's CNK. His road to Spain is cut short. And Presence gets through that first round into the second one, when you get a little bit more of a safety net in a best of three. But the day is still early, and a lot of fun things are going to be happening. Incredibly well played game here from Presence. Better luck next time to CNK. If you guys enjoyed this one, don't forget to hit that like, hit that follow button, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Any chance we're going to be seeing Rapple or Mista play? Yes, there is. Let's take a quick look at the bracket. I really want to watch John Arbiter play if it's at all possible here. So let's have a quick little look-see at the thing and see who we've got. Wham versus Starfleck. Mr. Destructor. I want to watch this game. I want to watch this game. I'm sorry. I found a game I wanted to watch. This is a really, really high-level game. Oh, this is the second round. Okay, we're up to the second round. I think this is the second round. Hold on, let me just double check. Let me double check. Well, it has to be because it's on Ghost Lake. Wait, let me just double check. This is the first game of this round. Okay, it is the first round of this game, I believe. Oh no, it's 1-0 for It's 1-0 for Mr. Destructo. Okay, we're in game number 2, I think. Okay, hang on. Let's get this one underway. Bam, bam, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are trying to jump through this tournament as best as we possibly can, trying to grab as many different games as we can. This is the second round of the Red Bull Wololo qualifiers right now. This is the second game of the qualifiers here as well. And this is going to be a very, very fun one. Mr. Destructor here playing the game. He's going in with Set, the god of mischief and all sorts of trickery. And he is going to be playing against AOL's very own Matus. This guy, for those of you who do not know, he is actually known as another name as well. He is actually known as Dark Risen. He is a very, very strong Age Mythology player. This game is going to be a very, very high-level game, to say the very least. Loki versus Set. There's a lot of very cheeky strategies you can go for here with Loki in this matchup. I wouldn't be surprised to see something happening here, and especially some very, very fun things with those cheeky little berserks there. For those of you who do not know, one unique attribute of Loki is that all of his berserks are free to convert. Both gods are the gods of trickery, actually. So there's going to be a lot of trickery and mischief in this one. But I'm very excited to see what Mr. Destructor is going to be doing in this game. He's got the Set. I know he's an Odin player first and foremost. How cool does this monument look, actually? That's a new graphical update there. Absolutely beautiful, as the baboons going to be scouting around, trying to find all the goats on the map. Mr. Destructo here getting his temple up, a very, very fast advance, it looks like. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we see a temple coming down. Villagers going to be enjoying their boars over here as well. And Mr. Destructo, and I'm just going to call him Dark Risen because it's just so much more easy for me to say that. Is the temple going to be coming up? All the houses coming around that gold mine, making sure it's very, very safe. But the big question is, what strategy do you go for here? Because the classical fight for Egyptians is so good against Loki. But let's talk about this map before I get too much into it, because this is a map we have not seen yet. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this map in Retold. It's called Ghost Lake. It spawns with a huge frozen area in the center of the map. This is unbuildable terrain. And then around the map, you will be seeing gold mines spawning. And most of these gold mines, or it does look like every single one of these gold mines, is quite far away from the starting town center. So second gold mine in this game, it's going to be very, very challenging to secure. As more Hersa are going to be getting built out. Anubis is on the way. We've already got 4 SETI through, though, for Dark Risen here. That's going to be a nice little safety net for him. He's also got at the back of his base. Both players got at the back of their base Caribou here. Let's see if they know about it. We do see some Caribou have been spotted, so Destructor knows there's going to be something behind himself, whereas Dark Risen on the back here, he does see the Caribou as well, so no problems where that's considered. Okay, so we've got a great haul coming up. So staying in that classical age, going to be pumping those units out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, Anubis still not in. Now, Anubis did get nerfed pretty hard in the recent balance patch updates. That Plague of Serpents has lost quite a bit of power, as we do have a barracks already getting thrown up here by Mr. Destructo. I imagine he's going to be starting to make some of those really, really strong axemen. We take a look at this monument here to the soldiers, and let's see what happens, because this is new. It is. Oh wow, oh wow! Look at the new little animation here. That kind of looks sick. What do you guys reckon about that one? Kind of looks pretty sick. That's some Hersa going to be sneaking in onto this position, going to try and bash down that tower, but it looks like I mean, as much as you want to take out a tower here as the Loki player, the army of Mr. Destructo will be coming over here to push these units out. Very, very nice defense here from Mr. Destructo. As what is coming out next? It's just double great haul. I mean, what you can do here with Loki is you can basically go raiding cavalry Herser. It's not a terrible comp. Your Herser are going to beat the slingers and the spearmen, and your raiding cavalry are going to be beating the slingers and the axemen. So it's not a terrible composition to go for. But if your opponent goes spearmen, axemen, it becomes a very, very challenging game to play, as Dark Risen going to come in, snipe down some of those priests on the front here, smacking them quite nicely, as a couple of axemen are going to be coming in onto this fight. A little bit of speed walking here from Mr. Destructor to get those units away. Nice play there, as that polar bear gets sniped down. Really, poor guy. He was having a great time, living the dream. As the rest of these units here for Mr. Destructor are going to start coming in. It's pretty cool to see these players going so heavy in onto the classical fight. We haven't seen a whole lot of this. Generally speaking, when you play against the classical fight with Norse, your first kind of thought from all the experience from the original game is grab a second town center. But that doesn't necessarily work as well anymore in Retold, because there's so much more population that the classical fighting Egyptian can push up to like 130 pop, 150 pop, and very, very easily just push across the map and kill that town center, no problems. So we'll see how things are going to go here, as the Axemen going to get popped back for the time being here. And Dark Risen is going to have to try and hold on this fight. There is a really strong troll here with only 2 priests. Not do the most amount of damage, as we see a cheeky little Plague of Serpents getting dropped down. I don't think that Dark Risen needs to retreat here. He's got the Healing Spring to help himself out. He's got to get those units targeting down the right thing here, as well as the priests are getting pulled back. That troll needs to be targeting down the right units here. The throwing axemen need to be going after those spearmen as well. As Mr. Destructo says, it's go time. An Einary spawn coming through here for Dark Risen, as well as a really, really big help. But in that moment, it looks like Dark Risen says it's time to retreat. Those Plague of Serpents might have been hit with a nerf. There's only going to be 13 of them. I thought they were down to 11. Anyways, they did get hit with a nerf. They're doing less damage at the very least. But now Mr. Destructo, he gets access to the Healing Spring on the front, and Dark Risen is going to be in a very, very challenging position moving forward. It was 16 down to 14. Close enough. Close enough. As the house gets cleaned up here, it's not a terrible idea here for Dark Risen to just grab himself watchtowers. It's not that expensive. 150 wood, 100 gold. Is that 100 gold? 50 gold, 150 wood, 50 gold. So it's not that expensive to grab it. Only 200 resources. Does protect you in a really, really big way. As the troll comes out, and these Hearse are all very low HP. Obviously, Mr. Destructo here making Axemen to counter those Hearse, but Dark Risen wanting to build those Hearse nonetheless to get myth unit spawns, because they get a little bit more value from that. Let's take a quick look at the gold miners, because this is basically when this matchup is going to start having some problems. We see 600 gold left in the gold mine over here. Over on this position, we've already got Dark Risen's gold expiring. He's got 12,000 in the bank though, so it's not like he's got a huge rush to get through here. As the Longhouse going to be getting targeted down, all of the good stuff. We've got some Spearmen, Axemen coming out as well for Mr. Destructor. Just going to continue doing that as the Priest tries to sneak for great control here from Mr. Destructo in this one, ensuring that he doesn't overextend or underextend too much. But how the population deficit is slightly in the favor of Mr. Destructo, but the army resource value is pretty close. And here's the thing. There's probably a world here where Dark Risen can probably just convert a whole bunch of villages into berserks, as the Axemen are going to be coming through, taking a whole bunch of heat in here as another Einary spawning, but too little too late in that fight, as the army of Mr. Destructo cleans everything up, and Dark Risen has having to pull back over here. We will be seeing trolls still coming out, but those priests, they're getting a lot of value, taking down every little bit of unit in this game, as the chickens over here are going to be getting grabbed. But Dark Risen, he does have the gold mine on this position, so He's still in this game in a big way. We take a look at the perspective of Mr. Destructor. He does have a couple of obelisks out on the map, but he needs to send spearmen and everything else down the bottom. We've got another obelisk coming down to check out this town center here and ensure that that's not getting grabbed or anything like that, as the units are going to be breaking through the temple, and we'll see how things are going to be going. Meanwhile, over here, we've got segment on the way for Mr. Destructor, because he doesn't need net thieves to kill his opponent right now. He needs siege, and he's going to be getting those scarabs that come with segment. Not only that, but also slings of the sun onto those slingers. It's going to be making those slingers ridiculously effective against a Norse army. Not only do the slingers already get bonus damage against throwing axemen, but then you also put on top that they're getting bonus damage against infantry as well, so it's getting double damage against those throwing axemen and against the Herser as well, which basically then means that Mr. Destructor can just go for spearmen slingers and completely carve up this red army, as a priest does come over here. We'll be spotting the gold villagers on this position here. As the heroic age comes through, one scarab is going to be coming out. The scarab does get a huge amount of damage in this game. 55 crush damage per hit, 36.7 crush damage per second is a lot of damage there, as Mr. Destructor overextending just a little bit here, as Dark Risen is trying to get out all of his throwing axemen and everything else. We do see that he is very much spotting these dwarves down the bottom, but does he really need to go down and kill them? Or can he just go for the jugular right away, as we see Citadel getting dropped into the main base here, and also going to be popping forward as another Plague of Serpents getting dropped in onto this position to get even more value, as the axemen, spearmen, and slingers going to be rushing in here in an attempt to take out those throwing axemen. Those slingers in the back need to be getting that damage. We do see slings of the sun coming through. The serpent spear comes through as well, and Mr. Destructor has managed to completely clean up the army here of Dark Risen as he takes the win. Incredibly well played here by Mr. Destructor. He gets through to the next round unscathed, unfortunately, for Dark Risen in this one. His road to Wololo is over. Oh, that was game one? Okay, never mind. That was game one. We're going to just leave that one score there, and we're going to get back in and watch the next one. Apparently, I was lied to. That's fine. Let's keep going. Maybe there's going to be a nice rematch here. I'm out of water. I need some more water. You're hosting game 2. All right, great. Wonderful. Let's watch that. Why not watch the series? Or I think we should watch the series, right? I had one job. I mean, it's said in the thingy here that Mr. Destructo was 1-0. Oh, both players are 1-0. Never mind. I misread that. I'm a dummy. You guys want to watch TSM player? There's Joey Bads versus Lighty here as well. There is no TSM play. What are you guys talking about? He's not even here. Oh, guys, we're gonna move out to some other players here. I think we're not gonna just watch. We might not watch every single game at the moment. I'm seeing Daut playing Sparx, and I want to watch this game. Great game there from Dark Risen and Mr. Destructor. We'll update you later. We're gonna be jumping around and just watching a whole bunch of different games, I think, throughout this thing until we get to the later stage. I don't think we're gonna follow too many games. I think that's the best way to do it. I think that's what we got. I'm gonna quickly grab some water. I'll be right back, guys, as this game actually loads in. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Spawning in the blue color, playing as Gaia. His name is Daut. His opponent today in the not red color, he is in this disgusting, I don't even know what to call this color. Yuck. Oh, he's in the grayish of gray colors. He's from Brazil and his name is Sparx. The charcoal color. Oh, dear. I guess that's a choice in Age of Mythology. All right, we've got a Thor versus Gaia game. Daut, he is ready to go. He's been talking up a big game with his Gaia. I was watching his stream earlier today, and he was like, "Yeah, I was already good with Atlantean, and they just buffed Atlantean. So why not play some Atlantean in this one?" Oh, what a time to be alive here. We are seeing a very, very quick hand axe coming through here for Daut. He's already got himself a pickaxe as well. I'm interested here because these are really cheap now. Take a look at the upgrade cost: 78 food, 33 gold. I wonder if Gaia can get a 355 with hand axe now as well, as we do see a house coming down. A couple of villagers are onto the wood at the moment to get them as much of that wood as they possibly can in order to get their temple up. Villagers popping over onto the hunt there as well. Meanwhile, a very interesting build order as well coming through for Sparx, as both players here, they're going to be enjoying some stuff in this game. Both players here are going to be enjoying some stuff. We've got copper shields already in, copper armor coming through. And what this means is Sparx, he's going for an economic opening. Daut, he's going for an economic opening. Who's going to have a stronger economy and a stronger game of it as this one all goes through? Now, for me, if I'm playing Gaia, I'm thinking, all right, I need to somehow get some pressure onto my opponent and get myself to the Mythic Age in good time in this game. The Mythic Age is incredibly important in this matchup, or get a gold staff going if I'm playing as Gaia here. There's two kind of routes through this game. One would be to go through Leto and go for a really, really huge amount of automatons and try and get a gold staff started. Just going full classical send for the entirety of the game. Or second option would be going through Oceanus and trying to get some Stymphalian birds out, getting some pressure with those and trying to convert some damage with that as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But with the opening that Sparx is doing, he is going to be having a fantastic opening. He's going through 4 SETI. I would probably prefer to see Freya here, only because of how good the Valkyrie is in this matchup. Going for the troll, that's going to be really defensive. So he can sit back and kind of play a defensive game with this 4 SETI, with that healing spring, with those trolls as well. But with the Valkyrie, you can get into your opponent's base and start getting some serious damage done. And we do actually see Daut opting in for Oceanus. So he's not going for any sort of mass automaton strategy. He's going for those Caladrias, that Carnivora idea, and trying to make this happen in that way. He's already got himself out an extra couple of oracles. He technically gets himself 2 oracles here because he's heroized his oracle here as well to pick up this relic, which is the Anvil of Hephaestus. As if the economy of Gaia wasn't good enough, he gets Anvil of Hephaestus. 50% reduction in gold for all technologies in the armory. That is a big, big deal. And we'll see how this game is going to go in ahead here, as we've got a longhouse coming down here for Sparx, and he is going to be getting himself fully set up to defend whatever Daut is going to be doing. But Daut, he says, well, time to make some Terma, some Catapulties, and make this happen. I have heard that Terma and Catapulties are pretty good, so we'll have to wait and see how everything's going to be going here, as a straggler Berserk over here is going to slowly start to get picked off, especially with the help of a Caladria. That Berserk could run at the Terma, but with the Caladria burst heal ability, probably not going to be able to take that one out. As the Catapulti sitting in here, those Terma a little bit accurate, but what is this Catapulti doing? Just letting the Berserk run through here. Just a little bit of distractions there as the slow comes in and first blood is drawn, as those Berserks are going to be looking in to take out a cheeky little Oracle here. Burst Heal comes down. Oracle stays alive. I'd love to see this Oracle just sitting right underneath the town center. I mean, he does get a lot of vision here by having it out on the map, but maybe closer to the mana would be a great idea. You really want to keep those as safe as you possibly can, if at all possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, we've got the raiding cavalry popping out. Berserks are going to be getting trained out as well. As the raiding cavalry coming through, we do have Hall of Thanes, Bronze Shield already pre-queued up here for Sparx. I like this usage of pre-queue in all honesty. If you know you're going to want this technology, you know you're working towards it, basically what it does is it covers your macro mistakes in a way. So if you forget to train units for a minute or so, you're still going to be spending those resources, and while it might not be the ultimate hyper efficient way to do it, you're doing something is better than doing nothing, and this kind of covers Sparx a little bit for that one as well. As we do see a raiding cavalry going to be sneaking through here. There is already a catapulti on this position, as the units are kind of out of position at the top of the map here as well. But this one catapulti will be able to defend himself against this, as we see the villagers retreating in here. This villager going to be getting a little bit of shank action happening. There's that catapulti. Great micro here from Daut, but it is not going to be working out for him as... Whoop, never mind. He's still got the catapulti alive, but I think he just needs to garrison into this manor and call it a day here. As the hero citizen going to be retreating back, we do see a cheeky little Caladria healing up that catapulti back to full HP. And the Daut Terma going straight after the Berserk here, as the units will be starting to retreat away. Meanwhile, on the backer, we do have Sparx. He's grabbing berry bushes, but they are very, very safe. There's also some hunt over the left side of the map, hunt over here as well, so he can be going for that. What does he actually see? So he does see some of that. He's scouting everything out with those raiding cavalry as well. There's Daut. He's starting to create a fairly scary army here. He's got himself the Mermillo out. He's got himself some Terma out. He's got that catapulti here as well. He's going to be pumping more and more of those units. He's spending his resources really, really nicely in this game. There's a raiding cavalry coming through. We do have a cheeky little watchtowers coming in as well. Oh, there's a hero Oracle. I'd love to see him sniping that one down. You can see how much favor right now is in the bank for Daut. It's not a small amount at all, as we see a town center getting snuck up here. Now, this is... If you ask me, this is as greedy as it gets. Gaia versus Thor, Gaia versus Norse, second town center at 8 minutes and 40 seconds. He is asking to be either Bragi all-in here or just classical age all-in in this game. Take a look at the resources for Sparx. Does he have a market? No market here, but he could throw a market down. He could buy food and go heroic age. Use that flaming weapons and get a gold staff here in a really, really big way. But at the moment, Daut is defending himself beautifully with those Caladria, slowing the units down, healing his own units back up, making sure he hasn't... I don't think he's lost a single unit in this game, with the exception of maybe one of those oracles here in this one, as the catapulti going to come through sniping yet another raiding cavalry, getting a big whack onto that raiding cavalry as well, as the army will be retreating back here. But Daut, he is no stranger to Age of Mythology. Even though he's an Age of Empires 2 expert, he's played a lot of mythology over the past couple of weeks, and I'm not going to be surprised to see Daut going heroic age here very, very shortly. I want to see Daut staying in his base. I don't want to see him going for that second gold mine. Get to the heroic age, throw a market down, do some trading, sit on this second town center for a bit, get your Stymphalian birds out, or get yourself some huge advantage moving forward in the game. But look at what Sparx has got. He has just got nothing but military, and that's going to be very, very exciting here moving forward, as those raiding cavalry are going to be searching for something to take out, and we do indeed see Thea on the way. Now, the problem here for Sparx, as he hasn't clicked up to the next age, is he's not going to be able to have Goaty, and Stymphalian birds, they're strong. Right now, Daut can build himself with the favor that he's got 3 Stymphalian birds already, plus he's got 1 that he gets for free. So that's 4 Stymphalian birds. They can kill off a lot of units very, very fast. But I like what Sparx is doing. Town Center is going to be coming down. He's going to be able to go to the Heroic Age very, very shortly. And just because Daut secures a second gold mine does not mean he's out of the woodwork just yet. He still needs to get himself sorted for the Mythic Age, because Thor and the Heroic Age timing that can come as well, because Thor can do a lot of damage to you with that Ragnarok a little bit later, as they are just about to pop here as well. There's a raiding cavalry coming up to the top side. I like this house just to check the town center out, getting a little bit of line of sight there as well. Very, very nice there to boot. As the Stymphalian bird is out. Oh, he's not training those. He's getting himself Dryads. I don't mind spamming the Dryads. They're really, really strong. They cost only wood at 150 wood. Very, very cheap. So you can put a lot of villagers onto wood here. And you can actually see the Daut. He's only got a handful on gold for the time being, as some cheeky raids coming through here for Sparx. He's going to be cleaning up 2 citizens, as the rest of those citizens diving into that tower over there, not able to get back to safety. But a nice raid there nonetheless for Sparx. Sparx has got himself his own second talent and a villager differential. Very, very close here. This game is very, very close. We're seeing Bragi coming through as well. Do we have any Stymphalian birds? No, not just yet. I mean, they're so good. They're really, really good at killing off myth units, as well as human units, as well as raiding, and all the good stuff as well. As onto the other side of the map here, we do have some Contarius raids starting to come in. This is really important to ensure you keeping the Norse player from having a free Ragnarok with an untouched economy. So getting a couple of dwarf kills with those Contarius here. Nice play. Units are completely out of position right now for Sparx. He's going to be coming over here in an attempt to defend on this one. Might even lose an ox cart there. Not going to quite, but they will be picking off those Contarius there as well. As on the front, we are seeing a couple of units getting pushed back as well, as the Terma Murmillos getting in here. As we do see Daut, he says it's time for a palace on the front, because why not? But flaming weapons getting dropped here for Sparx means Daut, he's got to retreat back here. We see the palace to try and secure the gold mine, but this is flaming weapons. Look at the damage. They're doing 16.5 damage per second here, ladies and gentlemen. That is an insane amount of damage, as the Stymphalian bird is flying overhead, is getting some special, getting some bleed damage in onto these units, as Daut turns around, takes the fight, but he's going to be losing all of his units here. Sparx is in a fantastic position, as a troll going to be coming in, pushing that Stymphalian bird back as well. That's a huge amount of damage. Good micro there, though, from Daut. Pulls back and then gets that return fire there to finish off the troll. Nice play there. Citizens sneaking across the map, though. I love this play from Daut. Why not do it? Your opponent, does he even know there's a gold mine there? Yes, he does know there's a gold mine there, but all the dwarves are on the other side of the map. There's no reason here for Daut to be over on this gold mine. You've actually got a gold mine here spotted. You've got a gold mine here spotted. This gold mine over here is basically spotted as well. And Daut's got a gold mine, so he's not out of the game just yet. He's going to be attempting to survive here. We've got Goaty coming through here for Sparx as well to deal with those Stymphalian birds. But Sparx, he's not done just yet. He sees the town center. He's got that battle ball. He's got 2 battle balls actually, and the town center is going to be getting torn down very, very fast here, as Daut needs to get in here to take this fight, but it's going to be too little, too late. Town center gets deleted from the game here, as the raiding cavalry are going to be sniping down a citizen or 2 here as well. The battle boards coming in. We've got the Goaties on the back here. They can be used to take out the Dryads if he so chooses. But those battle boards, they're just doing so much damage. It's 650 HP of pure myth unit here. But Hero Contarius are in, so at the very least Daut does have that, but he's losing a lot of citizens here as well. As we'll see if Daut can figure this one out. He does have Terma that he can use to take out those Goaty on the back here, but Daut retreating back into his main base. We see some Dryads popping through here. This is very, very scary if you're a Daut fan. Sparx here, he's no slouch to Age of Mythology. Very strong player, as the Goaty's going to be trying to take out those Dryads as well. He has to clean up all the buildings surrounding the Hesperid's tree to actually claim it for himself, because you can steal those away from your opponent here if you so choose. As the Terma on the back getting mowed down as well. Tower going to be getting a little bit of damage done over here to boot. Now, we are seeing Daut garrisoning. I've never seen this. You get garrison into your own Hesperid's tree here. There you go. I've never seen this. As the tower's all going down. But the thing is here, while Sparx, he's kind of letting Daut get away with this. He's keeping himself in the game, letting Daut stay in the game here by not going over and checking that gold mine. He's still doing a huge amount of damage to Daut, but Daut, he's a fighter. He's going to be trying to figure this game out, trying to get himself back into it, trying to find some value across the map here. But the fact of the matter is he's against Norse, and Norse has just got the speed. So it doesn't matter how good your mechanics are, how good your decision making is. They can normally react to you and put some pressure back on as well. And not only that, if you take a look at the resources here, 153 population of 190, man, Sparx can just go Mythic Age very, very shortly here. He moves over onto this gold mine. He's got food villages that are idle. Put them over onto this gold mine. And he can just buy food if he so chooses. We are seeing some Contarius coming through here. We'll be spotting some villages. I love this usage here of raiding to pick off straggler units and get some good trades. Really, really important to be doing that sort of thing here. As we see Daut, he's going to be stealing a town. I kind of love it. Daut's stealing a town center over here. And he's going to be able to start getting more citizens onto his gold, onto this position. I kind of love it. Whereas the Contarius is just going to be distracting as much as he possibly can. He's got to get a lot of villager kills here in this game to kind of keep himself in it. He's kind of behind 20 villages, or 15. I can't do that math. 15 villages here at the moment. So a big, big deficit of income. Plus these are Norse villages, as now we see a town center coming up for Sparx onto this position over here. And the units for Daut coming through to say, maybe just let me stop you doing this, please. See if he can actually make that happen. We do see some Arcus heroes coming in. They will be able to take down that battle ball relatively easily. With that many heroes, you can definitely take down myth units very, very quickly, as the town center is going to attempt to get shot up here. Meanwhile, in this position, those Contarius, they do get caught out by the Jarls and by everything else. And we do see Sparx saying, all right, can't take the town center. We'll have to retreat back. But in all honesty, Daut's kept himself alive here in this game. But staying alive in a game against Norse, is that going to be enough? We're going to have to wait and see. As the portable rams coming through to attempt to take out, I don't know what that's his tower. As he's pushing through with his berserks here, medium berserks as well, that have an upgrade. What is that upgrade? He's got Call of Valhalla. So when he loses the berserks, he's going to be getting himself a little bit more favor in. I love that upgrade. Really, really strong upgrade there. As the town center coming through for Sparx. Town center on this position for Daut as well. He's trying to get everything up here. But I've said it once already, but I'll repeat it. The scary thing is Ragnarok in this matchup. The only real way to deal with Ragnarok is to have palaces and get yourself out a bunch of fanatics. And Daut's not going to be able to get to that Mythic Age anytime soon. What is this technology? Dragon Scale Shields at 19 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Pierce damage is not going to be doing anything to Sparx here. As we do have a little bit of a lull now in this game. A hill fort coming up for Sparx. Sparx has got to be thinking to himself, where is the villagers getting gold? He sees some citizens over here. He sees the town center is up. But where are the villagers? Where is Daut getting gold? I see all the gold mines. You don't see that one. As the hill fort here going to be getting shanked down by those Contarius, as Daut's going to be retreating back. We do have a whole bunch of Dryads here, and there's not any decent counter to these Dryads. Yeah, you can just use... Actually, never mind. There's Goaties, so the Goaties aren't terrible, but there's only 2 of them. And we see Daut pushing in. He snipes one, so now there's only one of them left. So these Dryads are going to be doing really, really nicely in this upcoming fight. As we see a Palace attempting to get thrown down here, maybe to grab that hunt as well. And remember, guys, as the old saying goes, never underestimate a Norse player's ability to throw a game. As the portal rams going to be coming through here, we've got those Arcus heroes directly after the battle ball. Daut can drop himself Carnivora here if he wants to. He can drop that Carnivora. He's got the favor in the bank. That would be a really, really big help. Those Dryads are getting cleaned up as a couple more goatees now coming through as the army of Sparx with those armory upgrades is just so insanely strong. Got a Palace up now to help defend on this position, but the town center is getting torn down. Citizens come over here in an attempt to repair these ones back up. It's 1.3k to 4.7k in terms of resource military value. As the the Palace here going to be getting torn down. We do have those Battle Ball here as well, which are incredibly strong to take down the Palace. Meanwhile, units going to be retreating back. We do have those Contarius on the chase down there as well, as the citizens are going to be pulling away. Town Center going to be getting finished off, or already finished off, which does mean that Guy Lush is going to be expiring there to boot, as now Sparx says, that's my Town Center, and guess which god he's going. There should be no surprise, but there is. He is going through tier, not going to be bothering with that Ragnarok. He wants to play this one as safe as he possibly can to claim this win, not risking that Ragnarok. Instead, tier going to be able to have that Fimbulwinter to blow a whole bunch of economic damage onto this position here. And guess what? When you click tier, you're going to be spotting this position here as well, as you do see some Berserks coming over here to check out what's happening, and he will be seeing a town center. Sparx going to be a little bit mad about that one. You can very easily just send some battle balls back over there and clean this town center up, as we do see the gold mine get spotted over here, and Sparx finally stealing this, finally seeing this gold mine that Daut has been stealing for the past 10 minutes or so. As those citizens retreat into the town center, the Berserks will be getting taken out. But Sparx here is cleaning up the Ford gold mine, getting all these buildings down on the front. At the moment, he's got himself 9 longhouses. He's got himself 4 great halls. He's got himself 2 hill forts, so a lot of production facilities here. Daut's only got the 7 military barracks as well. He's got so much wood in the bank right now for Sparx. He's got 40 villages on wood. He is chopping up a storm, to say the very least here. As the Stymphalian Bird's going to be coming forward to help defend on this position as well, as Tia is only a few seconds away from popping here. We do have a cheeky little healing spring on the back to help those forward units out. We've got a Palace coming down on the front here. Daut is trying to make this last-ditch push work to get himself some advantage in this game, as Fimbulwinter does pop here as well. Going to be spawning some wolves in the main base here to take out those citizens. Over here as well, we've got the wolves coming in. And in that moment, Daut does decide to tap out. GG. Well played by Sparx. Really, really solid Thor play here from Sparx. He is an incredibly strong Thor player. Daut not able to make it happen here. And I think that this is the round of 128, right? So I think that was the game. That was game 1. Let me just have a double check to make sure. Daut might still be alive in the tournament. Let's have a quick little look here. And where is Daut? Daut versus Sparx. So yes, that was game number 1 there. And maybe we can find game number 2 straight away, because this is an incredibly good game. Is Sparx a strong legacy player? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right, so let's actually watch the second round here. So we'll give a point when we get into it. Let's hit refresh, because that can't be the game. Is GMs versus the Mista happening? Really? Already? Are you kidding me? Oh, that's next. That's gonna be starting soon. Yeah, we'll watch that game for sure. That's a good game to watch. But we'll watch this. We'll watch this game from Daut and Sparx first. Kapok versus JA as well. Oh, man, there's just so many good games. We're not going to be able to watch them all. So apologies on all of that. How's Magic doing? It looks like he's 1-0 at the moment against his opponent. So in a good spot. It looks like Matrius is 1-0. Recon's already in the third round. So all the players you expect to be doing well are doing very, very well. Hang on, let me... we've just out of synced in that one. Let's try again. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, in the left side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Daut. His opponent today in the disgusting gray color, his name is Sparx, and he is playing as Free. This is game number 2 of this best of 3 series for the Red Bull Wololo AOM qualifiers. The road to Spain, the road to El Dorado. That's not where we're going. The road to El Reinado. It's a long road, but it's a road we all must take. We've got Sparx here. He's showing how good he is with the Norse, but Daut, he ain't messing around now. He thought that he was going to be able to have some fun in this qualifiers, but this isn't a tournament. These are some strong players. Everyone, if you're playing against a legacy AOM player, mate, you better be scared because these guys, they're no slouches. They might be messing around on the ladder. They might not be knowing what the best strategy is, but they've got a lot of knowledge in the back of their head. So you can't pull out any sneaky picks on these guys. They simply put, just know. But Daut goes from picking arguably one of the worst civilizations in the game to picking now arguably one of the best civilizations in the game with Poseidon. So Sparx is going to have his work cut out for him in this one. He's playing as Frey. Frey is a very, very defensive Norse god. He's going up against Poseidon, which is an incredibly raiding, intense god. Daut's going to be able to flex his multitasking ability in this game with Centaur, with Hippias, getting Prodromus out. There's also a buff to Poseidon, or not necessarily just Poseidon, but Dionysus, in that you can go for the Thracian horses upgrade, and instead of just getting 20% lifesteal, which, I mean, might not have seemed like that much. At base value, the Hippias is doing 10 hack damage a second, so every single attack would have been giving him 2 HP back. But you go up to 30% lifesteal, now you're getting 3 HP back in attack. That's pretty insane. On top of that, if you then get Prodromus out, and you attack it against a cavalry, that's a lot of HP that Prodromus is going to be getting back. Really, really strong technology. We'll see if Daut's going to go that way. But all that being said, there is a really, really strong unit for Sparx in the Rock Giant in this game. That is going to be a real big challenge for Daut to deal with. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to go. We've got Hermes coming through here for Daut. So obviously going to be rushing straight into those Centaur. There is another unit here that Poseidon also got buffed in. not Poseidon, but Ares did. Poseidon's got access to Ares. We're not seeing it in this game, but he does get access to those Cyclops at only 150 food, which is pretty insanely cheap. We're not going to be seeing it here. And to me, I could be wrong about how I'm reading this. In fact, I think I am wrong because we're seeing hand axe, pickaxe getting grabbed. But it looks like the resource allocation for Daut in this game is fast second town center. So we'll see if he's going to be grabbing that one or if it's just going for a classical fight, but with a bit of a strange start here. Meanwhile, on the other side, this looks fairly standard for Sparx. He's got a couple of dwarves on wood for some reason. Definitely don't really want to be doing that if you can help it. But one thing here that Sparx could do, as he is going through Ulla, is he could try and drop a hill fort here to protect this town center over here, which is a pretty good town center. It's got wood on it. It's got a gold mine on the front, and a nice hill fort on that position would be very, very strong, as we do see a Hearser popping out, and the center for Daut will be retreating back ever so slightly, as Ulla or Freya could be coming in, and you don't really want to be too far across the map, and we do see a town center. So I wasn't off. I didn't title this stream Expert Cast of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado for no reason here. He is going for the town center. I like this. He's got both of his upgrades. He's getting the town center down. He's going to have a really, really strong economy. As the centaur pushes in onto this position, villagers are going to be retreating back ever so slightly here. We've got the Asgardian hill fort getting dropped down, as the Draugr can come over here and can get some good damage done onto that centaur to push that one back. And we'll see how things are going to go as that special comes in. Little bits of damage going to be coming onto both of those units as the army does end up retreating out. As we do have Great Hall, Longhouse, a couple of Berserks coming in. But Daut at this moment, 2 town centers. He's got Lure. There is another crazy idea that I've had with Poseidon. I haven't seen it used yet, but take a look at this 30 favor for Lure. You could put a couple of villagers onto the town center and drop a Lure down on your second town center so that you've got free hunt on that town center as villagers are popping out. Could be every single map is good for Poseidon. There's no bad fast second town center maps for Poseidon. Could be an idea. Throwing it out there. You guys can think about it. Use it if you like. Don't use it if you don't like. I don't mind. As the hill fort will end up finishing up here. Villagers for Sparx have been pushed around pretty intensely here, as the Hippias are going to start coming out, and Daut is going to be getting his boom on in this game. Jordian also making a great point. You could always save the lure for your second town center. Very true. Or even put two lures on your second town center, because why not? As the Hippias going to be getting pushed back, hill fort is up, which does mean now that Sparx, he can make himself Huskal. As we see a little bit of raids onto the town center, he can make himself Huskal. Temple, not town center. Huskal, raiding cavalry, berserks. He's basically got everything that he needs here to have a fun game of it. As does Sparx know there's a town center? At the moment, his scouting is pretty woeful. Do we see any centaur back here? Where is the centaur? It's looking for some raids into the main base of Daut at the moment. But there's no villagers over here, and he's going to be losing a temple. But does he care? I actually think he should sack the temple. Do you know how many militia you get? Those militia are insanely useful. Sack the temple. I mean, it's 300 resources, but one militia is probably worth about 70 resources. And I think you get 4 or 5 of them from the temple. So it's well and truly worth it for those militia to just, yeah, to sack the temple in all honesty. As we see a second town center now coming up for Sparx. And we've talked about this a little bit with regards to Frey. If Frey can get his boom on, he becomes really, really strong. And Daut is playing into this in a kind of big way. He's got his back town center over here. He's got the advantage villager. He's got the advantage villager-wise right now. But we're going to have to wait and see if he's going to be able to convert or not. I do have chat telling me that Mr. versus GMs just started. If we can catch the games, we'll watch them. We might miss the first game. I know Mr.'s a very, very aggressive player, so I wouldn't be surprised if that game is over in 5 minutes. But yeah, we'll see how things are going to go. Right now, Daut super, super far in front in terms of villager count, as his hippies are going to be searching around for something to take out. We do have a little bit of confusion here. There is a technology in the town center for Ulla called Ring Oath, which reduces your favor cost rebuy on the Asgardian Bastion down to 40 favor. So there's no changes to Asgardian Bastion. It's still exactly the same as it was before. So let's not get too crazy here. As the Draugr, I'm going to get a little bit of damage done onto these units. There's some Berserks coming through here to start targeting these bad boys down. And the Hippias will be pulling back. As the Theseus going to get taken down. Great raid here from Sparx, getting a great amount of villager kills. It's not just villager kills, it's also idle villager time to boot. As another villager going down. Those Berserks are not going to be running in the slightest here. They're going to be taking out those Hippias in a very, very big way. Berserks might not be having any counter damage against Hippias, but they are soft counter units for these Hippias, as well as the Hersa comes in, will take out that centaur. All the Hippias falling on this position as Sparx has well and truly found himself an advantageous position in this game. Daut, he's up onto this gold mine over here with a handful of villagers. Sparx going to be coming up there. He doesn't know that it's there just yet. He's got to get some scouting going in this game, but he has got himself back into a pretty close position to the economy of Daut at the moment. He's only behind 9 villagers, which is not that many, but the army of Daut coming through with some heroes now going to be a little bit scary. We do have that Draugr out in the middle of nowhere, needs to sort of sort that one out there, as all of the units here now for Sparx needs to retreat back home. And that Centaur is still getting some good damage here. Daut's getting the return fire at the moment as the army decides to turn around. A little bit of a special attack coming in to get a whole bunch of splash damage over onto those units of Daut. And Daut gonna have to retreat back home. He's still only got himself stables at the moment here. 3 stables, lots and lots of villagers onto the temple at the moment to pump out those Centaur. But is that going to be enough here as the Hersa coming through, going to start bashing away at those Centaur to boot here. One Centaur almost going down as the Atlanta comes through and is going to start shanking down the Draugr on this position. Does manage to snipe that one as the army going to be chasing the Atlanta away, but good micro from Daut. He's sniping off some straggler units over on that position as Sparx is now pushing through with some more Berserks over here to try and take out the remainder of those Hippias, and they will be doing so in a very, very good way. But no Hersa remaining at the moment now for Sparx. He needs to continue to get those Hersa out to deal with the Centaur. He didn't go through Freya, so he doesn't have access to the Valkyrie, which would be very, very good. And he's also got 80 favor in the bank. So one thing that he could do here, which is not a terrible idea, is get Ring Oath and drop another palace or hill fort down onto this position. That's a great idea to secure gold mines and ensure you're not going to be getting taken out of this game. He's still got Ghoul and Burst here as well, so don't forget that. And look at where the town centers are on the map. If Sparx grabs this town center, for example, he could use that Ghoul and Burst to attack the main base of Daut, and that's going to be a scary thing for sure. As Daut now sitting over here with his units, he's scouting around, trying to find some villagers to kill. He might be able to spot the villagers on this gold mine. In fact, he is rushing straight in onto it. We do see some villagers on the hunt here as well. As taking a look at Sparx's perspective, the army pops in and they're going to start getting a little bit of damage done. Sparx has got his eyes on the Ford Town Center here. He has not reacted to this raid just yet. Spirited Charge is coming through as well to help out as 1 dwarf ends up going down, 2 dwarfs ends up going down, and the rest of those dwarves going to be pulling back into the town center for the time being here. But a good raid there for Daut. He's definitely going to be needing this sort of thing to happen as the raiding cavalry runs straight into their death there. Those raining arrows doing really, really nicely as those raiding cavalry end up getting taken out on the front there as well. Berserk's coming forward, going to be attempting to take out the Hippias, but the Hippias are going to be able to pull back now. They've almost got that Spirited Charge technology, which puts them up to 6.5 speed. They're way faster than anything that Sparx can make in this game. as the units here for Sparx going to have to regroup. Daut and Sparx very close now in this game, pushing forward. I thought that Daut was in a bit of a tricky position, but he's now got himself the military resource value. His villages are close to Sparx. He's got some return fire, but Sparx has also lost some villages, and Daut's lost some villages. But we see Sparx going up to the heroic age, and he's deciding to go through A gear. I'm not surprised to see A gear, considering how good the rock giants are, though they did get nerfed recently. But I'm pretty surprised we're not seeing Bragi here. When playing against Poseidon, the cavalry civ, not flaming weapons, but swine array and those herdmen are really, really strong. Or at the very least, getting out more berserks and getting the Call of Valhalla unique upgrade to Bragi to really, really break through all of those hippies. But we'll see how things are going to go. He's got that Tempest. Tempest is a great god power. It's probably going to be worth hitting the ceasefire on it, as the army of Sparx coming through, spotting those villagers onto this position. Will Daut spot this one? He does start retreating away. Can Sparx get some sort of a surround in? He can get a surround in, and Daut is forced to click ceasefire. Daut's going to be kicking himself. He's got 1,300 nearly gold in the bank. He needed walls up. There's no excuse to not have walls up on this position to keep himself in a good spot. There's no excuse. And he's paid the price there of that classical age god power ceasefire, which is a really, really good counter to what Sparx can do here in this game, as we do see a couple of hippies going to be coming in and hit the gold mine yet again. We'll see if Sparx is going to be able to react to this one or not. But nothing else going on at the moment, so he should be able to spot this one. As the town center can also take out some of those hippies to boot here. Meanwhile, on this position, we are just waiting, watching. Sparx at the moment has clicked up to the mythic age, and he is going to be going for Vidar, as we do see Tempest getting dropped down. Curse gets dropped down as well. The big problem here for Daut is, how is he going to be able to deal with this? All of his units get slowed down in a really, really big way, but it looks like it doesn't matter here. Gulen Bursty getting shot down, as the Hippias will have to retreat back. We are still seeing, unfortunately, a little bit of FPS drops from the Tempest here. Pretty sure that's not my fault. Pretty sure my graphics card is good enough. But Gulen Bursty comes in, smacking a whole bunch of those Hippias, keeping Sparx alive in this game, as a whole bunch of those units getting frozen from the Tempest as well, as that Gulen Bursty is getting mad value here. But the big problem for Sparx is he doesn't have that military value anymore, but with Vidar comes a lot of damage from that Inferno here. Inferno is going to be coming through very, very soon. What can Daut do to survive against this one? As Gulen Bursty coming after those villages, he is so slow. Don't run towards the town center. He's going to get speed back. As we do see, the house is going to be getting opted in to getting taken down. Gulen Bursty, only a couple of seconds remaining. One little bit of value, no more value there, as the Gulen Bursty does get taken out. Rock Giant getting caught out in the middle of nowhere there. Bit of a blunder from Sparx, as Daut pushing in, going to be taking down a couple of units here as well. We've got the town centers in the center of the map here up for Daut. So he's 3 town centers. He's still got some army, but he needs to get value now. This Mythic Age rush here from Sparx has really, really been punished. But just because good fights come in doesn't mean that the value that comes from the Mythic Age is all lost. As a forward fortress coming down onto this position, how is Sparx going to be using this Inferno? Do you use it to kill off this fortress? Do you use it to kill off a town center? Kill off a whole bunch of villages? So many different options here. As another fortress coming down for Daut. Daut here probably going to be wanting to go to the Mythic Age himself fairly shortly, but he is going to be hanging out in this Heroic Age for just a little bit longer. Fortified Town Centers also coming through for Sparx to try and keep all of his Town Centers alive a little bit better. Maybe trying to play around Earthquake or something like that. As we see Roar of Orthus coming through here for Daut as well to help out those Nemean lines. They're going to be very, very strong. What is happening to this Vidar? Oh no. He's fallen for the... Huge raid coming in onto the dwarves here, as this is really big for Daut. Getting those villager kills here is going to be absolutely gigantic. Villagers retreating into the town center here as well. Daut's going to be looking for some villagers to kill over onto this position as well. And Sparx, he's got nothing in this position. He's made the mistake of pre-queuing his fortified town centers, and his mythic gauge has been blocked here for another 150 seconds. He's getting those 2,000 resources tied up. This is absolutely huge, and Daut is making him pay in a really, really big way. But the units here for Sparx going to be pushing in, going to be taking out some of the units underneath this fortress as well. But while this is all going on, the villagers here underneath the town center of Sparx are getting taken out. Daut doesn't care about your towers. Daut doesn't care about your hill fort. He doesn't care about your town center fire. He cares about killing every villager you own at the moment. And Sparx here, 1.4k military value, 57 villages. That is it. Daut has found himself an incredible advantage moving forward, as the Hippie is going to be coming back over onto this position yet again. We do see a rock giant coming in that can defend over onto this position here as well. And we'll see if Daut can convert here with the economic lead that he's now got. He still has to worry about that Inferno coming through and causing some serious problems for him, as Vidar is finally going to be popping here for Sparx, as we see some Petropolis coming in to try and take out the town center and everything else. Got those Goaty going to be going after the Nemean Rex here to finish that one off. There's the Inferno, as Inferno getting clicked up onto this position, going to be going right after the fortress here, and it explodes and it kills off everything around here. A couple of units going to be remaining, but they're going to get singed as the fortress goes down. But Daut's not going to care about that. He gets a bunch of militia out as well. He's pumping those units beautifully. He's got a lot of food income. Just needs to get some more villagers over onto the gold mine and get that gold up to 1,000 so he can go Mythic Age and keep himself afloat in this game. Meanwhile, over onto this position, we've got Fafnir going straight after those Hippias of Daut, cleaning those up. Fafnir is an incredibly strong Mythic Age myth unit, but if it does die, does give your opponent 300 gold. So huge myth unit, super strong, but we'll see if Daut is going to be able to take it out in this game, as Sparx here kind of struggling to spend his resources at the moment. Look at all of the upgrades coming in right now for Sparx here. Sparx needs to get himself something out to deal with what Daut is doing. Upgrades at this point, of course, you're playing fair. Get those upgrades in. It's really good. But in the end, you need military units, you need population to do anything, as we see Hephaestus is the god of choice here now for Daut, going up to the Mythic Age as the Fafnir coming through to take out a couple more of those Hippias here, as well as the Hippolyta will get burned to a cinch. I love the little effects here in this game, as another Hippias going to be going down. The Fafnir sneaking over here to take out the Hippias on this position as well. Meanwhile, on this position there, we've got that rock giant has managed to defend over here. But the big problem right now for Sparx is, where does he get gold mines next? Where does he get gold? There's a Hippias checking this gold mine out. I would love to see a fortress for Daut just going down on this position here to just secure this completely, or even better yet, even cheaper yet, a wall to block this off and make sure that tree up down the bottom is nice and safe as well, or protected as well. But we'll see if Sparx can sneak that gold there or not, as Atlanta coming in to try and take out this very tanky rock giant. But Daut now 166 population, almost into the Mythic Age. Heavy infantry coming in as well. And now we're going to be going into a bit of a late game, it seems like. Sparx is going to be getting units out. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. And he's just out of the gold mine now. We do see another Asgardian hill fort getting dropped down. Oh, never mind. He's got a gold mine up here. So he's completely fine here to continue for another 3,000 gold. And how are the armory upgrades looking is the big question. How is everything else? He doesn't have a whole lot of armory. Or he does have himself a very strong armory upgrades. I'm telling many lies in this game. Plenty Vault getting dropped down now for Daut. Up on this position there. As the throw and axeman, we'll see how things are going to be going here. Can Sparx hold here or not? He's getting so many upgrades. What is this one? He's getting himself the portable rams a little bit stronger. Every single upgrade under the sun right now for Sparx. He's almost getting up. He's caught up on population as well, so still very much alive. As we do have the rock giant coming in. Does he have that? He doesn't have the upgrade for the rock giant just yet, so he can't just sit there and eat that fortress just yet. As we do have a cheeky little baluster. Now, the secret to any success in this game is get your ranged siege to target down enemy ranged siege. Siege weapons have only got 50% crush armor, so a huge amount of damage there. As I love Polyphemus. He comes in, he whacks that huge amount of gold there going over to Daut, as Fafnir does end up getting taken down, as more Hippias are going to be coming in onto this position to help out. We'd see some Herso coming through. Population is still very, very close here in this game. Do we see Daut here? He doesn't have himself Forge of Olympus just yet. It's a must-grab technology. You've got to get all those armory upgrades out as fast as you possibly can. But Daut, he has not grabbed that one. And beyond that, Sparx is nearly fully upgraded in terms of his armory upgrades here. As he's also got Frere's Gift, which is given a 10% increase to the hit points of every single unit that Frere has here. As the Heliopolis going to be pulling in as well. We do have those, and you can take those down very quickly, as we do see the Heliopolis there falling. Town center still very much alive, getting repaired back up. You can actually use villagers to repair your town center and buildings in general if you like, as it looks like Sparx right now. Champion infantry is in. Daut having to pull back. Daut needs to get himself some counter infantry. Capacitus is so strong. He's got all of the barracks out. He's got 9 barracks. He can very, very quickly make all of those, as we do see a cheeky dock coming up. Dock means what? 3 myth units are going to be spawning here. We're going to be seeing the Yormund Elver as well as a Kraken on this shore to help break through this position. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, we've got some Berserks coming through to help deal with that. The problem here for Sparx is he's on a little bit of a timer. He's run out of gold. He doesn't have any gold mines at the moment. Can he continue? He's got full population. He's got a lot of villages and everything else. He can sell resources for... No, he can't. All the resources are already sold well and truly. We see a market in the corner. No market in the corner just yet, as Sparx tries to break through. That Yormund Elver will be helping out to take down the fortress and everything else in the center of the map. The gold mine over here is gone. All the gold at the bottom is going to be a huge advantage right now for Daut, pushing forward as the dragon ship comes through. That's a really, really nice siege weapon to help deal with the fortress. As the Yormund Elver, this unit is disgusting. Let's be completely honest. 200 food, 15 favor. Gets that PS damage. We see a dock up for our main man Daut here, but who's going to win this fight is the big question. As the Yormund Elver over here, it's still got 12,000 HP. The Skylar gets 2 heads, but it's already taken down. Karkanos here, when it does die, does deal a huge amount of splash damage onto enemy units here, so that one's going to be really, really big as well. But look at the problem here for Sparx. No gold. His population is dropping, as we do see some dwarves trying to sneak onto this gold mine right in the middle of the map, and Daut is not going to be allowing that. He's going to be sitting on this position as best as he can, as the Yormund Elver there will be able to finish that Karkanos off, and the Karkanos splash damage there does end up killing off one of those units. There is another Karkanos going to be coming through. But look at this, 720 HP. It's not enough. It's not enough, as the Karkanos here now going to go after that Yormund Elver. I mean, we'll see how much damage it actually does. Taking a look at this bad boy when the explosion happens. That was 0 damage. That was 0 damage. That's wild. I think that unit might be bugged. I could be wrong, but I think that unit might be bugged. Don't look at it. Just pretend it didn't happen, okay? Pretend it didn't happen. As Sparx here, he's trying to secure this gold mine. He's got that Yormund Elver here. He can actually produce a bunch of them. He's got 138 favor in the bank, so we can make a whole bunch more of those and secure this position just with those Yormund Elvers and try and grab the remainder of this gold mine. But meanwhile, Hippias going after raids. Right now, we need to see a whole bunch of those Ox caravans coming through, and that's exactly what's happening here for Sparx. He knows he's screwed up a little bit in terms of his transition into a trade route here in this game. But also he knows he's going to be able to make a lot of your maneuvers. In terms of his temple here, he can make those rock giants and those draugrs, so he can spend some resources and get some military through here in this game. As more Yormanelvas are going to be getting made to control that center there, as some berserks and everything else helping out in the center. Another option here would be to train villagers out of your town center and just convert them into berserks. Well, actually, doesn't really work, does it? You still have to pay 30 gold. I'm trying to think of ways in which you can get units out without spending gold. But those trade caravans are well and truly on the way. Sparx needs to get walls up and make sure this is very, very safe here. And, oh, we see the Argo is out! The Argo is out! And look at the damage! Look at the damage! He actually found a counter! He's found a counter! Daut the Madman! This is the rarest unit in Age of Mythology. The Argo, as he controls the pond. He's dealt with it. Let's go. 20 years of waiting. And finally, the Argo has found a use in the biggest Age of Mythology tournament in 20 years, in 22 years. My God. Daut is a madman. Sparx is in a lot of trouble though, but he does have that trade route started. We do see some Hippias. They've spotted the trade is out now, and Sparx has got to get up here. He's got to defend this. Maybe selling all of that wood for the time being to make a whole bunch of berserks wouldn't be a terrible idea, but all of his villagers getting taken down as the Hippias coming in, going to be going after the town center here as well. A pretty crazy attack from Daut as he's trying to inflict as much damage as he possibly can. Killing off those trade caravans would be absolutely huge. But also, more importantly, the villagers here going down on these farms stops that trade route from really being anything here in this game. Meanwhile, in this position as well, we've got the Colossus coming in to take this town center down to boot. Hippias killing off units left, right, and center in this game. Down on the bottom side of the map, we've also got a trade route started for Daut to boot here. As the Hippias coming in, still going after villagers everywhere. These Hippias have got 46% pierce armor, 208, 18 HP, and they take forever to get taken out. And in that moment, Daut claims the victory. It's 1-1 in this matchup. Daut pushes for game number 3 here as Sparx taps out. GG, well played here from Daut. Oh, what a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. These guys are pulling out all the stops. I don't know what else to say. Let's keep going. Let's find another game. I don't know. Do you guys want to keep watching Daut versus Sparx? Do you guys want to jump into a Mista game or something else? I'm out of water. I need some water. Keep going with Daut. All right, let's keep going with Daut. Make it happen. GL Daut's game. That's not the right one. It's match point, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him the point over here. Bam. Let's hit intermission. We've got all the skills. I do not see a Daut game at the moment. We could watch Mista versus GMs here, but I think I'm going to quickly run and grab some water. I'll be right back, and we'll see how things are going to go. All right. We're back. Sorry, guys. We're back. We're back. All right. Let's get this next game on the road. If there is a next game on the road. There it is. All right. Let's get some water into me. We can see the Red Bull patch notes. I got them up on my YouTube channel. I don't know if they're publicly available anywhere else. Let's go. This is Age of Mythology, ladies and gentlemen. This is a lot of fun. Hold on. Wait, let me just click this button here. I need to hit a button as well. We are a professional stream. I think I pushed this here. Ooh, baby. Let's go. All right, back into this thing. Okay, we've got to wait. We're keeping on. We've got some tea here. Now, this is the series to be watching, guys. This is the series. There's a lot of other insane Age of Mythology players, but this is the series to be watching. Give us some speculation on who I think is going to make it to the finals. I think there are maybe 6 or 7 players that can probably make the finals. You've got the Mista, you've got the Rapple, you've got Magic, you've got Recon, you've got Matrius. I think there's Shelty out there as well as another one. So there's Grass and Groom as well, some incredibly strong players. So yeah, I will put my money on one of those players. I think the Red Bull patch will go official for everyone. No idea. No idea. Kimo Pegasus isn't playing, but Kimo definitely has the potential to get there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 of this insane round of 128 for the Red Bull Wololo Age of Mythology qualifiers. What an insane day we are witnessing right now. An insane series. It's 1-1. It's 1-1. And I don't know what else to say, but this is going to be fun. We're seeing Daut going in with the Kronos. And Sparx, he is opening up with his Isis. The map is Ghost Lake. Before we get into the map, let's tell you about these gods. Isis, she gets access to this god power prosperity. Really, really cool god power. And it's going to be increasing your gold gather rate by a significant amount for 1 minute. So really, really strong god power there. She also gets a little bit of god power protection around her base from the monuments here. So you can block a lot of what's happening in terms of god powers to protect yourself here in this game. So great, great monument there. His opponent, Daut, who's playing as Kronos here. Kronos is a fun god because what Kronos can do is Kronos can actually time shift buildings around, moving them from one spot to another, and it's actually free for all buildings that do not shoot arrows. So a very, very strong god indeed. Lots of fun to be had here. I'm really excited about this game because the map is Ghost Lake. Ghost Lake spawns here with a big, fat, frozen lake in the center of the map. This is unbuildable terrain. Unbuildable terrain here, ladies and gentlemen. But more importantly, on Ghost Lake, every single gold mine on the map is very, very far away from your base. Very, very far away from your base. So basically, after the initial period of the game here, after those gold mines expire, that second gold mine is going to be really important to secure, and you're going to have to play into trying to make that happen. As we do see Daut here, he is going for a forward temple, and He's showing that directly to Sparx. Sparx sees that temple in his face. He's got the Pharaoh on the front. Sparx still has not advanced to the classical age. In fact, Sparx, he doesn't even have a temple up yet. He doesn't even have a temple up. What is this build order from Daut? Is this a 3-minute advance from Daut? Are you kidding me? I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this was possible. Is this a sub 3-minute advance from Daut? This is a 255 advance? Are you kidding me? Okay. Prometheans out. They are ready to put pressure onto Daut's base. Now, Daut, he's not going to be able to deconstruct the temple here as the villagers will have to retreat back. Those villagers can jump over here onto herdables for the time being. There's still not enough food to advance to the classical age. Daut, don't be retreating. Push harder, my dude. Get in onto that gold. Get that damage done. Find yourself something here as the villagers getting pushed back. The priest getting a little bit of love taps in. Look, it does 0.5 damage per hit here. What is that? 0.6 damage per second. Not a lot at all, as we see Anubis now coming through. Hands of the Pharaoh also coming in as the Promethean going after a villager here. Does get a villager kill. He does manage to snipe that one as Sparx does not garrison into the tower. That is huge for Daut here. One villager kill. That's going to be around about 2 minutes or so. And Daut's fast advance here will have been equalized just on lost resources from that one villager kill alone, as we do see Prosperity getting thrown down here. Sparx has got some priests queued up, and this is all Daut needs. Right now, Daut, he's getting some Turmer in, but what I want to see, honestly, from Daut, just retreat back, get that second town center up, and go heroic age. Because this is so good for him. He's got a couple of Turmer to run around and just harass and keep Sparx at bay. Sparx has got priests. Hello? These aren't going to be doing any sort of damage to him. So this is really, really big for Daut, as Daut tries to push forward here, tries to get some villager kills. Good retreat back there from Sparx, keeping his villagers nice and safe. As we see a barracks coming up, even more reason to stop making Turmer and just get yourself that town center up. But Daut might not be aware of how strong that is when your opponent is playing in this style. So we'll have to wait and see if he makes that sort of recognition here. He stopped production for the time being, and he can actually just time shift his buildings back home if he so chooses. But honestly, I would just leave them here. Don't give your opponent the inkling that something like that is happening. As we see 4 villagers on wood, 3 villagers on gold, and a couple of manners that he can start time shifting over onto this town center to boot. So we'll see how things are going to shape up now. But I'd say after all is said and done here, Daut has really had a successful early game in this one, and the game is really in his hands to find the victory. So we'll see how things end up shaping up here, as Daut going to be pulling back. He's not building any units anymore. It looks to me like he's going for a town center, but he might be going for the... Well, I mean, with 4 villagers on wood, he's going for a town center. I don't see anything else. Or he's going for upgrades, or he's going for more buildings. He's getting a mana down over here. And now Daut going to be able to bring all of his buildings back home nice and safe. It only takes about 10 seconds to get that time shift in, so very, very quick. And we'll see what Sparx can do now. Because Sparx, he's also been forced to go Anubis in this game, which I'm not sure... It's not a terrible god by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm not sure that's what he wanted to do in this game. I'm pretty sure he's picking Isis for that Ancestors Eclipse combo, but not able to do it because he needs those snakes to just protect himself. Now, he hasn't had to click the snakes, so maybe it was a little bit of an overcommitment to go for Anubis here. As the Turmer coming forward, getting a little bit of damage in as well. Husbandry going to be coming through for Daut as he's trying to get little bits of damage in, sniping down those slingers. Really, really nice play here, pushing off of the Aurochs here. But Sparx, smartly, going to be dragging the Ourk underneath the town center. He's going to be able to eat that with complete safety. Also picking villagers off. Not really going after the villager kills here, but simply put, just getting idle time. Every little bit matters in a game of Age of Mythology, and I love that Daut is putting so much effort into that, as now, after he gets himself that husbandry technology, 5 on gold, 7 on food, armory coming down, Daut wants himself in the heroic age, I love this. And guess what Daut can do as well? This would be really, really strong. He can start spamming out oracles. Get himself 7 oracles, 8 oracles even. Yeah, they cost 100 resources, but after you click up to the heroic age, there's really nothing that you need to spend your resources on for the rest until you hit that next age. So may as well just get those oracles in and start pumping out those satyr, which are going to be really, really challenging for Sparx stuck in the classical age to deal with. Take a look at what Sparx building. Sparx is building spearmen. Sparx is building priests. And that's it. He is completely locked to his base here in this game. And Daut is getting everything he wants. Literally everything he wants. This is Daut in his element right now as Hyperion is clicked up and he is building out those oracles. He has got that RTS brain. He knows exactly what he needs to do here. Taking a look at Daut's perspective, he's got oracles over here. He's got oracles over here. Got them spread out all across the map. I do prefer to keep my own oracles a little bit more safe. Get one on the back over here, put one in my base over here, one over here on this tower, maybe one over here on that tower, and try and get an oracle maybe onto my manor on this position just to make sure everything is really, really nice and safe. But Daut here, he's got full map control, so he's got no problems here. And he's got every single little bit of control in this game that he's going to need. What can Sparx do to try and get himself back into this game? Well, first and foremost, Sparx needs to get heroic age. And he needs to get heroic age before he runs out of food in his main base. And it looks to me, with a market going down here for Sparx, that he is going to be going for it. And what does heroic age bring here? No, he's going for a town center. This is pretty risky in all honesty. We do see the Terma coming through. Watching that town center, I'm pretty sure he didn't see the town center started there. So this could be Daut going, okay, Sparx is still one town center. I need to play a little bit safely here. But in actuality, Sparx is going for the second town center. And I mean, the problem that I see with this, and it's a small problem because he's already got 600 food, so it might not be an issue. But the problem I'm seeing with this is he might run out of... Oh, he's got Caribou on the back, so I think maybe it's fine. So long as Sparx can get to the heroic gauge here, he should be okay. The problem is that he's not going to be able to attack those satyr, which Daut's going to be making. And he's going to be making a lot of them. He's got 5 oracles out at the moment. He is getting favor at 60 plus 16 per minute at the moment. So in a very, very good spot here as the satyr going to start moving forward. He's going to be pumping out even more of them. Just needs a couple more villages on the wood here. Those satyr are pretty expensive at 250 wood, but very, very strong here as Daut now going to be poking his head back in, and he will be spotting that town center there as look at that damage onto those villages. The villages will be getting healed back up. One little cheeky bonus that comes in from what's it called? From ISIS here is when you empower the monument, all of your army gets HP back. It's a really, really big amount. But not only that, all of this area is now monument protected. So no chaos is going to be available here for Daut until he breaks that monument or kills that pharaoh and drags those units out of that position there. As we do see a second town center now coming up for Daut, as he has fallen ever so slightly behind in villager count, but there's some villagers over here he can snipe, and this is a little bit scary here for Sparx here. Sparx going to be retreating back. The satyr going after that pharaoh. If he can snipe that one down, it's very, very big here. We see Plague of Serpents getting clicked. Very easy to just run away from them now. They take quite a while to spawn, so this is a really, really nice way to deal with these snakes here as the army going to be pulling back. Villagers going to be dropping the food back off into the granary there. So you do have a palace getting dropped onto the front. A serpent spear also coming through to boot here. And we'll see how it all shapes up with Sparx in a pretty difficult position, but he still has gold in his main base. He's got a little bit. He's got basically, what, nearly 2,000 gold remaining. So I don't know what he's going to do, but it looks like he's going to be running out of food here. And I was saying this is going to be an issue. He can buy his way to the heroic age, actually, if he really wants to. Get himself that ancestors, get himself the priest, extra range to come through. Could be an option. That's the palace up on the front over here. Units coming through in an attempt to take out the monument to the soldiers. As what are we going to see here for Daut? We've got destroyers coming through, or an option of destroyers taking out that monument now means, guess what? Daut can use his god power. Nope, never mind. He can't use his god power. The monument is back up over here. Monument to the priests. So no god power usage on this position here. I love this from Sparx. He's really, really playing into this god power unique bonus that Isis has. He's really making it challenging for Daut to push in. But Daut is slowly and methodically inching his way forward in this game. He's got a significant military army advantage. He's got a villager lead here now as well. And he's got his eyes on every one of these gold mines. I'd love to see those barracks starting to get time shifted, spending more of that. He's got a lot of villagers on gold here. Taking all those villagers off of gold is never a bad thing. A little bit of macro advice for those Atlantean players out there. This also applies to others as well, but it's really easy to do with Atlanteans. Whenever you're floating a ton of resources, just swap them onto a different resource. Take them all off. Bam, over here in the main base. Take them off, put them onto wood, put them onto food. No worries. Until you need it back, and then swap it back when you need it more. Very, very easy way to make that happen. As Daut is still pushing in and out here. We do have another monument still protecting these units here. Sparx is playing so well under this monument protection in this game. But I'm sure here, with a palace up, does he have a market? No market. He could throw a market down and get himself to the Mythic Age. Mythic Age right now will be very, very scary. He can rush in, snipe off the monument, drop implode onto his opponent's army, kill off the entirety of that army, and life is going to be very, very challenging here. Can Sparx work this out? How is he going to be able to work it out? I mean, he's still not in the heroic age. This is the problem. How is he going to get a gold mine? He can try and sneak over here, but there's a town center going up and there's a palace over there. He can try and sneak over here, but Daut's got that all under lock and key with 2 Contarias and Oracle Destroyers also in position. And Daut is just happily going to sit back here and wait for his next age to come in. He's going through Atlas. And here's the thing. Even if Sparx can somehow survive and get a gold mine, it's not like Kronos' late game is bad. Kronos' late game is very, very strong. Kronos has got access to Atlas Shield, for example. And if you thought that a destroyer sitting at 73% pierce armor was scary, imagine a destroyer with this base 73% getting 50% more hack vulnerability, or 50% less hack vulnerability, or pierce vulnerability, excuse me. That they basically don't take any damage from pierce units. So that late game is incredibly strong through Atlas for Atlanteans. So we'll see how things are going to go. We've finally got, that heroic age coming through here for Sparx, as he's going to be popping out, checking into the middle of the map. And we'll see how things are going to go. Nephthys on the way right now. It's going to be an Ancestors. It's going to be something for him to try and push himself out of his base. He does have a decent amount of those spearmen, but again, there's still god powers to be worried about. It might be worthwhile here for Sparx to take his Pharaoh off of this monument here and move it over here to help his villagers move out onto this position to drop maybe a Migdol stronghold over there as well. But he's not going to be able to do that. We see siege works coming out, and as the game is going to continue, you're going to start seeing Sparx selling food, selling wood. And we'll see how the game's going to go. More siege works are getting produced here. Mythic Age is in for Daut. And Daut here, I mean, so many sages, so many units. He doesn't yet have himself fortified. He's got fortified town centers on the way, though. And he's going to be in a really good position to move forward very, very shortly, I'm sure. But Sparx, I mean, there's just nothing Sparx can really do here. I mean, one thing he could try and do is send the Scorpion men out and try and get some raids. He's got himself a Migdol stronghold now. But maybe getting to the Mythic Age, he's got the favor, he's got the resources to get there, and he's going Osiris. Okay, I like this. I like this. He can get Mythic Age, he can get Son of Osiris, he can make mummies. And then he can push out with those mummies, because mummies are only costing wood. But he's only got 2 monuments, so he doesn't have a lot of favor in. It's still going to be a challenge here. As the Fire Siphon is out, and he's going to slowly start sieging in here to take down those houses. and everything else. There's a couple of Argus. I mean, these Argus are scary. If you take a fight, and there is some synergy with the with Chaos as well. Use the blob. Click Chaos on the enemy units, and once the Chaos is over, that blob will have exploded, and all those units will be dead because you can't retreat away from it. So some huge synergy to be had there as the Fire Siphon are working towards taking down that market. Following that market, he can take down the Monument to Villagers, as we do see a Monument to Soldiers, however, getting thrown up as Sparx is desperately trying to play around these God Powers here. Ancestors getting dropped down, but these Sates are going to be one-hitting the minions as they pop in. They're not going to be doing anything in this game, as the Priests do manage to finish off that Argus very, very quickly here, but still has to come over and kill that Monument to Soldiers there to get any sort of God Powers used in this position. But Champion Contarius are just going to be running through everything as Daut manages to find the win in this game with a very, very strong Chronos Rush into, simply put, map control and everything else. Daut gets past the round of 128 onto the round of 64. Congratulations there, and unfortunately for Spark, his road to El Reinado stops here. What a game here. What a series. This was insane. Really, really well played by both players. Better luck next time for Sparx. Don't forget to hit the follow if you guys are new here. We're going to continue watching some more Age of Mythology games. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how it's shaping up. Ourk next. Hang on, let's take a look at the bracket, hey? I want to see it. Mista versus GMs. Is that still going on? Can we catch the end of Mista GMs? Let's try and catch... no, it's already over. That's unfortunate. All right, what else have we got? Recon versus Devise or Devise. What about Magic? Magic is waiting. What about Matrius? Screw it. Let's watch a Recon game. Wait, Daut versus Ourk? No. Will I upload the series to YouTube? I'm not actually sure. Oh, actually, yeah, well, we'll watch this game. I want to see Recon here. Come on, guys. I'm actually not sure what this series is at. Wait, hold on one second. Oh, we are a professional stream here. Oh, this is game number 1. This is game number 1. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 between Recon and Devise. No, not Desive. What am I saying? Desive here, as Recon locking in the Hades here. His opponent today is going in with the Chronos. We just had an insane game of Daut versus Sparx, watching Chronos dominate an Isis. So we'll see if this is just Atlantean being really, really strong now, or if there's something else going on. But we'll see how it's all going to go. Recon is one of the highest seeds in this Age Mythology tournament. He is expected to go far, but I just want to catch one game of every one of these top seeds before we start watching some other games here. So for everyone hanging out, wanting to watch someone else, don't worry. We're not going to be just watching just these top seed players here. We're going to check them out, see how they're feeling in the stress of this tournament. It's not an easy thing in the slightest to be playing a qualification tournament because you're playing a lot of different games. You're going to get tired. It's going to be a tough one. We'll see how things are going to go. We've got a temple already coming up here for Recon. Going to be a relatively quick advance time, I'm sure, here. Deceive right now on the other side. He's already got a couple of villagers on the gold. He's trying to get a temple up as fast as he can. It looks like to me he's going for one more villager and an advance here, which he should be able to do, as the villagers will finish up the rest of that gold. Temple going to be coming down. Mana will be boosting this one, so a temple in 10 seconds. Excuse me. Wow. It's very, very quick. As... I mean, what is it going to be? A 3:30 advance time here for Desive, but also it's going to probably be around a 3:30 advance, or maybe a 3:45, depending on what Recon wants to do here. It doesn't have a house down just yet, so it is going to be a 3:30 here. So both players looking to advance here, as Dezive a little bit short on that food. He needed to take those villagers off of gold and maybe eat a pig here after that temple was finished to get that clean advance time. But Recon, he's going to be in the second age. He should be well and truly very, very safe here in this game. He should not have too many worries about the early Prometheans, as we do see over here. An Oracle has been spotted. You can actually use the Katoskopos to harass the Oracles and prevent a forward temple from coming in. But Dezive here, he's not actually going for any sort of forward temple at the moment. He's not going for any sort of forward temple here. So we'll see how everything's going to go. Villagers have finished up on that hunt. They're going to just be pulling back, eating chickens. He could go for an early husbandry here if he really wants to, but Recon just going to be taking it nice and slow. So he is playing Hades. Hades is the defensive god to be keeping an eye out for. He's got access to this Sentinels upgrade, which is very, very strong to keep his base really, really nice and protected. He did get hit with a nerf though, so I am a little bit surprised to see Recon still going with the Hades. But Hades is always going to be one of those gods to look out for, especially with that late game kind of ability, as the Oracle going to get pulled back home. Valor does get dropped down onto that one to keep the Oracle alive. And the Oracle hero is going to be grabbing Bow of Artemis. Going to be reducing those ranged soldiers' damage down as the Prometheans coming through. Recon is paying very, very big attention to this one, as one Promethean gets taken out and another one is going to be going down very, very quickly here. But the Ajax, the Ajax is getting taken out pretty quickly himself here as the Citizen retreats back. Does have another Valor here if he needs to keep a Citizen alive or anything else. Still don't see Dezive getting himself... Dezive? You're not seeing Dezive getting himself out any sort of Murmillo at this point either. But he doesn't have any food. Where is his food gone? All of the citizens are idle, just caused by a very small amount of units here for Recon. What's Recon doing behind this? He's getting himself a stable out, and he's going to be going for those Hippias to move forward, as the Ajax looks like it's going to clean up one final Promethean offspring there before making a break back home. So a little bit of a break here in this game, and we can take a look at the rest of these upgrades. Sharon's Obel. This one's really good. An extra 25 food when you lose a villager. Hello. Definitely worth grabbing that one. Blanket of Empress Zoe over here as well. Getting vulnerability to crush attacks. And for buildings, as well as a relic over here, which... that's the relic he's picked up. Okay, no worries. That's all the relics. Feels good. So following this up, you got to be asking yourself, what's next now for Recon? Recon's dealt a little bit of damage onto Dezive. Dezive? Has dealt a little of damage onto Dezive. I'm going to call him Dezive. So what he needs to do behind this now is go, all right, where to next? As the Minotaur going to be bashing those Murmillo away here, and he's looking for a town center. This is incredibly greedy, though. I don't think he got that much damage in, as the villagers are going to be turning around, shanking to push Dezive back here. Minotaur comes in, is back up to like full HP. There is an ability to use Valor here. You're going to be able to chase that Minotaur down for the time being. Ajax and Hippias going to be going after this one, as the town center is desperately going to be getting thrown up here. And Recon trying to micro here to kill off that hero Murmillo, the town center, at 15 seconds until it's going to be completed. Villagers coming through here to start shanking down. Recon is under a lot of pressure. He gets Dezive gets one villager kill here. Town center is almost up. 9 seconds remaining on this one, as the Hippias are going to be getting taken down. We do see the Murmillo hero does get converted there, as the Term are going to be turning around to try and finish off that Hippias there. But town center is up. Recon... That was a greedy town center, to say the very least. But unfortunately for Dezive, he was not able to get any enough villager kills in. Recon, he gets his town center. He's got the sentinels up over there. He secures this food on the back of his base. He's got to be breathing a little bit of a sigh of a relief here that he gets it up, as we also see watchtowers are up in the main base here to boot. And there's not going to be any pressure here that Dezive can do, but... Town center watchtowers sentinels used? Dezive can just grab himself town centers now, and he's getting the resources to do so. He's got the gold coming in. He can drop the town center. He just needs to be time shifting those manners over here a little bit earlier. And he'll be in a really, really good spot now because Recon, he's going to be stuck inside of his base for quite some time now. This is how Atlantean works. They put pressure on you, they keep you locked in, and then they get their town centers, they get their economy, and they go for that next sort of timing to get a win in this game. If we take a look, the map is Elysium here, and this map, the hard part is securing gold mines because all the gold mines are going to be forward. So you've got to secure these in some way, shape, or form. And in this map here, we see no great gold mines for Recon if we're being completely honest. This gold mine kind of close to his main base, but there's nothing around it to help him defend it. So Dezeev, he's got to be thinking, all right, how can I get a gold staff in this game? That's the way to go. So second town center, obviously going to be coming through, going to be finishing up. That's going to be a big, big help. And potentially just go heroic age after this. Make the C tier, make the units, and push forward. That's got to be a great idea, as we do see one Oracle getting sniped down. Nice raids. They are going to be starting through here for Recon. Those Hippias are very, very strong here, going after everything, as we do see a Pegasus going to be checking out that back food. We'll be seeing those citizens over there, and I'm sure Recon, he's going to be noticing that as he's pushing forward. A little cheeky walls coming up on this side here just to prevent the units from coming in. There are also some monkeys in defense, as well as a Catapulti and a Murmillo here, so not bad in the slightest here, as the Hippie is going to say, all right, can't get any raids, going to be retreating back. The units here for Dezeev coming through here as well in an attempt to block that that sort of a raid as well, as Recon's units are going to be getting taken down. And we'll see how it all ends up shaping up here as the Hippias in the main base. We've got some nothing really popping out here for Recon at the moment. I think he's going to feel fairly comfortable now to go Heroic Age himself. It's probably the right call. He's getting himself out Vaults of Erebus, going Heroic Age, getting access to Aphrodite Curse before he needs to go onto that second gold mine. Going to be a great idea. We are seeing farms getting thrown down as well. You know how I feel about farms. I understand why players do these occasion to build up. It's because they're trying to get as much food onto these pigs as they possibly can. But I'm much more of a player that prefers to have food now rather than total food later. I can build those farms up when all the food is gone, but I need that food now. So it is what it is, but he's going to be going for that sort of a tactic or that kind of a style, and I love it because it's very, very strong as well. So long as you're making a decision to do something, that's generally very, very good. As Dezeev putting some pressure in onto this tower, he's probably going to be able to take it out, but we'll see how it's all going to go. He's trying to catch Recon out here, and he kind of is. He's getting a little bit of value, but Aphrodite is now queued up. Toxotes are getting created, and Dezeev, at this moment, he's got to be thinking about, well, what could Recon be doing? And how good is this wall here? The houses blocking the forest of this choke point here. This wall, a retreat path for the villagers. Really, really smart here for Recon, as the army just going to be saying, all right, let's just kill off the temple. The tower will be getting some damage done here if you take a look at the actual unit that it's attacking. I think it's killing off this Murmillo there, but Prometheus coming in clutch there with that Valor, getting that one back up to full HP. He could start walking back and forth to dodge that as the relic does pop out there, and we see the Terma going to sneak through and steal that one away from Recon. Dezeev, he's playing it nicely. We'll see if he can convert here, but unfortunately for Dezeev, he has not thought about this well enough, and not only that, look at how sneaky Recon is being here. Gold mine over here, why not? Gold mine over here, why not? But Recon, he's got the temple up on the back. I feel like he wants to be going for Nemean Lions here, but he's only got one villager on favor. So we'll have to wait and see what his actual plan is. But we're also seeing Hyperion coming through for Dezeev. So not a bad position in the slightest here, but Recon knows all he's got to do is play a slow, boomy game, and he should be okay here. But, I mean, this is... I don't actually know if that's even the case. Because here's the thing. Cronus is late game. with Atlas, with those destroyers, it's still scary. I want to see a late game here. Kronos versus Hades. This could be absolutely huge, as the town center on the front is going to be coming up here. And Deceive, 3-2 town centers. What is happening here for Recon? Recon's got his Tigerboss over here. His Pegasus just hanging out on this position, trying to just scout everything going on. He doesn't know the town center's coming up, as Heroic Gauge is in for both players. And this is a little bit of a tense moment here, as what is Recon spending his resources on? Fortress coming up. It looks to me like Recon is trying to go for a pretty quick Mythic Age behind all of this. But the thing is, you are playing against Kronos, and a Fortress isn't really enough to defend your position, because that can get deconstructed at any moment. So the big question is, what is Deceive going to do? Because he could throw up a Palace or two, make Destroyers, make Arcus, make Contarius, and make it happen. Look at this. Artemis is queued up. So Recon has made his intentions crystal clear here in this game. He's still producing some units, and some upgrades, but he wants that Mythic Age, and he wants it now. So we'll see how it's going to be going here in this game, as Deceive 3 town centers. He's got all the units he needs to put pressure on. He absolutely needs to put pressure on, as the units are going to be slowly but surely moving across the map. Recon hanging out on this position here with his own Nemean Lions. I mean, he is spending his resources. So while he does want Artemis, he wants Artemis as soon as he possibly can. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it anytime soon. He's also got heavy range soldiers and heavy infantry queued up, as the army is going to be pushing through here. Deconstruction onto that fortress will be coming in. And look at the back here, though. This is exactly what Recon is wanting, but Chaos getting dropped down. We also see Curse getting dropped down. The villagers are going to be retreating out of that position there, as the army of Recon needs to pull back here. Deceive is getting some good trades here with those big, powerful Atlantean units. Another fortress coming down on this position over here as well. Lots of pigs there for Deceive to send back home if he so chooses. Recon lives. He's still living here. He's still got a lot of very strong units in the tank here with his turtley playstyle. But the thing is, Deceive is on 3 town centers. He's at max villages now. He's getting himself fortified town centers as well. The units here for Deceive are coming up to the left side of the map. He knows there's a gold mine over here. What else is going on? There is a fortress. So he's going to have to take that one out, or wait for the 2 minutes remaining for that deconstruction to come back up on this position here. As the army coming in, going to be attempting to take down the wall here. Villagers retreating back. Fortress coming up as well, as the villagers, they're going to have to continue to move forward and back and forward and back. But the longer this goes on, the closer Recon is going to be getting to his Mythic Age. And if we take a look at the Economic Guild here, it really does not have that many upgrades in the slightest in this game. In fact, Deceive really doesn't have that many units at all, or much economy at all here, as the fight is going to be ensuing. Who will win this one is going to be a big question mark. Those Satyr in the back are doing tons of damage, but the Contarius are kind of facing up against Hoplites, which is not the best thing to do, as Recon says, all right, time to pull back. Does not think he wins that fight there, as he pulls back into his main base. Deceive, he hasn't won the fight just yet, but Recon spent 2,000 resources on the Mythic Age. So that's where all of he could have spent 2,000 resources on army there and probably won that fight, but he wants that Mythic Age, and he wants to be able to push out of his base and find some sort of advantage here. Whereas Deceive, he's taking his time. He could buy some food if he wants to jump to the Mythic Age right now, but he doesn't have any farms up either. So he's just eating the food around the map. I love this. This is why he's in such a good spot right now. No need to build farms. Just put everyone onto other resources, and you're going to be completely fine. Look at the wood and gold. He's got so many villages on wood and gold, and we do indeed see, what is this? Atlas? Atlas is coming in. Arcus on mass here as well, as the villagers getting targeted down. The army here for Deceive, he might be making a critical mistake here as he's pulling away from that fortress there, but the army of Recon is coming in to trap these units here. Recon's got defender's advantage. He's got the army spread out nicely. The Satyr are going to be attempting to come through, getting as much value as they possibly can, but the Nemean Lion stun coming in, making all of those units useless for a few seconds there. And it looks like Dezeev has made a really, really big misstep. That's what Recon was waiting for. He comes in, he cleans up all the Sage here on the back here. And look, but here's the thing. Dezeev is making a big tech switch into mass Arcus right now in an effort to try and win this game. How are his armory upgrades looking? He's got decent upgrades. He's got that ballistics upgrade, which is really, really going to help out those Arcus. And he's going to be pumping out these bad boys as best as he possibly can here. As the Hades Shade's going to be getting taken down. Toxotes pushing forward here. And Dezeev, he's got to micro this one a little bit. He's still got a lot of resources in the bank. He's not spending them. We're starting to see Peltats coming through. Recon is always going to be looking at those enemy units and saying, what are you building? Let me counter them. As the Mythic Age is well and truly in here for our main man, Recon. And he is sending that Chiron straight to this town center. This is not the town center that is going to the Mythic Age, though. So Dezeev is completely fine. He's not going to be losing out on that one, but he will be losing out on the town center. And Dezeev is going to have to rebuild that one back up. But he does manage to hold in this game. He's got the population advantage. He's got the army advantage. And he's now in the Mythic Age. And this Mythic Age is going to be able to clean up a lot of Recon's stuff here. As we see the Dezeev destroyers going for this town center. He's pushed off of this gold mine. And he sees the gold villagers down the bottom here as well. He's going to be going straight for them as Implode getting dropped down. Recon going to attempt to retreat away from this position. But I think he's going to be losing a lot of army nonetheless as they try to pull away. He does get a couple of units out of that Implode there, but that's still going to be a huge amount of damage nonetheless. The Oracle over here is also spotting those villagers on this gold mine here as the army gets completely annihilated. 200 population to 150 population here as Dezeev is in a fantastic position trying to take out the Perseus, take out the Ajax and everything else. The really, really strong though Hades units are going to be pushing back. Where are the remainder of those Arcus of Dezeev? Great shoot and scoot micro right now from Dezeev here as well, pulling these units out. We're seeing Contarians come through as well. You definitely need those to be taken out, those Peltats. Otherwise, your Arcus are going to be in for a tough time. We see some Chimera coming through as well here for Recon in an attempt to make something happen in this game as Recon's villagers, they are getting taken down. There are still those hero Arcus. Only 3 of them there, though, at the moment as those Pelters. Look at that one volley coming through to kill those off. But the Argus are coming in here to get a huge amount of damage done. Can he get those splash damage done onto the champion Peltas here using that special ability? You've got to retreat away from it. As he does. Wait, no, he's getting pulled in. He's getting pulled in. The damage comes in and the Peltas get owned there. They get a huge amount of damage onto Loud. Huge blunder there from Recon. But Dezeev, he is fumbling this position. He is now down to 130 population here as the units are going to be pulling back in underneath the palace. Recon's still going to take this one nice and easy. But here's the thing. He doesn't have any siege just yet. So Dezeev can get his army back out. I want to see palaces. I want to see destroyers. I want to see Arcus. I want to see Titan Shield coming through here for Dezeev very, very quickly. We'll see if it's going to happen as the army going to be swinging around onto this position here for Recon. He's at 190 of 190 population. I'd love to see like a palace up on this town center as well. Just keep Recon 2 town centers, whatever you can do. As the Oracle here, wait, he's just leaving it. He's not going to kill it. Oh, never mind. He's got boiling oil, so it does get taken out there. But this is a close game as we do see the Contarians coming up here, checking out the town, the gold mine. But while this is going on, Town Center is on the way. This is another position here that Recon really shouldn't be able to get up just yet. Where is he sending his army? It's moving back over into this position as well. As we see the Contarians coming through, going to be going for some raids underneath the Town Center here. Recon will just be garrisoning those villages, you have to assume. But losing losing one villager is nice and a little bit of idle time. But while this goes on, Town Center is now up for Recon. And he's going to be hitting that 215 population very, very shortly as we see Dezeev right now. He's got only 2 palace, which that's not enough. You need like 5 palaces to pump out those destroyers, to tank everything. We see those Chimera coming through. He's also going to be needing a ton of favor income as well as the units push forward over here to push some villagers off of the gold. But the gold is gone. And the army of Recon going to be coming back in here to try and get some more value done, especially with that special attack here. Does he have any? No, he doesn't have it up just yet, as the Argus will be getting taken down in this position. And can Deceive even win these fights here? Armory upgrade-wise, he's got full bronze. Toxo, the Greek army is a little bit behind on the upgrades in this game, but I'm not sure it's going to be mattering considering the numbers differential here. 6k resource value here for Recon as he is able to push right through Deceive's army yet again as it absolutely melts here. And Recon is going to be on the warpath straight away. We see Pegasus checking this one out over here. Villagers grabbing a gold mine over there as he's going to get over onto that position. Potentially even can drop a fortress and start making some of those gazzers out. That is a technical term for those of you guys who don't know. Just cannot pronounce them to save my life. So they're Gary Gazzers, you know? As Recon here is getting in underneath Deceive's main base for the time being, or main forward base here for the time being, but he still does not have that siege just yet. He does have some fortresses, so he can build Heliopolis or Petropoli, or you can get some more hoplites out to break some things in, or even get some of those gases as well to take down some of the palaces and buildings with that burning pitch as well. As the villagers get to come in, they say, all right, let's start shanking down this palace, because why not? Meanwhile, in this position, Hoplight's going for a little cheeky raid onto Deceive's gold position here. Deceive has got 14 villagers on gold at the moment. He's about to get pushed off of that one. This gold mine is almost going to be expiring here. This is looking very, very dangerous for Deceive in this game. He's still refusing to build those destroyers here. They are so good against Peltast, because they just tank them up for days. It makes your opponent have to micro really, really hard. The Peltast do have 22 range, but you can just pull your Arcus back away from them when they start targeting down, and then the destroyers can get a huge amount of damage done onto them. They've only got 91 HP, 24% hack armor, so even though the destroyers don't do that much hack damage, they will be able to kill them off relatively quickly. As the army of Recon looking to try and push in and take down this position here. We'll see how it's going to go. Villagers here are going to get taken down very quickly. We've also got the Chimera Tyrants coming in. They do so much damage with that special ability there. And Recon has just got so many units as well. Hoplites coming through onto this position. We see a storehouse grabbing that gold mine over there. Gold control is everything in Age of Mythology. You really, really need to be getting on top of it. The palace is just not going to be that much of a defense here. And in that moment there, Deceive fights valiantly, but Recon manages to snatch the victory here in this game. This was just the first game of this series, ladies and gentlemen. What an insane game here. I mean, Recon's got to be feeling a little bit mortal right now in this tournament, because he got very close to losing this game. Deceive playing just a little bit more quick in this one to push off of gold. He had this game in the palm of his hands. He just could not quite convert. What an insane game. I don't even know what to say. All right, let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to move on to a different series. We're not going to follow this one, follow everyone through this at the moment. We're trying to find as many different games as we can. That was the second game? Okay, that was the second game, apparently. I don't know anything. Okay, so let's see who else we can watch. Kimo versus Tommy. Let's refresh this. This is a little bit out here. Okay, so we got... Who we got? Magic is about to play. Grass versus Benny. Count versus Illuminati. Tigerboss. Redo versus Super FM. It's going to be a really good game. Player versus Mariano. Eric versus Arim. Let's work. Let's leave Daut. We've already watched enough of Daut. I do want to watch a Magic game, but I'm watching this Eric Bauerim game, and I'm very interested. Oh, Beastie's out? Oh, no! Oh, that's so disappointing. All right, let's watch Zook play. Is Rapple playing? I don't see Rapple here. Rapple's not here yet. Unless he's in it. Wait. Yeah, there's no Rapple currently playing. Oh, Mosca beat him. Okay, well, that's not really a surprise there. Mosca's an insane game. Let's watch this one. Oh, Rapple's by EGC TV. I should probably have that stream open so I'm not covering their games. Let me have a quick look at the bracket here and just see, is this game number 1, game number 2? What exactly is happening here? Give me a hot second. Okay, it's 1-0 for Eric in this one. Let's change that. Wait, the game's frozen. All right, we're not watching this game. Never mind. We're not watching this game. I take it all back. You could watch Destructor. We already watched the Destructor game though. Maybe we should watch. I mean, this is an. Oh, here we go. We'll watch Player versus Mariano because this is an incredibly high level game. Can you watch the Beastie replay? Maybe tell us what he. Unfortunately, I don't know what's happening with replays. We'll catch a Rapple game at some point. I promise you guys. I promise you guys. Another game, another you, another me, another player right now spawning in the blue color, playing as Odin. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Zeus. His name is Mariano. The map is Savannah. And this is a very exciting time to be alive because we are well and truly on our way in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. I don't know if this is... Wait, I think where it might be in round of 64, right? Round 3 at this stage. That's making some sense to me. It might be round 2, but I don't think so. Hang on, let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look. All right, so... Wait, I want to know. I want to know before we go any further. Okay, so this is round 3. This is game number 1 of these guys going in. So, player, for those of you guys who don't know, this guy is one of the best Greek players from Legacy. He's also one of the best team game players to ever played in Age of Mythology. Coming into Retold, I'm really excited to see how he's going to adapt and what he's going to be able to do here. I know these guys have been training really, really hard for this tournament. His opponent, though, is no slouch. This is Mariano. If you actually go onto the Legacy leaderboard, Mariano is ranked number 1 on the ladder. So, just to put it lightly, these two players are absolutely insane in this game. So, we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to shape up, but we are seeing Odin as the god of choice here for player, which is a little bit surprising. Zeus is the god of choice here for Mariano. I imagine there was probably... I don't know what the bands are all like in this... unless I click on it. Let's have a quick look. Can I click on it to see? No. It's not going to tell me. So I don't know what the bands are. I don't know what the situation is. But what this is telling me is Mariano's happy to play Zeus in this tournament because he thinks that the Zeus nerfs weren't enough. And player is saying, man, Norse just really, really obscenely strong. Odin, all of the good stuff. Odin did get hit with a small nerf before this tournament as well. But we'll have to wait and see if it's actually going to have any influence on this game, because a lot of the time Odin is going to be going through Skadi. Njord with where the nerf was placed. And we'll have to wait and see. All right, popping down over here, watching the build orders, we are seeing Athena coming through. So Mariano doesn't actually even care that those Minotaurs were hit with that nerf. They got, basically they cost 40 more resources. 40 more resources is quite a bit. It's quite a bit of resources for a Minotaur. As we see Freya coming through here for our main man, Mariano. Oh, sorry, for player. This is going to confuse me so badly. Player's name is written backwards here, just to... Rapl. It's a good name. But let's tell you a little bit about this matchup here. Odin, very, very fun god to play. he's got a fairly interesting, unique ability in that his units, they regen. They've got every single one of his military units or his human units, they've got regen attached to them. So if you go in and get a raid and he gets pushed back, it's not going to do all too much. Whereas Zeus, well, what Zeus does, Zeus gets an increased favor gather rate as one of his unique bonuses, which is really, really big. You can get yourself a lot of myth units out with it. Plus his myth units are costing 1 less population. So that's another big bonus there as well. As you see, a military academy and an archery range. This is going to be a very, very fun classical age here for these guys. We see double great halls getting placed down here for player. And player has been the guy who has been on the aggressive with Athena a lot more than you'd actually be thinking while he's going with the Odin in this matchup. So he's going to be very, very used to the other side of this matchup, which sometimes is a gigantic edge in terms of game knowledge, because you just know the matchup, you know the ins and outs of the matchup, you know how you've lost games. Every single game you've played, you know how you lost it. So you're going to know that you can apply that sort of pressure to find those wins against your opponent. So we'll see how things are going to be going here. He's got those Herser out, just defending his base. Mariano is playing very, very cautiously to kick this game off. Little cheeky wall down the bottom already. That's wild. It doesn't even protect anything on this bottom side, but he's going to be throwing it down nonetheless. We see the Jason coming in to pick up the relic over here. We do have Hecate's Torch, which is going to be making God Powers cheaper by 10%. That's not a small amount of reduction there on God Power. So I wouldn't be surprised to see multiple restorations, multiple bronzes, multiple plenty vaults, or anything else in this game. Lightning storms even. Lots of different options here. As Mariano going to be poking his head in. I don't think it would be a bad idea. Not Mariano. Player going to be poking his head in. As the forest fire goes down, I'm getting confused by the players because this thing here, I want to flip this. I don't know why. It's kind of fun. Anyways, forest fire onto this position. I was going to say, I like this forest fire because what it does is it opens up the base of Mariano, who's going to be putting some walls down now to try and defend himself. But more importantly, it moves those villagers to a location far away from his gold villagers. So you can actually raid 2 different spots and get some advantage there. As the raiding cavalry are going to be sneaking through, going after these villagers here. This villager here's got Alt S at the moment. We'll get into the tower. Nice awareness there as the raiding cavalry coming in onto the other side of the map there, as Mariano's still playing very, very defensively. This wall is up. Mariano will be able to pull his villager back home, as the raiding cavalry will take that position out very, very quickly. If we take a quick look over to the perspective of player here, he's got ravens in the center of the map, just checking everything out. I wouldn't mind seeing a raven over here and a raven over here, just to make sure he sees every single angle at which Mariano can move here, as we're starting to see villagers jumping onto favor. Now, this is something we were seeing quite a bit in the ladder before any of the nerfs, and that was get your favor in and get yourself some Minotaurs, because they are very good in this matchup. And now, just being a little bit more expensive, you're going to get less of them, but you're still going to be able to be making them out. Look, 180 gold, 15 favor. There's still going to be a problem here for player. They didn't get nerfed in any of the stats. You're just getting... no stats were nerfed, just cost. As player, he's massed up quite a hefty amount of raiding cavalry, but realistically here, Mariano's defended. He's defended in a really, really big way. And the big thing now for Mariano is he's going to get this ball of units, and his plan is a 8 to 9 minute, or probably a 9 to 10 minute attack onto player, as he does spot some raiding cavalry coming in onto this position over here. The villagers need to be careful, as we do see them getting pulled back here away. Nice micro there from Mariano to ensure that those don't get taken down as the walls are up. I love this play here from Mariano. So defensive, and player here is just trying to get value, but he's not getting any here, as we're about to see Labyrinth of Aminos also coming through here. But take a look at this here for player. He says, I know I don't have the resources just yet, but I'm declaring my intentions, as now he's going to be able to get that Skadi in. And Skadi gives Frost Giants, gives Goaty and gives a defense against those Minotaurs. But there's 75 seconds now, which Mariano can use to push across the map and try and win the game in this moment here. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be able to do that as player retreating back. He's got to have some sort of an inkling of what Mariano's doing here. He's got to have some sort of an inkling here as more Minotaurs coming through. The big problem is once you get Scardy out, the game isn't over. Mariano just has to apply pressure as best as he possibly can, especially to the gold mines and everything else. There's no real opportunity here for Mariano, having spent all of these resources, to go to the heroic age himself. He just needs to move forward, and he just needs to get some kills, as we are seeing the dwarves now moving over onto this gold mine. If we take a look at the Katoskopos over, or not the Katoskopos, the Pegasus over here, sees this gold mine, but not much else. Is the army going to be pulling out here? The Ravens will be spotting this. And the only question is, did player notice it or not? As the Heracles comes through, cleans up the Raven on that spot. Villager's going to be attempting to repair the wooden... Wow! That repair rate is insane. He can't even break through here. Walls are broken. What can I say? Walls are absolutely broken, as the villagers will be retreating back into the main base over here. A villager's going to be getting onto all of those chickens, as well as the army coming through for Mariano. And player's got to be feeling a little bit scared right now. He knows his gold mine is in the perfect position for him, as far away from the army as it possibly could have been. But he might just have to hit... He might have to hit Frost here. I don't think he should be taking this fight just yet. Yes, he has to hit Frost, which is exactly what Mariano wants. Now, Mariano will be having a big restoration after the fact here. This is huge. We are seeing Goaty getting produced, throwing Axeman coming out as well. One Minotaur does end up getting taken down because it was frozen before the fight even commenced. As we see some walls coming up, but here's the thing. Mariano's not retreating. More Minotaur are going to be moving in here as the hoplites coming through to kind of try and get some more value as well. The wall's going to get taken out. Restoration is still in. Favor is still coming through. Mariano is still pumping units left, right, and center. We see a Frost Giant coming in as well to help out. How many heroes are in here? We've got only 5 heroes out for player. And if we take a quick look at Mariano at the moment, he's got 4 Minotaur. Frost Giant coming through to help out. Will be freezing one of those Minotaurs. Army differential in terms of resources is significantly in favor of Mariano here. And now player recognizes he's got to pull back. He's going to be pulling underneath this town center. There's no watchtowers in at the moment, but he can dart in and out of his own town center as the army of Mariano does not care. I don't think he should be going for the fight underneath the town center when he can just go and kill off villagers onto golds here. But player's under a lot of pressure right now. He's even missing training cycles here. Lots of resources in the bank. Needs to be making more goaties, more units out as fast as he can. And now the units here for Mariano. They're going to be checking out this gold mine. And we do see player actively, preemptively pulling off of that gold because he knows that stuff is coming this way. And those dwarves sneak away. Looks like Mariano misses it, as the villagers are now onto this gold mine. Really great play there from player, as he's still going to try and get... He just needs a whole bunch more goatee. If he can get like 10 goatee out, now we can kill those Minotaur off very quickly. But before that, life's going to be challenging, as we do have more Frost Giants coming in. Do we have any sort of pickaxe shenanigans in here? No. And the other thing here is now... Player can do this dart back and forth from this gold mine. That's exactly what he's going to be doing. He can retreat away from this gold mine now, no problems, and just slowly get himself into a position where he can actually hold here. But it looks like he wants to take this fight. Villagers will be retreating away, and those Minotaur will be able to get in and get a little bit of damage here. Player overstays just that little bit too long. The villagers are going to be getting taken down there, as well as they kind of get stuck idle there as the units do turn around. Goaty needs to be targeting down those Minotaur, as he does manage to get those taken out. Raiding Cavalry have snuck through onto the Toxotes over there, as the Minotaurs need to be targeting down those medium raiders as best as they can. Does manage to do so. As the Minotaur gets cleaned up over there, those Frost Giants will be getting some good damage done. The Throwing Axeman going to be able to take out those hoplites to boot. But the army value of Mariano in this game is still very high here. But Mariano going to be opting into retreating away. The dwarves are back onto this gold mine for the time being. Hoplite not over there. A bit of a blunder there from Mariano. Definitely needs to be getting as much of that damage done as he possibly can and preventing those that gold from getting grabbed. I love this wall right here, blocking any sort of chasing path or anything like that. But even if player manages to stabilize here, which maybe he can, maybe he can't, even if he does, you've still got to worry about Mariano going Heroic Age. Mariano having a second restoration for only 72 favor in this game. Mariano going Mythic Age at some point through Hera and getting to that late game's Greek. There's a lot of problems here for player to have to overcome here. I really want to see player getting a little bit more active with like 1 or 2 raiding cavalry, hitting those villages over there, hitting villagers over there. That's the advantage of Norse, as we see the dwarves coming over, shanking down that hoplite. Mariano is very, very aware at the moment, and now the raiding cavalry are going to be leaving. These dwarves can retreat back as the villagers here can be getting chased away. Where are the dwarves going is the big question, as the hoplites will be spotting this. A little bit of an unfortunate little sneak there from player. Big blunder, but while this is going on, villagers will be getting killed off over here. So while Mariano gets some villager kills, player will also be getting some villager kills. So it's not the biggest of problems here, but player went for a big sneaky business move though. He gets punished for it. He's going to lose every one of those dwarves there. Villager differential is very much in favor of Mariano, but more villagers will be getting targeted down. These raiding cavalry, it's in their name. They can take those villagers out very, very quickly and easily, as the army of Mariano still trying to find its way in this game to cutting gold, but there's just gold mines everywhere on the map as the raiding cavalry now going after these villagers over here, trying to equalize on the villager count. He gets a huge amount of value. Those villagers don't even turn around and fight, even though he's got a couple of hoplites here, as we're also going to see the Toxotes getting taken down. And this is even more favor as well over to player in this game as well, as the Toxotes take out the raiding cavalry. The storehouse going to get cleaned up there as the units over here will be retreating back. The villagers will have to pull off of this gold mine right now, as we do have the units turning in and taking this fight, but those raiding cavalry are too far away. Players should not be taking this one, as we see another secondary restoration coming through here for Mariano. All of those units back up to full HP. The raiding cavalry coming in, but there's only 5 of them, as Mariano has claimed this position in a big way. He's now in front by 2,000 resources in this game. An absolutely insane position for him to be in, and we're now seeing Dionysus coming through. So this isn't just a huge army here at full HP. It's about to be a huge army at full HP with bronze and potentially also Hydra. And you know what they say, we can't siege this position until we've got heavy myth units from Zeus or Siege to wipe them out. And that's what's going to be coming very, very shortly here, as Mariano pushes in and player says he is too far behind and taps out. Mariano gets the first win in this series. It's still best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, but that was an insane game right there from Mariano here. Really, really well played. I don't know what else to say. That was just a solid game here. Showing off those Minotaur. That nerf definitely slowed him down, but player just could not get himself into a position where he could take a good fight here in this game. He needed those Goaty out much faster. He needed to not take a fight earlier. He needed to not use that frost until after the restoration was clicked. And he just did not make the right calls here in this game to find the win. And Mariano takes it, but there could still be another game to come. Anyways, reminder to everyone, if you're new here, make sure you hit that follow button. There's going to be so much more Age of Mythology over this weekend to be watching. I need to take a quick break, go to the bathroom. I will be right back. So don't you go nowhere. See you very, very shortly. All right, guys, let's continue along. I really want to watch. Okay, what a jeepers. These guys are. Oh no, never mind. I think we have to hit refresh. I really want to see a Recon versus Wham. Are you kidding me? Soup versus Nakamura. I want to see a Mista game, but I don't think we're gonna. Do we want to? I think EGC is. Let me just double check. I think EGC is doing the Recon Wham game. Am I wrong about that?
Incredible. I've talked to both of them about this, and
so I'm not gonna cover that one. You can watch it over at EGC TV. All right. We can watch Ganji versus Matrius. I want to watch a Matrius game. Let's go. Let's go. What is going on, everyone? My name is Boit, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. Spawning in the blue color, playing as Zeus. His name is Ganji. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Loki. His name is Matrius. Guys, this is Red Bull Wololo. This is the biggest Age of Mythology event that we've had in 20 years. What a time to be alive. Let's jump into it, guys. Matrius playing as Loki here. One of Loki's big bonuses is that he can spawn myth units for free. Now, it's not random. Well, it is kind of random, but it's not exactly random. It's based on damage dealt. So, what actually happens is, when you hit the classical age, behind the scenes, based on your age and the myth units that Norse can have in that age, a random myth unit gets selected to be the next myth unit that will spawn. So if you're in the classical age, you could get Valkyrie, you could get Trolls, you could get Einherjar or Draugr, right? And then once the Loki player deals enough damage to get the favor in, that myth unit will spawn. And then a next myth unit will be randomly selected from the age you're in. So, very fun god here for Matrius. We'll see how it's going to go for him. Meanwhile, he is up against Zeus. We've seen a little bit of Zeus in this tournament thus far. One kind of almost tiny boost here to Zeus is that Zeus actually is getting 50% bonus damage on his infantry versus buildings. So his infantry units, if you have like 10 hoplites, that's kind of like having a siege weapon or two on a military, on a building. So it's very good. And we'll see how things are going to go. I don't really know a lot about Ganji, but we've got a great comment here from Enuhal. For those of you who don't know him, Ganji is an AoE 2 player, mostly known for his strong closed map play and amazing monk micro. So we'll see how that translates to retold here. As down on the bottom, we're starting to see temples coming up, ox carts coming through as well, and Matrius is going to have a good game of it. Let's have a quick look here. I just need to make sure that this game, this could be the second game of this series. I don't know. We're kind of jumping around and just getting as many different games as we possibly can get in today. So let's quickly just see what's happening here. Matrius is up 1-0. Okay, let's give Matrius a little cheeky point. Matrius is player 2. Bam. All right. So moving on, what are the strategies we're going to be seeing here? There's kind of two options for both players. You can see a really brutal, fast, heroic idea from Loki. We're not seeing that because we're going through 4 city here. Or you can go for a classical fight and make Hersa and try and fight it out. Zeus has got access to Hermes and Athena, and the playstyle is very different based on which ones you're going to be picking here. So we'll see what Ganji is going to be able to do with his centaur moving forward. But one thing here that I'm worried about is Loki has got access to free berserks. Free berserks. He can convert his villagers into free berserks. So we do see a quick Jason coming forward. Now, you don't want to do it until you're ready to really send it. But at some point, a villager Ragnarok, that's not a terrible idea. It's really, really not. As the Centaur going to be moving forward, going to be putting some pressure in over here. We do have the Jason coming in, going to be snapping up some of those villagers here as Matris. He's got to be a little bit more careful with those. He does have some berries on the back position here that he can grab, and being pushed off those chickens is not ideal, but the Hearse are going to come in. Great garrison micro there as he traps that. It's Jason just for a little bit. We've got the special attack coming through from the Centaur, but Matris has got access to a healing spring, so he should be completely fine here in this game. As we see another longhouse going down here as well for Matris. More units going to be popping out. Raiding Cavalry, Hearse, Throwing Axeman, Berserks. There's lots of different options here. As now Ganji has got himself his heroes out. In the main base, we're seeing double stable. So Ganji wants Hippias, Centaur in a matchup against Loki, who can basically just go mass Hearse against this composition and be in a decent position. Take a look at the stats here. Hearse are 143 HP, 8.8 damage, 20% hack. Hippocon are 150 HP, 10 hack, and 10 damage. So they've actually got a really similar amount of DPS and stats. Actually, maybe the Hearse have got a lot less hack damage. But anyways, they've got a very similar amount of stats here. So you can definitely get a lot of value out of making pure Hearse if your opponent's going to be going for this style. But Raiding Cavalry are also not a terrible unit to be using here either, as they are going to be able to chase down the Centaur as Matris is trying his best to get in front of that. But funnily enough, in doing that chase micro, you actually push the Raiding Cavalry away, and we are seeing a cheeky little Herdman coming in, gets one jab, and then Garrisons. Oh, you love to see it. You absolutely love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. That micro is what makes Matris one of the greatest to have ever done it in Asian mythology. As Ganji is going to be looking for any raids he possibly can get. He's going to be poking in right here, seeing what's in underneath this town center. The town center will get a little bit of damage done as the tower's going to get targeted down. Ganji needs to sneak around the bottom side here and hit these berries. That's where the villagers are for some sort of a fight there as Matris pushes forward, ducks back out again, and he's trying to take a good fight here, but he's just not able to do so just yet. Dropping that healing spring right next to his town center. There's not really a bad reason to put it outside here, but this is just going to be healing him up all around his main base here. If we take a quick look, it's pretty good. It's going to be healing up the majority of this position here, so no real problems there. As an armory going to be coming down, and Matrius might be wanting to get himself pierce armor or hack armor in order to start trying to win these fights. But while this is all going on, take a look at this. Medium cavalry is coming through. And we're just seeing Herdman. This is a great move here from Matrius. If we take a look over here to Ganji's perspective, he's now making some archery ranges to get some Toxotes out. But these Herdmen are going to be doing tons of damage as the Herdmen are going to start chasing down these Hippies. Look at how fast they are. 5.3 speed with that upgrade Hall of Thanes. They are very, very strong as the units do decide to turn around. Hearse are going to be chasing down the center as Ganji will have to retreat back here. Great micro from Matrius. This is going to be pushing through in an attempt to take out all of these Ganji units here. The Hearse might need to get chased down, but look at those Herdmen absolutely going to town on those Hippias, completely ruining them. He also retreats away from that arrow fire there as well perfectly as the Herdmen going to be taken down. The medium Hippias there. The Hearse are going after those Centaur to send them packing. Great play here from Matrius as the Heracles does end up getting taken down as well. An absolutely insane position right now for Matrius to be in. He's completely cleaned the army of Ganji. Ganji's Hippias Centaur composition just not working out for him. We do see some villagers over in this corner onto those zebra. Those are going to be a bit scary to be left out there. Surely Matrius is going to start scouting around. He's got a spy in the main base and he sees no villagers on the herdables. Obviously there are some there, but he doesn't really spot that. So he's got to be thinking, well, if they're not on the berries here, as he spotted it, then they've got to be somewhere else, as the raiding cavalry are going to be starting to scout around here for Matus in an effort to find something, and he's also going to be getting that town center. When you get an advantage in Age of Mythology, get more of an advantage. Use those resources that you got, get a town center, get an upgrade, get more units out. Do something. That's the secret in Age of Mythology. Just do something. As the Hippias will get taken out, the unit's going to be retreating back, getting themselves healed back up. Very, very nice usage of that healing spring. I love that. Very, 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 very good. Every little bit of HP is also resources in the bank, or not even in the bank, on the map there. So Matus now going to be still looking for some things to do. We do see the units kind of sitting out and just defending the food for the time being. Wall's going to be coming up to protect that position. We do see the villagers on that gold mine over there. I'm sure that Matus is going to be noticing that a cheeky Pegasus has moved past over there, as the raiding cavalry are going to be retreating back. And we do see that Ganji is now well aware that there is a second town center up for Matus, and he's going to have to start thinking about where to next in this game. As the raiding cavalry are going to be pulling back, we do see some units popping forward here for Matus. As the units coming in, going to be trying to sneak an attack onto this gold mine, but the dwarves, they're nowhere to be seen. Because that's how good Matus is, as he dodges back in to the hometown. So they're reading those units coming in beautifully. Raiding cavalry pushing it onto this position yet again, dodging out on a lot of that arrow fire there as he's taking out those Toxotes beautifully. We see the Hursa coming around. Those Centaur need to start retreating away. He loses one of them there as well, as the Toxotes trying to snipe down that Hursa. They do manage to do so nicely. And Matus going to have to retreat back away from that position now. He's still got the army advantage, but he still has to play it very, very smart here, as more units are going to be coming through for him. He's got a fantastic position. He's got a great gold mine over here, walled up. All his dwarves are going to be coming over there. We see the Pegasus scouting, and he's got monkeys over on that position as well. Really does not need to take this fight at the moment. But the big thing is now for our main man, Ganji, is he's now onto a second gold mine. He's now getting himself that second town center. But Matus can now push across the map and get a gold star if he's going to be noticing it. As the Hippias are going to be attempting to push through onto this position as well. We've got those Herdmen. They catch out beautifully. The Einari is absolutely huge as well, speeding those Herdmen up to an insane amount of speed. And Ganji throws away all of those Hippias there as well. Looking at the upgrades for these guys, you've got the Eyes in the Forest. You've got the Hall of Thanes. So many great upgrades here. One way to really take advantage of Eyes in the Forest is to just get one Berserk or one Herdman or one raiding cavalry to just start running around the map. And then you're going to be able to see a whole lot of the map just on just basically getting map hacks. But while this is all going on, we see Dionysus clicked up for Ganji, but more importantly, Bragi is clicked up for Matus. No Njord here for Matus is a little bit surprising, but what comes with Bragi is Swineray. Swineray and Call of Valhalla if he wants to go into some Berserks, but Swineray boosts those Herdmen through into the stratosphere in terms of damage. They become incredibly strong. Absolutely incredibly strong. As the army here for Ganji still, or the Centaurs, still looking for something to attack. Meanwhile, over on this position, the Centaur checking things out. But what is Matus going to be doing? Now, Matus he's not the average Loki player. He's a very smart Loki player. And oftentimes, he prefers to go Mythic Age before clicking that Flaming Weapons, getting himself Fire Giants, getting himself a Nidhogg, or clicking Fimbulwinter with the Flaming Weapons to get lots and lots of damage done. So we'll see what he's going to be forced to do as he's trying to get up a Ford Hill Fort on this position. He's still got very, very good amount of resources in the bank as the Centaur are going to be pushing back over here. The raiding cavalry needs to be pushing through to take out those Centaur. Not really going to be able to get a significant fight started just yet. But he gets the hill fort up, securing this gold mine. That's really, really good. Securing the top of this map is going to be huge as well. Getting some more walls up. You can see he's already walled up his entire base over here. This is what makes Matrius so good. This is something I talk about, is once you get all your houses down, you just keep building buildings. Never stop building buildings. And we see another great hall coming down. As Norse, this is so important. And not just buildings, but walls, towers, and everything else that comes through as well. Super, super good play. Super impressed right now with Matrius and how well he's able to control this map in this game. As the Centaur going to be getting a little bit of damage done here. Doxody's going to be pushing forward here as well, as Matrius might need to just retreat back. We see Great Hall Longhouse is still coming through. We've got that heavy raiding cavalry in, as units will be pulling back. But the pacifist coming in. That's a scary thing here. A very, very scary thing here for Matrius to deal with is the raiding cavalry going to be attempting to come around on the backside. We do see flaming weapons, bronze, getting clicked down onto this position as the raiding cavalry going to be getting through. Ceasefire comes in, not wanting to take that fight. It's a close fight in all honesty. It is a close fight in all honesty, but Ganji just wants to just take his time, doesn't want to take it just yet. And where to next here? For Matrius, he gets himself Swine Array. He's got a good amount of economy. What's happening on his villages at the moment? Let's take a look at the villages here. Plow, hand axe, pickaxe. Not really the best of upgrades, if I'm completely honest here. Ganji, on the other hand, is getting himself that irrigation upgrade. He's also not got the best of upgrades as well, but he's only just hit that heroic age. As we see more buildings getting thrown down for Matrius. He wants to spam out everything as best as he can. He's got 170 of 190 population right now, but a lot of that is just villages. But now he's got all the buildings. He's got himself 5 longhouses. He's got himself 5 great halls. It's not a bad idea to get himself levy here as well, as the army decides it wants to start trying to push through here. Einherry spawn here is going to be huge. Going to be blowing that horn, boosting the damage of these Loki units, and he's going to get even more myth unit spawns throughout this fight to boot here, as the population and the military resource value dropping here for Ganji, and Matrius is saying, this game is mine, as he pushes through with an incredibly strong army. Bolt being utilized onto that battle ball, but too little, too late, as Ganji taps out and Matrius walks away with a very solid 16-minute win here. Matrius, what a scary player. This is kind of the type of play that I almost expect from, like, I don't know how to say this, but kind of a player who is very, very comfortable in a game of Age of Mythology, because he gets all of his fundamentals are just insanely good. He gets all of his weaknesses sorted with walls, with hill forts. He gets the big advantage early, making those herdmans, and he just completely outclasses Ganji in this game. Ganji, he's got a handful of walls up. His base is completely open to be able to get taken out in whatever way that Matrius wants to choose here, and he just gets that dub. That was an insane game. That was so clean. I don't know what else to say, guys. Let's keep going. Let's keep going, hey. I don't know if we're going to watch another Matrius game. We'll try and find a whole bunch of different games here. Count versus Killuminati. Are they still going? Surely not. No. Let's watch a Magic game now. There's no Mista game. Or Count versus Killuminati. Okay, some people have been wanting to watch this one. Kimo versus Ground Monster? Is that one going? I don't see Kimo versus Ground Monster. Let me have a look. There is no Kimo versus Ground Monster, guys. Let's see. Magic? Magic or Count? Quickly, everyone spam whatever I see more of. Count or Killuminati? Magic. Magic. I'm seeing a lot more Magic. Okay, we're going to go with Magic. Oh, there is some Count, though. Okay, no, we're gonna go with Magic. Okay, I don't know who Dre Tech is though. Dre Tech's another AoE 2 player. Wonderful. I don't even know how to do this introduction. Spawning on the right side of the map in the blue color, playing as Set. His name is Dre Tech. His opponent today, is none other than the GOAT himself. I am Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Bull Wololo, road to El Reinado. This is the AOM edition. And we are watching one of the greatest players of all time in Magic in this auspicious of occasions. I do not believe there are any wins for anyone, so let me update that nice and quick here. We're also seeing Magic. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Magic's been pretty vocal about what he thinks the state of this game balance-wise is. I've seen his streams. I've seen the math. He believes Greeks, they're powerful. He believes Greeks are very, very strong. And he's going to be picking them. Draytech, on the other hand, he's going in with the Set. Now, Set is one of those gods that can punish anything. Any sort of defensive weakness, Set is incredibly good at pushing in and getting that value. So let's take a quick look at the map and let's talk about it. Because Magic's map here, he's got a back gold mine. He's got a talent center on that gold mine. He's got a gold mine over here as well. He's got to be happy about the map that he's getting in this game. Now, unfortunately, well, also he's got some hunt here as well. So grabbing the town center, sentinels here, that hunt and that gold mine behind. This is going to be a tough game right here for Draytech to get anything really going here. So, what's the plan here for Set? If I'm looking at this situation, I'm saying, I'm not letting you get that town center. If I see this gold mine, which Draytech does not, have a quick look at the map. He does not see this gold mine. He does not see it. So he doesn't know. But what... I need some water. Jeepers. But what I'm expecting here, if I'm playing as a Set player, I'm saying, I'm not letting a fast second town center go up here. I'm actually thinking about maybe going Tar here, of all things. Making some priests out. Making some units out. Getting some animals up to see if this town center goes up. And I'm going for some sort of a shifting sands denial of that town center if Magic is going to be going for it. But Magic, he's going up through Athena here. He's scouting around with that Tigerboss. Priest is converting a whole bunch of animals of Set in the center of the map here. And it looks to me like Magic is going for a classical fight here of some variety. He's got 5 villagers on food. Okay, now he's bringing villagers over onto gold. So what was the plan here? What did he spend the resources on? I don't even know. He's got himself 166 food. All the villagers over onto gold. Magic's got a little bit of wood in the bank. But did he get himself his... He didn't get himself Vaults of Erebus. I'm a little bit confused about what I'm watching here, but it is a very fast advance from Magic nonetheless. As his Ajax going to be wandering forward, he does get that Hecate's Torch. We've seen this relic before. Reduction in God Power recharge time is a really, really big deal. As the Ajax going to be wandering forward, and be starting to get some pressure onto Draytech here. Or Dratech? Dratech? I don't even know. As the Laborer is getting a little bit of spicy damage, we are seeing Anubis as the God of Choice here. And the question is really going to be where to next for Magic. Magic here is working on getting his Achilles out, putting the pressure on to Draytech. He pushes off of this one lone deer. And those villagers, I mean, that matters. That's a lot of idle time here as all those villagers are now going to be moving over onto the gold mine. And what Draytech needs to be worried about here in this game is Magic denying this town center. Because that's what he's going for. In the main base, he's got all these villagers on the gold mine. That's a lot of villagers there. It's a fairly competitive advance time at 4:30, but Magic's already over here. And if I'm playing this game right now, I'm thinking, that's a fast advance time, Magic. I don't think I really need to go for a town center. I can go for a villager center. What are you going to do about it? I'm set. Try and stop me. We see double barracks coming down now for Draytech. As the army checking out over onto this position, we do see the Anubites out, going to be looking for something to kill, but there is an Achilles already over here, and all of the relics right now are going Magic's wayside. He's got Dwarven Horseshoes, which gives an extra 10% speed to his cavalry, and the Anubite here is going to be getting chased down, getting some big damage onto that one there as well. As the army here for Draytech going to be searching around looking for something to do. Meanwhile, more relics up for Magic. What is this one? Hermes' winged sandals as well. So he's going to have some boosted speed on those units as the army or the villagers of Draytech, they're going to be going for the town center. He's also got some spearmen out. So this is actually quite smart. He's got the animals of set. He's got the town center coming down. Magic, he's also got his own town center coming down as well. So he's got the little bit of pressure in. He's going to be killing off a watchtower here as well. I actually like this play because he's going to be able to open up these berries for a raid a little bit later. But on a map like Marsh, it's really not going to matter that much here as a priest going to come in, get a little bit of damage done onto that Minotaur. Magic going to be retreating back ever so slightly here as the spearmen coming in. Magic can use a little special ability there to send those spearmen packing, but at the moment, archery range coming up, and in all honesty, Magic, he's got to be happy about how that early game went. He got a little bit of damage. He forced a delayed second town center, and he's got his own town center almost finished as well. Draytech, I mean, he took a little bit of damage, but I wouldn't be too upset at the position I'm in if I'm Draytech either. As the priest getting pulled back, we do see text of Imhotep coming in. This one's a really, really good relic there. 10% reduction in building speed time. That's worth grabbing really early, especially if you're going for a town center. Get a lot of extra resources from that, in all honesty. But Magic is able to get himself this hunt over here. We're seeing Toxotes getting built in an attempt to deal with Spearmen and all the other good stuff here. I imagine right now, Draytech is going to be reading this to some degree. If we take a quick look at this position here, he doesn't know there's an archery range, but he does see some Toxotes coming out. So getting straight onto the wood, and he's going to start making himself some slingers here. This Magic is now going to be pushing forward. He's got to be careful with these fights. It's a pretty crazy move to be going after, or uses Restoration as well, as Plague of Serpents getting dropped down, and Magic will be pulling back. This is a great fight here for Draytech, as he's pushing that Minotaur back, getting a lot of big damage onto that one as the Achilles going to be going after the Anubite here. He does manage to now turn onto the Priest over here. That's another good amount of damage there, but Magic, he's just going to be pulling back into his main base. He's going to be dropping that Sentinels down. Losing his Minotaur is going to hurt him, but these Sentinels are strong. 10 DPS, you don't want to get close to those. As the Achilles will get sent back home. The Serpents here getting a little bit of damage done, but not too bad. And after all is said and done, I think Magic, he's going to have to start playing very, very defensively. But he's got himself a handful of pigs here. He's got the berries over here as well. And he's eating some hunt in the front of his base. He's also got these boar here. He could push to try and grab himself, as the Slinger here will pull away, not taking too much damage on that retreat path, and more of those slingers are going to be coming through. What is Magic doing though at the moment? He says, if you're going to go for all of these military units, all these classical units, you've really got to be making some point with that pressure. And Magic says, you can't do anything. I've got a town center back. I've got Sentinels to secure this hunt. I've got this gold mine here to boot. And I've got an armory up, and I'm going to be going Heroic Age. What can Draytech do right now? Draytech, he's got to cut all production himself, take all the villagers off of wood, put them all onto food, and get his own Heroic Age as fast as he possibly can. Otherwise, Magic is going to be finding himself in a very, very good position moving forward here. As we see, Apollo is the god of choice. I like that. I like that decision there. Instead of going in for the kind of tried and true Aphrodite, he's not going for any sort of a timing here. All Magic needs to do is survive, and he should be able to win in this game. If he gets into a 4 versus 2 town center position, all he needs is Underworld to hit a town center, which Draytech is not going to be able to defend, and he should be fine as well. That's a new bite. Magic, not paying attention. Where'd he go? Where'd the Anubite go, Magic? Wait, where are you sending this bad boy? He might be looking for a raid here. An immediate Underworld up to the top position. Draytech already with some Spearmen in position there. As the Anubite going to be coming back in. Can jump over here and get some value. But Apollo just about to spawn will be getting a Manticore here that can defend. As the villagers, they will be surviving another day as the Anubite will be pulling back out there. And we'll see what Magic is going to be able to do as that heroic age is about to be in. And what sort of a unit composition is Magic going to be going for is the big question. Does he make a pacifist? Does he make Peltast? Does he make... What does he go? I don't know. We've got a Manticore popped out as well for Magic at the moment this position. We see an Underworld Passage coming in. Going to be hitting some villagers over here. I like the usage. It's very, very early, but he's going to be getting a couple of villager kills with it as Draytech is very much out of position right now. He's got a lot of population though, but this is going to be a raid that Magic can just hit and then run and no problems here as the Toxotes is going to be bailing here for that Underworld Passage. Those Toxotes are a little bit weak here against the Slingers. There's more units coming in, but not before Magic gets as much possible value as he can, and he's going to be pulling back into the Underworld Passage here. Nice play, gets in, gets out. He can wait here. He can wait for a recharge on that Manticore, pop in, get damage done, retreat, go in, retreat, go out. All of that good stuff here. Gets a little bit of damage, retreats back, but there's too many units now. You'd have to expect. Underworld Passage only has 80% pierce armor as well, so it does go down fairly fast to the Slingers. And now Magic is going to be looking for a push forward with a fortress up on the front here in an attempt to kill off more villages of Draytech here. It's currently 59 villages, 60 villages for Magic to 59 villages for Draytech. He's going to be losing even more villages on the front here. Great raid as Draytech not paying attention there. He loses quite a few, does retreat pretty quickly, all things considered. But while this is going on, Ford Fortress coming up. Petropolis are going to be able to be built here. Magic is spending his resources so insanely well. He is locked in this game right now. On the other side of the map, we're seeing the Pegasus flying around, just making sure that no Ford Town Center is getting grabbed. The Fortress is going to be able to secure this gold mine. He's got this gold mine on the back here as well secured. He's over here grabbing this gold mine. I'd actually like to see him not mine this gold in the slightest here, saving it for the rainy day fund. But just a couple of villages on it nonetheless will mean it's going to be staying alive for quite some time. And now, I mean, you've got two options here as Magic. You can either push Heroic Age, make Petropolis, try and kill your opponent at this point, or go Mythic Age. Earthquake, Chimera, enjoy. As we see a lot of these Peltast are coming in. Peltast are one of those units that are very, very scary for Hades. Very scary if you're actually playing as set here, as we see a third town center started up here for Draytech as the army could push it across the map and try and harass that. The Pegasus is just floating above saying, hello, I know you're building a town center. Let me come and attack you. And Draytech at the moment, he's got only Slingers. Part of me feels like he should have gone for Sekhmet here. 45 Slingers and no Slings of the Sun? Are you kidding? Sekhmet would have been a great shout here, but he's going through Nephthys. As the Hoplites going to come in, they will be denying the town center for the time being here. Villagers going to be getting targeted down and sniped as well. Nice play here for Magic as he removes the town center. The Slingers gonna have to figure out something to do here as the Petropolis are in. There's a lot of Peltast in for Magic. I'm honestly surprised to see Magic not build a single cavalry unit in this game against all of those Slingers, instead opting for Manticore, Peltast, and the like. Their Hoplites are also pretty good against Slingers. They don't have a bonus against them, but Slingers have only got 15% hack, 72 HP. So not the worst thing in the world in the slightest here, as we're seeing upgrades coming through. Sunray coming in, as well as heavy ranged soldiers to make those units even stronger here for Hades. As the town center on the front going to be getting targeted down very, very quickly. We see the units trying to push in, trying to kill off these units on the back as the army pulling in and out as best as it possibly can here, as the heroes attempting to push forward, attempting to get some really big damage done. Priest getting small amounts of damage done, or finishing off that Minotaur very quickly, I should say. But Magic, he is ready to put the pressure on. He's now got equal population, roughly, to Draytech. He's got the heavy Peltast as well, but there's just so many slingers in for Draytech. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it work in this fight. As the Hoplites, they're going to be able to tank up quite a bit, while those Peltasts are basically one-banging those slingers from afar here, as we do see some Scorpion Men coming in, but immediately getting targeted down there as Draytech has to retreat back. But it's a cheeky little siege tower coming in as the town center was erased there by those Petropoli, I should say, as the Forge is going to be able to defend them nicely to boot there. As the Slingers slowly starting to push forward, doing as much as they possibly can. Now, one thing you can do is you can use your Siege Tower to try and take out Petropoli, but the Petropoli can also target down the Siege Tower to get a lot of good, juicy damage done as well. As the Spearmen doing what they can over there, but they're not going to be that effective on this one as the Slingers as well. They're just barely tickling those Hoplites. We are seeing Chariot Archer now coming through. That will get some bonus damage against the infantry now. So they've got a little bit of a buff as we see Ancestors getting dropped down. Magic, he's still pumping units out, still trying to hang in onto this position. But the army of Draytech is still looking fairly mighty on this position. Can Magic hold here or not? He is fighting underneath the fortress, which is a pretty big building here of defense. We've also got Manticore coming through as well. 6 villages on the favor for Magic to boot, so he's going to be getting quite a bit of that as the Petropolis trying to target down this town center. It's only 15 seconds from completion though, and it looks like the Petropolis will be enough to delete that one. That's going to be more lost resources there for Draytech, as Draytech is now going to be getting... You can't... Wait, how did he even pre-queue that? I'm so confused. Isn't Slings of the Sun a segment upgrade? Am I wrong? Did he go segment? It won't ever research. Okay, he's just trolling me. Okay, he's just trolling me. No worries, guys. As the Manticore going to be retreating back ever so slightly. Priest getting cleaned up as well as the Hoplites coming through to take down those Priests to boot. And it looks to me like Draytech, he is just too far behind at the moment. And Magic shows how good he is at this game with this Hades and how strong it is. He really, really found his way into this ridiculously strong unit composition. Those Peltast were just way too much for Draytech in this one. And honestly, Draytech, I understand, but I think the only way to play against this super fast advance from Hades, Villager Center. You've got to go for that Villager Center. You've got to build it straight away. You've got to go for a timing attack. I don't see another way to kind of combat against this sort of early game pressure, because you just lose against the superior units. You've got to abuse those gold powers. You've got to abuse timings, and you've really got to put the pressure onto the Hades player. You can't be running around with classical units in the classical age against the Hades player, and Magic really made him pay here with very, very solid play. We're going to keep going, guys. We're getting closer and closer to the conclusion of this tournament here. We'll see how things are going to be going. I don't know if we're going to keep watching Magic at the moment. We'll see if we can jump into a different game. Yeah, let's watch Kimo versus Grand Monster. How is Mista going? Is Mista yet played? I don't have a tab open. Okay, Mista is playing against Zatosi very shortly. Okay, we'll watch one of the Mista's games after this one. So we're gonna watch. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, we're currently 4 hours and a half into this stream. These games are absolutely intense. Spawning in the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is Kimo. In the right side of the map, in the red color, playing as Isis. His name is Grand Monster. The map is Megalopolis. And we are in an incredibly good position right now because we are getting very, very close to the quarterfinals here. Where even are we in this game? I don't even know where these players are. Which pool are they in? I don't even know. Someone tell me. I can't find it. Let's watch the game. Isis versus Hades here. Grand Monster, he's known for his Odin play. And he only played Odin on the ladder. He hid his entire roster from his opponents in this in his ranked ladder play. He only played Odin. So I imagine he's just going to get Odin banned out against him every single game. But the big point is, Grand Monster is a OG. He played the original game. He played Titans. He played Extended Edition. And his god roster is every god. He plays every god to a high level. People don't know he plays every god to a high level, but he can. And I'm excited to see what Grand Monster is going to be able to come up with today. Kimo, on the other hand, I mean, does he really need an introduction? He's actually the most winningest Age of Mythology player in history. He has more wins in tournament than Magic does. More wins in tournament than Mista does. But he didn't really play against Magic and Mista that much. So there is that. So who's the GOAT? I don't know. I'll let you guys answer. We are watching the Road to Wololo right now in the Red Bull Wololo El Reinado qualifiers for the Age of Mythology portion. And this is going to be fun. I don't know how much these guys have played on this map, but the very, very unique thing about the map Megalopolis is town center in the center. That's the unique thing. That's the big, unique part. There are 3 town centers a player, plus a town center in the middle. So this map has a little bit of a gimmick. We'll see how much it's going to actually change this game, because part of this matchup, or part of Age of Mythology, is that the games actually don't go that long. Population actually doesn't matter that much, especially when you get to that kind of upper echelon of population. As Kimo going to be running his Katoskopos in, trying to dodge out on those arrows there a little bit, but does manage to pull himself away for the time being. And we'll see what Kimo is going to be actually finding out and deciding on what strategy he's going to be going for. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, Grand Monster, Temple coming down relatively quickly. Looks like he wants to go to the next stage as this villager finishes up here. And he will be going through Bast. So it's going to be a 4:30 advance time here for Grand Monster. Did he get himself pickaxe? Yes, he did. Very well done. I really like this build over any of the other builds that are possible if you're going for a 1 town center, 2 town center. The reason for this is when you go for a 4:30 advance as Isis, it kind of masks what your strategy is going to be. So it forces your opponent to get some scouting in. If you go for a 5:30 advance, your opponent knows you're going for a fast heroic. You don't really have another kind of option to pick from. But if you go for a 4:30 advance, slap down 2 monuments as you're advancing, it can be really, really strong. But to me, this is looking like a fast heroic here. And the way to scout this out, for those of you playing at home, Grand Monster is AFK.
In wedge.
Nope, he's not AFK. Village is going to be moving. The way to scout this out for you guys playing at home is scout the gold mine. If you see the gold mine, you see only a handful of villagers on that gold, you know he's going for a fast heroic. If he's got tons of villagers on the gold, he's going for a town center. Now, there is some trickery you can do as the Egyptian player to kind of play around that, but most Egyptian players don't do it, so just ignore that. Anyways, we'll see what's going to be happening over here on the other side of the map here, as we do have a town center coming up for Kimo, and I believe Grand Monster is just going to be going for a 1 town center play. There is nothing else he can do. Armory coming up. He's gone through Bast. He did not get himself that Sacred Cats upgrade just yet. Very, very strong upgrade. And he's going to be getting himself a very aggressive... He's going to be very aggressive in this game. So there was this build very popular on the ladder before the patch hit. And this build was a 1 town center fast heroic from Isis with 3 monuments, making Scorpion Men, making Ancestors Eclipse, and really going to punish your opponent for any sort of greedy play. Now, Kimo, he's been around the block for quite some time, as we see a Sphinx coming through. One way to counter Ancestors Eclipse is just leave your heroes at home, garrison them in your town center. When Ancestors Eclipse pops, just go and attack it. No problems. As we see, Nephthys queued up, pre-queued up actually, as Grand Monster doesn't even care about this villager. He doesn't mind it finishing up, coming out a little bit later. And he's going to be going for this big strategy. But he's only got one monument, so it's going to be a really, really quick heroic age. But it's only one monument. As the villagers do get garrisoned away, going to be popping onto the berry bushes over here as well. As we do have some stables getting popped up here for Kimo as well. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the map, grabbing these giraffes, doing everything he possibly can to spread his villagers out. But look at this. The obelisk on the back here. Grand Monster can click that Ancestor Eclipse straight away. He doesn't even need to get his Sphinx in, which has been sent packing. But when you go for a one town center idea here, like Grand Monster is doing, it does put you on a timer. You have to get damage done. You absolutely have to get damage done. And Kimo doesn't have his Achilles out just yet. He's now got it queued up, and it's going to be coming out very, very quickly. Where's the Ajax at? Ajax has got an upgrade or a relic here. Scarab Pendant. There's the heroic age coming in. Where is the Sphinx? Where is the Scorpion Man? Nowhere to be seen. Migdol Stronghold coming up. So Grand Monster could be going for not a Ancestor's Eclipse on the economy, but he could be going for a timing attack with Ancestor's Eclipse. But the longer this game goes on, the easier it's going to be for Kimo to hold. And not only that, Kimo's got a back gold mine here to boot. So this is going to be very, very spicy. As the Sphinx here gets told no. You're not allowed in. And not only are you not allowed in, but Achilles is going to be picking you off as it does go down. Great defense right now here from Kimo. But Grand Monster still has this Ancestor's Eclipse at the back of the base here. It's a little bit of a risk, but because he doesn't actually know what the base looks like. But he should know there's either gold here or gold over here. And there's more of a chance for it to be on this position than on the other one. As the unit's going to be popping forward, we've got the army here for Grand Monster starting to get a little bit scary. We've got the Camel Riders coming in. He's also empowering the Migdol Stronghold out. This is one way to play around the slow train time of these units, is to empower that Migdol, and that gets those units out very, very quickly. As those Camel Riders going to be getting just a little bit of damage done. Chariot Archers coming forward, seeing what they can do. As the Siege Tower is going to be rolling in an attempt to take out Kimo's town center here. But even if you kill the town center at this point, this is not game one. We see, and we also see Aphrodite coming in. I think Kimo, he's gonna have to sack the town center as the army all comes in. And what does this mean? Well, it means Kimo's going to have the villager advantage, but he's going to be one town center, and it's going to be heroic age for both players here. This is really, really smart for Kimo as he pushes in with a couple of units here. We'll see if those Hippicon, or Hippias, I should say, can push in and take out the Siege Tower. But Town Center goes down basically for free, but Kimo's up 20 villages. Not quite 20 villages. The other thing is, though, that in losing this Town Center, he loses access to this gold mine. He loses access to this gold mine. And Grand Monster, he's still got Ancestor's Eclipse. And yes, there is Restoration. Yes, there will be Curse. So it's not going to be a straight automatic win here. But this is scary for Kimo. As Grand Monster going to be rolling forward with the Siege Towers over here. In an attempt to take these houses down, and everything else going to be bashing down that Watchtower there as the Camel Riders pushing forward. And the Watchtower does end up getting taken out. The Enemy Lion pops through here. We've got the Prodromus coming through as well. as the Sentinel does end up getting taken down. Curse gets dropped down immediately. Ancestors Eclipse is coming through here to start putting the pressure on. There's only 2 siege towers. Restoration getting dropped down as well here in the middle of this one for Kimo, as can Grand Monster make this work? There's Sentinels, there's towers, there's units, there's Ancestors Eclipse. There's not that much army left here for Grand Monster, as the heroes are just too strong here, it seems. Grand Monster forcing in a really, really bad way at the moment. The Priest's going to attempt to take out those Nemean Lions, or the Nemean Lion in here, but it looks to me like Kimo has well and truly held in this game. Villagers coming over onto this gold mine over here. He's going to be able to put a fortress down. He's going to be able to hold this position. He's still got himself 12 villager advantage at the moment, as we see a second town center coming up for Grand Monster. And now, guess who's going to be under pressure? Grand Monster. Guess who's got Prodromus, which counter everything that Grand Monster can make? Kimo. The game is in Kimo's hands right now. He's got everything he needs and more. I think Grand Monster's got to be kicking himself a little bit for not making more of those Scorpion Men. They are pretty expensive. Now sitting at they are a little bit nerfed, sitting at 200 wood, 24 favor. But in not making any of them, he's really made his life very, very challenging. As we do see the units, they're going to start pushing forward. Priest's going to be able to snipe down that Minotaur very, very quickly before needing to micro back. Good micro from Grand Monster here, as the Pharaoh going to be attempting to take out that Nemean Lion. Does a lot of damage. He's got a little bit of a machine gun here now after getting that boosted damage, as the unit's going to be coming forward. The Hippocon targeting down the town center. Repairing this town center up is going to be really, really good. A really, really good idea. Meanwhile, Migdol's stronghold with the town center to try and defend on this position. We'll see how it's going to be going. Villagers popping out of the town center, going to be repairing this one back up here. Camel Riders coming through. It looks like Kimo maybe overcommitting that little bit too much here. But behind this, we're seeing a town center coming through here for Kimo to boot. This is going to be a good way to continue up in this game, but Kimo's up 40 population. He's got a significant lead in terms of military here. And this is just a great position for Kimo to be in. 2 town centers, has a gold mine, walling that one up there, taking out that obelisk as well on the back. The gold mine is secured for Grand Monster, so he's still got some time here, but he's still got to catch up quite a bit on economy to be able to have a good game here. And now he's got to make Spearmen out, he's got to make Chariots out, and Kimo is going to be having a field day here in terms of the unit composition that he can make. Now, there is one really good unit composition you can make against what Kimo's building here. Kimo's making Spearmen, Peltast, and Hippias, and Prodromus, right? The unit composition to make here for Grand Monster is Spearman, Camel Rider. That's the unit composition to make. You don't make any Chariot Archers. Those Peltasts are too strong. We make Spearman, Camel Riders, and maybe mix in an elephant or two. As Kimo's now getting his entire map walled up, he can actually set up into the corner here, make a market, make some trade route, and see how he can go there. And we'll see how it's all going to shape up. More barracks are coming through onto this position now for Grand Monster. And we'll see if he can get some units out here, but Kimo, he doesn't even have to push now. He just has to get himself that 3rd town center, get himself completely set up, get all his upgrades in. Let's take a look at the actual upgrades of both players here. If we pick up one of these villages, Kimo's probably already got, he's already got himself Bowsaw, Shaft Mine. Of course, Kimo is such an economic player. No farms down. I absolutely love it. He's now getting the farms. He's getting himself that plow through as well. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, this villager, Shaft Mine, Hand Axe. That's it. So he's pretty far behind on that economy. 8 villages as well to boot, as we do see another Migdol Stronghold coming down on the back here. And Kimo, one thing that's important when you're playing in these boom wars, and this is one of those things that I think the lower level players, they kind of miss when going for boom wars, is you've got to poke. You got to poke and make sure your opponent is making military, so you can make a good estimate as to what strategy you need to be going for. If you don't poke and you don't see how many units your opponent's making, they could be going Mythic Age. They could be doing any sort of teching idea. They could be going town centers. They've got a lot of ideas. And this here from Kimo, very, very good. He's seeing he's got an advantage here to poke through. Those Peltas are going to be getting some good damage done. Great micro there from Grand Monster, but Kimo equally good micro as well. But it looks like Grand Monster is able to get a decent trade there after all is said and done. But Kimo pulls back. He's now got that fortress up, and he can start making himself Petropolis if he really wants to, as the Scorpion Man does get sniped down. And the game gets to continue along. Ballistics coming through as well. Heavy Chariots. This is a really important upgrade. But the problem is when you've got 20 range Peltas going 21 range with a heavy Archers upgrade, those Chariot Archers are going to be a little bit sad. But now Kimo's got that center town center. He's moving into the corner here to drop a market, grab those elephants in the corner there as well. That's going to be a very big, big advantage. And we do see, in the chat, yeah, I mean, not only that, Kimo's had this advantage for the entirety of this game. So it's like he's been 8 villager lead, 10 villager lead for probably about 10 minutes in this game. Maybe 8 minutes in this game. And that translates into something like 4,000 resources. As the Peltas are going to be picking off those chariots as best they can. Hippias going to be pulling back as well. Spearman does get taken down as the Chariot Archer is going to be pulling back underneath the town center here. Just trying to break through here to take out the Chariot Archers, but not quite going to be able to. Add some Petropoli. Going to be getting built out here, doing what they can. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map here, those Chariot Archers going after villagers and everything else. Villagers going to be pulling back in underneath the town center there. As the Petropolis can start sieging down the Migdol stronghold, and Kimo is now full population, so he can very comfortably sit underneath these two fairly weak buildings, in all honesty. 24 damage coming out of the town center. Migdol stronghold doing 24 damage as well, and all of those Chariot Archers getting cleaned up as Kimo slowly but methodically going to be finishing up Grand Monster's army there. And what else can Grand Monster do at this point? He's got 3 town centers. He's got 83 villages. He's making mercenary cavalry right now. That's not going to cut it. Petropoli are going to be killing everything off here. And Kimo, in all honesty, he can just go Mythic Age. He doesn't have to build any more units. He's got an incredibly big advantage. And not only that, he's now getting himself bronze weapons and everything else is coming through. Spearman going to be popping out here in an attempt to take out those units. The Metropoli are going to attempt to take down the town center as well. After all is said and done, those Spearmen, pretty quick. But when you've got this many Peltas shooting at 1.5 attacks a second, you're going to kill those Peltas off, those Spearmen off very, very quickly here. As more Petropoli are getting trained up here as well. I wouldn't mind seeing another fortress exactly coming down. Kimo, just one villager to build the fortress. He doesn't need it, but he wants it. He doesn't need it now, but he wants it. And that's a very cheap fortress with just one villager building it. It's a very cheap fortress. Normally you build it with tons. As we're seeing, Artemis now coming through. If you take a quick look at the map of Grand Monster, he's got one monument. That's not enough to protect the town center. You can put a earthquake on that corner there, no problems. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see the Hippias going after the villagers over here as well, as the town center is still going to be getting taken down. And in that moment, Grand Monster does tap out, and Kimo claims the victory. Kimo, that's some solid gameplay here. I think we've got a contender here. That was solid Hades. He played that one to near perfection against Grand Monster strategy here. Really, really well played. I think we're going to jump into a different game now, but that one was solid. Holy moly. I want to watch a Mista game if it's at all possible. I'm not able to catch a single game of Mista. Is he not playing? He's not even playing in this tournament. Wait, there it is. Let's watch this one. I haven't seen any Mista games yet. This is going to be the first one. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. What is going on, everyone? My name is Boyd, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action, spawning in the blue color. Playing as Isis. His name is the Mista. His opponent today in the I don't even know what color this is. Playing as Thor. His name is Zastosi. Anyone know who this guy is? Is he an Age 2 player? A salmon color. The salmon color. Absolutely love it. He's got to be an Age 2 player. AoE 2. Okay. We got an AoE 2 pro here taking on the mighty, the legendary Mista. As we're already seeing Mista, he's going for a build he's shown off already. I've seen this build. He's going to be rushing out that Flood of the Nile incredibly quickly. This is one of those strategies that he says, Isis is really, really strong. This is just what you do with Isis. It's really hard to stop. What can you do against this? Basically, the idea here from Mista is late advance time, huge amount of bonus economy from rushing out Flood of the Nile as fast as you possibly can, and then transitioning into a really quick heroic age and putting a ridiculous amount of pressure onto his opponent. Now, our Thor player, Zastosi, he does have an option of rushing up town centers. Now, the counter to a fast heroic 1 town center play on the Titans was fast 3 town center from Thor, from Norse. Idea being, I don't care if you kill off my villagers. I don't care if you kill off a town center. I'm just going to be getting more villagers out than you can kill. And then I'm going to be able to build my units, and then I'm going to be able to fight back. I don't know if it's fast enough to do this in retold, because that heroic age comes in very, very quickly. But it might be. You never know. Temple coming up for the Mista right now. And he's going to be getting a relatively quick classical age, it seems. So he's not even going for double monuments at the moment in the archaic age. He's going through Bast. Village is going to come through. It's going to be a 4:30 advance time here for the Mista. He's also got himself pickaxe as well. So all of the good upgrades. And we'll see what he's going to go for. He's getting himself a very, very quick Hands of the Pharaoh. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, already Hammer of Thor, already Pierce upgrades, Copper Mail, Copper Shields, Hammer of Thor. That's 3 dwarves right now for Zastosi. That's a lot. That's a lot of dude. That's a lot of Deuterinos right now.
Yo.
As the Hearst are going to come through, going to be able to take out these obelisks of the Mista. He's got only a couple of them up. He's going to be picking up relics as well. Rhea's crown coming through here. This is going to be giving your making your town centers generate favor, as well as making them slightly cheaper. But it looks to me like Mista, he doesn't even want them with only 5 villagers on gold here. And to me, I think he's got a wall up as well to defend his gold villages. Absolutely love this building positioning. I wouldn't be surprised to see an armory or a market locked in right here as well to protect this gold even more. As a cheeky little Hearst are going to be coming in. Mist doesn't care about taking this trade because he can heal this Sphinx up with his priest over here. Meanwhile, on the other side, we see a Plenty Vault coming down. Not a Plenty. You can tell that I've been casting a few too many games right now. A Healing Spring. Imagine Thor getting a Plenty Vault at 5 minutes into the game. Imagine. Just imagine. That'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty insanely good. All right. Sphinx going to be scouting around here, just checking out the map, seeing where everything is positioned. Because it's when you're going for a 1 town center play like the Mista is going for here, you really need to know the map. You really need to know what to attack. And we do indeed see a mark coming up. It's only 2 monuments at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mista getting heroic age, and then as he's advancing, dropping that 3rd monument down just to get himself out a whole bunch of Scorpion Men. Meanwhile, 2nd town center coming up for Zastosi. This makes a lot of sense when you're playing against that 2 town center pressure. Just get that town center up. Can be very, very good. I mean, one thing that I would have liked to see here from Zastosi, especially with the way that he opened up this game, is no dwarven mine. I think it was not necessary. He could have that dwarven mine in the classical age or even heroic age to boot here. But I think that the Mista, he is going to be putting some serious pressure onto Zastosi in this game with his Isis. We'll see how it's going to go. Meanwhile, cows getting stolen away here. Sphinx searching around for something to do, but not able to find it just yet. Meanwhile, up on this position, we do see the troll just scouting. Does find another obelisk there to clean up. Does take a very, very long time to actually kill off a obelisk with the troll, but nonetheless, we see Nephthys coming through, so no surprises there. I love this here from Mista. This is a really, really good Thor specific kind of tech choice. Going for a barracks, and he's going to get Axeman out here, I assume. He could get Spearman, but I imagine he's going to get Axeman out. Why Axeman? Reason is, Zastasy here, he's going to be... Wait. He's going to be going for Hersa to defend against an Ancestor Eclipse. I thought that Zastasy here was going to be going for Skadi to counter the Ancestor's Eclipse coming in onto the economy of Zastasy here, but I think right now... Mista going to be sending that priest forward, sending that Sphinx in. He is looking for any amount of villagers right now to just Ancestors Eclipse on. He doesn't care. Drops it straight down. Sees some villagers over here. He's going to be scouting around into the main base. Villagers are just going to be idled for the entirety of this Ancestors Eclipse here. Meanwhile, literally the minions going straight after those Hersa as the Sphinx coming up onto the gold villagers over here. More dwarves going to have to retreat back, but the Hersa are in to defend. Can he actually kill off these minions or not is the big question, as Mista is searching around to kill off every villager he possibly can here, but he's getting no kills. This is absolutely gigantic for Zastasy. Yes, the economy has been idled, but Zastasy is heroic age. Zastasy is 2 town centers. Zastasy hasn't lost a single villager yet. The control here, impeccable from Zastasy. Not only that, he's got armory upgrades to boot. Farms coming down. I don't particularly like the farms, but farms coming down. And now Mista, he's only now just getting up his Migdol stronghold. He needs to get value. He needs to get pressure. He needs to get a gold staff started very quickly here. But this is a great position now for the Mista to be, for Zastasy to be in. Insanely good position right now for Zastasy to be in. Zastasy now just needs to get himself a hill fort up and maybe start thinking about what units he needs to build to deal with what Mista is going to be making. Because the Mista, he's going to be making Scorpion Men. He's going to be making Axemen, Camelry, or Camel Riders, and maybe some Chariot Archers to boot. As we see, a little bit of a raid coming through. Nothing on that gold mine just yet. Going to be looking next to the town center, but the villagers can simply just retreat back. Zastasy, this guy's a gamer. Is he going to be able to react to this one in time or not? Villager over here starting to get taken down. Retreating straight into the town center. No problems there. Great defense. As we see some more great halls coming up. Some more buildings coming up here for Zastasy. As well as the dwarves. They will be making their way over onto this gold mine. And this is the one problem here. The one thing that I'm not liking from Zastasy's position is he doesn't have dwarven gold mine. If he had it, he wouldn't have to move out onto this position, and he wouldn't be allowing his dwarves to get raided here or get to take any damage. But Mista, he's just massing up units at the moment. He's got Axemen, he's got the Camel Riders, he's got everything he needs. And we'll see what Zastasy can do to defend himself. But those battle boards are going to be very, very strong. There's only a handful of priests out for the Mista at this moment. But yeah, any walls up here, one wall over here would be an absolute godsend to any raids that Mista is going to be able to put in, as the Camel Riders will be pushing forward. I mean, the other thing here is, so long as if Zastasy didn't actually build a battle board, he actually would have another Dwarven Mine to be using here as well. So he could have actually gotten 2 Dwarven Mines out, 6,000 gold without needing to be outside of his base. Absolutely insane. Anyways, the units here, getting a raid onto Zastasy. He hasn't reacted just yet. No villagers down. Maybe one dwarf going to be coming in. And now Zastasy says, you're out of position. It's time to attack. He's going straight after this position right now. The Hearse are going after the Axemen. The battle ball is getting targeted down. Good micro there from Zastasy. Pull away from those priests there, as the priest going to be taking out the troll on the back at the moment here. But the Axemen cleaning up all of those, or not actually cleaning up all of the Hearse, but the Hearse are now falling. And it looks like Zastasy's flaming weapons attack here was not enough. Mista baits him in. Zastasy doesn't know. Zastasy doesn't know. Axemen do 5x damage. versus infantry. Flaming weapons is a times, so it's an extra 2x bonus damage kind of thing. You do double the damage. Axemen do more damage against against the Ursa. And now Zastasy, well, he's still okay here in terms of economy. He doesn't have a gold mine. He does have 60 favor, so he can use another Dwarven gold mine if he likes. Which is probably the best move at the moment. But Mista is well and truly held here. And he's dealt a ton of damage. Look at the difference in terms of military value at the moment. Those dwarves need to get back to work. They're onto wood at the moment. He does have a market. He can sell resources if he needs to. But now the Scorpion Man, those dwarves are all dead. This special attack is so brutal. And it's 4 special attack. They're all dead. There's no point in running. Mista is just too good at this game right now as Zastasy. What's the next plan here? As the Camel Riders, they are starting to target down some of those Berserks over there as the Berserks get converted. Man, imagine if Zastasy just converted, instead of taking that fight, he just converted all of his villagers into Berserks and just full sent. I actually think he would have won the game there. Full send on Berserks. I'm still waiting to see it happen. I want to see someone trying, especially through Bragi, especially getting some upgrades through Bragi as well. Anyways. Mr. Microing very, very well at the moment. Taking down all these units beautifully. I don't know if he's lost any unit. Zastasy just taps out. Mr. is just too good. Wait, let me look at the post game here. Where's the unit kill loss? 45 to 23. That's not as bad as I thought it was. Man, that was disgusting from the Mista, but the Mista had to be a little bit scared there. Because I actually think that Zastasy was in the winning position. All Zastasy needed to do was not attack. Wall up, play defensive, go Mythic Age, tier, Fimble Winter, win the game. You want to see the military graph? Sure. That's the one. Chunk, and then bonk. That's wild. No, it's here. This was the one. That's with flaming weapons as well. Plus all of those armory upgrades. I don't think Mista's got a single armory upgrade. Whereas Zastasy has got a little bit of copper. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Anyways, if you guys enjoyed this game, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that follow button. All the good stuff. See you in the next one. Sorry guys, I really need some food. I'm super hungry. What's my judgment on Mista? I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried for him. If he seriously thinks that strategy is going to beat someone like Magic, nope. Nope, Magic would have won that position 9 times out of 10. I wonder if he's still hiding things. All right, we're going in with Rapple versus Ourk right now, guys. How did Zastasy lose that fight so hard? His Herso were attacking Axemen. And even with flaming weapons, Axemen are doing 5x. Ursa would only be doing 2x there. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the Rapple. Boom! He's playing as Isis. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Kronos. His name is Ourk. What a time to be alive. This is Ourk, the man, the myth, the legend. This is Ourk from the beginning days of Age of Mythology. This is one of the strongest players from the beginning days of Age of Mythology. And he is back in the beginning days of Retold to own everyone. I've seen this guy play. He is a monster. But I've also seen Rapple play, and he is equally a monster. Guys, I need to know exactly where we are in this bracket at the moment. Where are we? Someone help me find these players. I need to know. Are we in the quarterfinals yet? Are we in the Rapple? Okay. Okay, we're in the quarterfinals. All right, let's watch this entire series, hey? Round of 32. We go until the round of 16, right? This is wild. Is this still best of 3? I think it's still best of 3. Yeah, it is. It's still best of 3. Okay. So, I don't mean to say I'm seeing something I've seen already. But I'm seeing something I've seen already. The Mista strats have been leaked. Rapple knows how to do them. This is the fast Flood of the Nile opening that Mista has been popularized. And he's going to be using it straight onto Ourk. But Ourk is a different type of player. He's not someone to go out there and copy the other players. He's going to come and innovate. He knows what the strategies are. He's going to try and defend and try and pressure and try and work it out. Prometheus coming through. Very, very quick. Temple on the front here. Also outside of line of sight as well. I like this. Rapple will not spot that temple coming up. Ourk at the moment, he doesn't know where the gold is. But he knows that the chickens and the berries are on the front. So he knows that putting the temple on the backside, either over here or over here, he's going to have hunt or the gold. So he will be able to attack that immediately here with his Deuterinos. Now, where to next for Rapple is the big question. Rapple's so good at this. This is the hallmarks of an incredibly strong Age of Mythology player. Recognizing a problem and acting on it. This one little area here, one little wall, that's all you need. One little wall. But the Promethean's coming through. And it looks like the one little wall is too little too late. The Promethean's coming in, pushing that villager back. Might even get a villager kill here if Rapple's not careful. As it's going to be bailing straight to the town center. Pharaoh's coming over here. Anubis is on the way. As the Pharaoh and Priest can get a small amount of damage done. Ourk doesn't care about this. He's trying to just get villager damage here as we see another mining camp coming up to keep those villagers underneath the town center. As the Promethean's going after a villager. He gets the kill. One villager down. Great opening here for Ourk. That's exactly what he needed. Rapple is playing with fire in this game by not pulling his villagers all off of the gold mine here. But he keeps a lot of his villagers still gathering. As the Pharaoh and Priest coming over here. Anubis is just about in. We do see a counter barracks coming in onto this position as well. As the villagers getting pulled back here. The Pharaoh and the Priest going straight after those Promethean offsprings to boot here. And now all of these will end up dying as Ourk suicides in an attempt to get one final villager kill. That's a lot of dead Prometheans here. But was it worth it or not? We take a quick look at Ourk's main base. He's building out a Terma. Promethean is getting pulled back. The Terma is going to have to get pulled back. What's that? Was that value? I don't know. One villager kill for 3 Prometheans. And this Promethean going to get taken down as well as Rapple jumps straight onto it. Ourk says, all right, time to turn around and take the fight. There's the Terma hero coming through as well. Do see those Anubites going to be pulling back. Monument for Rapple coming up. We're also now going to see Feet of the Jackal coming through here for Rapple. So he wants to get those Anubite raids happening. The big problem with it is that Terma Heroes are 5.8 speed, and those Anubites are only 5 speed. So you can chase these down very, very easily here. As the Anubites are going to be pulling into the main base of Ourk. He needs to be careful not to use that jump here. Otherwise, those Terma are going to start getting some good damage in. In fact, especially if Ourk micros here, even just a little bit. Oh, he goes for a bit of a path block, but he kind of messes it up there. Unfortunate for Ourk as the Anubite will get away with 3 HP. Maybe the Terma hero could catch that one up here and prevent it from getting healed. And he does manage to get that snipe. Nice chase down, but this does allow the other Anubite to get into the main base of Ourk in this game. Ourk can easily just garrison these units or even just Valor onto one of those, so he just uses it elsewhere. As the Anubite's going to be searching for a little bit of damage here. But Ourk's going to be really happy that he's seeing not only barracks, but also one town center here from the Rapple. So this is everything that he wants in this game. He's going to have a very, very nice game with his Terma, and we'll see how things are going to go. Is this Vagabond Ourk? Yes, this is. As the Terma coming through. One really important thing when chasing the Terma is to just make sure you are straight on with them. You don't want to be off to the side or anything. So straight on is the easiest way to get those attacks in. As this Anubite seems like he's speeding away here. As the Anubite going to be jumping. It does take a long time for that special to kind of recharge, but Rapple can just use this special to retreat back to his main base, but he has been completely shut down here. Do we see a heroic age? We see a lot of gold in the bank. The village is going to be sneaking around over here. Are they going for the town center? Okay. Town center on the way, but the Oracle will be spotting this. This Oracle here is very sneaky. It's right in plain sight. Does Rapple see it? He doesn't see it. So these Terma can get over there and get that damage done. Trying to pick off a villager on this position. I'd love to see him get over here and snipe that Pharaoh. But the Terma not going there just yet. Spearmen are in. So a little bit of micro there would go a long way. Do we see any town centers coming up for Ourk? No, he's just going to go Heroic Age. I love this. Go Heroic Age. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, he's about to lose that one. 4, 5, 6, 7 Oracles right now. Ourk is going to have a lot of Satyr in this game. Or he can go for Behemoth and like tons of heroes. That's a good idea as well. That's so many Oracles. Anyways, Rapple now going to be throwing down his town center. Hyperion is on the way. And we'll have to wait and see how this is going to go. Having all of these oracles out, it means several things. One very, very big thing is it means his god powers, he's going to be able to use them quite a bit. But he's choosing not to use this Valor very much. There's also a really, really good upgrade in the temple when you go through Hyperion, called Sons of the Sun. I think it's called Sons of the Sun. And it turns all of your oracles into heroes. Which not only makes them a little bit stronger, but also gets you more favor. As it looks like Rapple here, he is searching around for something to kill. And I like this. You have to be active in a game against Atlantis. You can't let them just have favor income. But that Spearman, I'm not sure what it's going to be doing here. These villagers going to be moving forward to put the mining camp up. Villagers going to be coming onto the gold mine here as well. As the Terma do manage to snipe down that obelisk there. And we'll see where to next. As Monument to the Priest going to be coming up in an attempt to defend on this position here for the Rapple. He's still 2 town centers. He still has this gold mine under control, and he is going net for these. So he's not that far behind, in all honesty. 3 monuments as well will be a considerable amount of favor. In fact, you get 0.3 a second in terms of just having those 3 monuments up. That's pretty good. That's pretty much the same amount that Ourk is getting, because 0.06 times 6, you know, that's basically, that's a little bit more than 0.3, but it's very, very close. And you could also get that Necropolis upgrade for the Rapple as well to help him out. As we do say Migdal Stronghold coming up. As the Nubites coming forward. A little bit of damage coming in. No micro here from Ourk as he's not paying attention. He does get that Sons of the Sun upgrade here. As all of his oracles now get turned into hero oracles. Look at that 0.08 favor a second. That's absolutely insane how good that is. As the Spearmen are going to be chasing these bad boys down. Turn will come over here in an attempt to hold this. You might snipe down the Oracle. Nope, not quite able to. As it does end up living here with just a tiny bit of HP. But look at the temple right now. We're seeing Prometheans coming through? Really? That's got to be a misclick. He must mean Satyr. Does he not have the resources? No, he's got the resources. One Promethean coming in. One Promethean to order. Walls coming up over here for Rapple as well. That's a weird wall, but I like it. As a Spearman going to be getting taken down on that position there as well. Rapple going to be retreating back. He might need to put down a couple more Migdals here, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He's got to turtle up and kind of get through the pain, which Ourk is going to be putting onto him at the moment. And Ourk now is getting himself another Satyr and Gemini. There's also another upgrade well worth grabbing here in Heroic Renewal. This upgrade gives 1.50 to the regeneration rate for your heroes, which is not a small amount. Especially if you've got this many oracles out. You probably could get even more of those oracles out as well. But especially if you have this many oracles out, you start heroizing the army and getting Heroic Renewal, and you're just going to have basically heroes that just last forever. Now, there's no rush here for Ourk to actually push in and kill this position, but he does need to be fairly aware that Rapple might be pulling a cheeky one here. And what is a cheeky one? A cheeky one is trying to get a Mythic Age in when your opponent is spamming units out, and Ourk says, it's time to go. Not today, Rapple. Plague of Serpents getting thrown down. Ancestors getting thrown down. Ourk doesn't care. He's got 4 Satyr here. They're going to take out those minions, take out those serpents immediately here as the villagers here trying to, I don't know what they're trying to do. Is any units coming out? Just a couple of Chariot Archers and Camel Riders coming through here. Ourk's not going to leave this position. This is just three Migdals basically with a town center as well. Really not that much damage to be coming in as the villagers getting cleaned up. The Contarius, they are so strong at taking out what Rapple is building. And what else he can do here is he can actually kill off that monument to the priests, deconstruct one of those Migdals, and there's only one left as the Contarius can be charging after the villagers underneath that town center there. Great play here from Ourk as the villagers garrisoning back into the town center, looking for other things over here as well, taking out the villagers on the back there, as we'll see what the plan is. I mean, the monument here has only got 450 HP. It's definitely worth it to do that, as the villagers are going to be shanking down. Lots of villagers popping out here as those Satyr just absolutely massacre them on that position there. Absolutely huge from Ourk there with that micro, as the priest coming over trying to take out those myth units here, just not doing that much. Where is the Pharaoh at the moment for Rapple? Not anywhere to be seen, as the Satyr are going to be slowly but surely pushing forward. We're going to be seeing those Scorpion men coming in as well, as we see another Valor coming through here for Ourk, as he's going to finish off the Scorpion men on that position to boot there. Meanwhile, over on this, Rapple's got no gold. Rapple has got no gold in this game. Ourk, he's only got 98 population at the moment, but he's got military. And he's pumping out more of those Satyr in this game. Rapple can't do anything. Rapple's also getting constricted. If we take a quick look at the map here, you can't sneak any gold mines against Ourk with those oracles on the map like that. But still, we're not seeing Ourk killing off the monument to the priest just yet. But I don't know if he cares. I don't know if he cares. As the unit's now going to take out this big... Oh, just kill off the monument, please. One deconstruction. One deconstruction. Wait, can he use it? Dude, he can deconstruct this. He could totally deconstruct it. He can't deconstruct this one. He doesn't even need to kill the monument. What's Ourk doing? Why is it that Chronos players don't use their deconstruction god power? I've never seen a Chronos player ever use a deconstruction god power in my entire life. Anubite's now coming out in an attempt to hold here. But the hero Contarius are in. The Satyr are able to get huge amounts of damage done to boot. As more Contarius are going to be getting trained. Ourk, I mean, is he still building villages? Yep, he's got 62 citizens to Rapple's 36 at this point. As the villagers getting taken down. Villagers back onto the gold mine over here as well. As the Contarius coming back up over here. We'll see how things are going to go for Rapple. If he can make some sort of a comeback. He's now back onto the gold. Ourk maybe overextended a little bit there, but he's going to be able to mass up a whole bunch of units. This is the one mistake that Ourk's making right now. He's only got himself 3 military barracks. And you really, really need... When you've got... Basically, I think about my villages as around about 10 villages is 1 military building. So I've got 60 villages. I want 6 military buildings. That way I can really spam everything out, and it's really, really nice. Do we see any economic upgrades here for Ourk? Once you're ahead, get further ahead. Get economic upgrades. Get town centers. All of that good stuff. As we do see a cheeky little camel rider trying to find something here, but Ourk is on the case. Those Contarius are so fast. Not quite as fast as a camel rider, but still very, very quick. And Ourk is giving Rapple just a little bit of breathing room, but I mean, in the end here, Ourk just needs to get to full pop and then do exactly what he did before. But this time, Rapple's going to have nothing remaining. As he does push back in, he's got 5 Satyr. Look at the units which Rapple's got. That's so sad. There is a Pharaoh in that can be a very, very useful here. As the Satyr going straight after the villagers. The villagers going to be making a dash for the Migdol strongholds here. As the Pharaoh comes through, trying to get a little bit. The Pharaoh barely even damages those Satyr at the moment, but villagers popping in and out of the Migdol, trying to distract as best as he possibly can. More Contarius going to be flowing in onto this position here as the villagers, they're so low HP. All the camel riders getting sniped down. Pharaoh on the back here about to go down as well. Villagers popping out as the Satyr are going to be able to deal with those very, very quickly. Heavy Contarius coming through to push the priests back through there into the town center to boot there. And Ourk is yet again smothering Rapple's gold. Rapple's got 0 gold in the bank. He's got all these villagers idle. He's only got 28 villagers left. He's got 5 in that Migdol. He's got 1 over here idle. He's got 30 villagers remaining. And now Ourk is going to be cleaning up this Migdol stronghold. And Rapple is getting boiling oil. Boiling oil does give you a little bit more defense against this, because at least the Migdol's going to be attacking. But I don't think that's going to be enough, as the Migdol stronghold does end up getting taken down. Those villagers will pop out as well, and Ourk will immediately go after those, or at least go after the other Migdol stronghold here. And I think Rapple is in utter disbelief about the insane level which Ourk is bringing into this game of Age of Mythology, as he finally taps out in this game. And Ourk claims game number 1. That was an insanely well-executed Chronos here. Pushes in, gets a huge amount of damage in the early game with those Prometheans. Lots of idle time. Villager kill as well, mind you. Then, I think Rapple makes a pretty big mistake. I think he overcommits to a classical idea. A couple of barracks going down. Then he goes Heroic Age. Pretty tough game here, in all honesty, for Rapple. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board going into game number 2. That was a solid game from Ourk. I don't know what else to say. We're going to keep watching this series. Let's keep going. We could watch Magic versus Puppy Paw as well. Grass vs. Count. It's also a good game. Do you guys want to watch Magic versus Puppy Paw? Ourk. EGCT has Magic. Okay, okay, okay. Magic Mista. Mr. Matador. Our boy Rapple. Okay, 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 okay. Is there a Curlauga game? Jeepers. Do you guys want to watch the Curlauga game? Second game, Rapple versus Ourk. Okay, we'll watch second game of Rapple versus Ourk. I'm going to have a quick break then while we wait for it. And just get a little bit more food in me. And go to the toilet. I'll be right back, guys. Not exactly sure what's happening with the game of Rapple versus Ourk, but there's no lobby at the moment, so we might move on to something else here. Let me just double check. Yeah, there's no... I'm not sure what's going on there. Do we have Joe versus Nyan? We could watch that. I want to watch this Ourk versus... I want to finish the series, but no, I don't know what they're doing. It looks like the Joe versus Nyan game just finished. We could watch Shelty versus Player, Eric versus Avely. I want to watch Ourk as well, my dudes. Shelty? No, I'm not watching Mista. Okay. Let's go with... I'm gonna... They're not even in a game yet. I want to watch a game now. Let's watch this one. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action. I feel like everyone's upset with me right now. We were waiting on a game. Look, how about this? You guys tell me when they're started and we can jump out, but they aren't starting yet, so they're taking some time. We're going to watch this game. We're watching Player versus Shelty. Come on, chat. In the top of the map, in the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is Shelty. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Hades. His name is Player. And the map is Elysium. It's going to be a fun one. I'm excited to see what Shelty's going to be able to come up with. Shelty has been a very, very strong player in Age of Mythology's history for the longest of times here. But he is now going to be going up against one of the greatest of all time in Player. Shelty is also one of the greatest of all time. There's some insane players in Age of Mythology. I can't believe how many solid players are left in this tournament. There's just and they're all the best. They're the best of the best of the best, sir. With honors. Apparently it's 1-0 for Player. So let's give him a point just so that everyone is happy and understanding. If that's the case, these are still best of threes, I think, right? So if you lose this game, you go home. The road to El Reinado is here. And the bus stop back home is at the end of losing or dropping 2 games right now in a row. Rapple versus Ourk's on. All right. Okay, guys. We're going to watch it. I wanted to watch Rapple versus Ourk. I'm sorry. I'm jumping around. I know that was bad. That was bad. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. I wanted to follow this game. I didn't want to watch someone else. I just didn't know what was going on. I just didn't know. Do, 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 do. Thank you for forgiving me. Appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tables and chairs, assorted members of the jury, I bring you today to present a game of Age of Mythology retold. Spawning at the top of the map, playing as Zeus. His name is the Rapple. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Ourk. We are getting to the nitty gritty, ladies and gentlemen. This is a best of 3, I believe still. Not only is it a best of 3, but it's a single elimination best of 3. Am I wrong on this? I could be. I've been wrong before. I need to look at the handbook a little bit more closely. It's 1-1. This is already... Oh, never mind. Update. My bad. Apparently Rapple is already up 1 game. We missed the first game of the series. So we're up 1-1. So the winner of this game goes on. The loser of this game goes home. The pressure is so on. And this is wild right now. This is where we get to see exactly what these guys are thinking in this sort of a matchup. Now, I've theory crafted here that it seems like Poseidon's got the advantage in this matchup. Centaur are really, really good. But Zeus has always got an ace in his sleeve. What's that ace in his sleeve, you might ask? Bolt. So any amount here of advantage that you can get in the early game from Zeus is going to be very, very important. I think that Zeus needs to be advancing incredibly quickly here, bolting Atlanta and going for broke in this matchup. We'll see what Rapple's going to be going for. I highly doubt we're going to be seeing any Athena in this game from Rapple. More than likely Hermes, more than likely Centaur, but you are playing from behind in terms of stats, as we see Hermes coming through for both players. No surprises. No surprises in the slightest. Now, there is a leveler in this game. The fact of the matter is, both players, they had Aurochs in the main base. What does that mean? It means that Rapple didn't have to build a granary. So he's got exactly the same advance time as Ourk. And there's not going to be any advantage had from that lure here, which would normally be somewhat of an advantage in this game. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to be happening here. Both players going Hermes. We've only got 1 villager on favor here for Ourk, and Ourk has got 8 villagers over here on wood and gold. Is he going for a town center? Is this guy crazy? No. He must be going for Hippias or something. As a Catoscopos poking his head in, this is exactly what Rapple's going to be wanting. Because I imagine Rapple is just going to be making some Centaur here. Only one villager on the temple at the moment. Only 1 villager. And he's going to be making a handful of those Centaur. I thought you needed 2, but apparently you just need 1. 0.12 favor a second. That is 12 favor every minute. Or every 100 seconds. I don't know how to do math. You guys know. It's fine. Every 100 seconds is about a minute, right? I don't know. Don't ask me. Anyways, Centaur going to be coming forward, putting some pressure on. Can Rapple get some value here with these Centaur or not? That's the big question. Meanwhile, over here, we do see the Catoscopos coming in, Centaur coming in as well. As the Centaur for Rapple going to get just a little bit of damage. And we do see Atlanta is in as well. Got to be super careful here. Rapple not paying attention with his own Centaurs. We do see the Atlanta coming through. Bolting that one will be allowing the Centaur of Ourk free reign through on this position. As we do see Rapple trying to get a little bit of a ghost building going down to kill off that Centaur back there. More Centaur coming through to put pressure in onto Ourk as he's now got himself 2 stables on this position. Going to be searching to kill off some of these villages as well, as the villagers going to be retreating back. Lots and lots of villagers on the gold mine now for Ourk. I like the idea, if he can't get onto that wood line, just get yourself a ton of gold and call it a day. He doesn't need wood anymore. He just needs gold for Hippias. Great macro there. Good control. And this also means, well, Atlanta was bolted. Atlanta's going to come back out. And now those Centaur, they're going to be looking a little bit silly in this game with a 5.9 speed, 5.8 speed, beastly Centaur killing machine in Atlanta. Look at her. Or is it Atalanta? I'll let you guys decide. Now, this map is Ghost Lake. If we take a look at the map, you've got some nice caribou at the back. You've got some gold mines over here. All the gold mines are going to be very far away from your home base. And there's only 1 gold mine in the main base. So this game is going to come down to, most likely, a 10-minute timing here. Most likely. So Rapple has got to be thinking about, or maybe even an 11, 12-minute timing. So Rapple's going to be thinking about how he can get himself a gold mine, or how he can get himself an advantage in this game that translates into a big advantage, where he can actually get a gold star, but he's going for a town center. I think this is incredibly greedy on this map. On this map, this is incredibly greedy. We do see the the Katoskopot's going to be coming through here. He will be spotting this. Picking off that Katoskopos, but the town center is spotted. Where are the Hippias going to go now, though? Straight at the town center. Is there an Atlanta here or not? Nope. But the Centaur will be helping defend. Rapple might have to hit ceasefire here. This is a nightmare for Rapple. He's sacking villages. He can't do this. These Hippias are doing so much damage. He loses one villager. Just one. But he loses ceasefire. This is scary for Rapple. If I'm Ourk right now, I'm going. There are some Aurochs here, which Rapple can drag in. You can drag the Aurochs, I don't know. You could probably drag the Aurochs pretty close to your town center. So there is some hunt on this one. But well, you can't drag it. Maybe you can drag it that far in. That's kind of insane. Okay. So we do see a little bit of that arrow fire coming through from Ourk is just being a little bit annoying. We see some goats coming up onto this position. But what Ourk's got to be thinking right now is, let's just pump units. Pump units, raid, take advantage of that extra resource and military value. You can see the resources, the actual resources in military. It's spelt out in front of you. This is the cost of a town center. So what you have to do with your Ourk is just cause idle time, get villager kills, and make something happen here. Because the gold mine's down the bottom. That's not going to be easy to grab. One thing that Rapple could probably be doing is, with these units all being at the top, is he could sneak this. He's got a nice wall over here that he can run away from. Put a scout or something, a Pegasus in front here just to check that position there, and then get that hunt wouldn't be a terrible idea. As the Hippie is going to be coming through, the villagers going to be pulling back into the main town center there to grab some goats. There's Rapple at the moment. He's only got the one stable. I wonder if it's worth it here to go into something like hoplites just so that you can prevent the pure Hippias from being a thing. An attempt at a wall here. That's a very low villager. That one's going to get sniped down. As the Hippias coming through, Rapple not paying attention. He's lost, doesn't lose any other villagers, but he does snipe off a Hippias there for the trade of 1, which isn't a terrible trade in all honesty, as the villagers have snuck down into this back food here, throwing a wall down as well. I like the idea. Keeps those Centaur off of this, but look at Rapple. He is coming through. He sees what is happening here, and he doesn't need to get in onto this spot. He can just... But can he? He can't get through. He can just use that special ability to be sniping down villagers there. And we see Ourk very smartly, very soundly, very safely just pulling back there to get some more of that hunt in as the army here of Ourk still searching around. He might need to send his Atlanta back. These Centaur here can very, very easily just run into the base of Ourk and get some serious damage done. Silverlaw Centaur, they do pack a punch here. I don't even think that those Hippias are going to be enough, as we do see a bit of a dive here from Ourk underneath the town center. Is this going to be enough, though? The Heracles and the Jason need to be getting onto those Centaur over there. He does get one kill. The villagers are kind of in a bit of a tough position. Turning around, going to be shanking down the Atlanta on that position. Hippias coming through as well. No watchtowers in for Rapple, as Ourk says it is time to go. But it looks to me like Rapple's shanking business here is going to be keeping him well and truly alive, as that Atlanta snipes a villager, but not before she's going to be getting taken out, retreating out into this position. We'll be able to retreat out here, but the Hippias goes down. What was Ourk thinking? The town center, that is danger zone. You can't run into that until you've got PS upgrades or huge numbers, and Ourk just didn't have it. And now Rapple, his 2 town centers, he's in a great spot. He's got the military advantage as well by 200 resources. Or had it, but he will have it. And Ourk has just thrown away any sort of edge that he has in this game to get a gold staff. He could have gone heroic age to get a gold staff. He could have stayed classical age, gone full population to get a gold staff. Lots of different options here, as you can see another little cheeky raid there onto this position from that Centaur, getting another villager kill. So Ourk is still fighting here, but he has just really hurt himself in a big way. Ourk now on the bottom side of the map here as well, as we do have Rapple doing his best here at the moment to make this all work. As we do see, wow, Rapple is going Dionysus. That is so insanely greedy right now. How much gold does he have left? He's got 700 gold. He's gonna have a Skylar. That's gonna be a big help. But there are gonna be 2 heroes that he's gonna have to beat, plus the Centaur. And we're seeing some military academies coming out as the units are coming through here to get a little bit of a raid. Villagers are making a bit of a run for it. There is one villager does end up getting sniped down. A Hydra? He's going to get a Hydra. He will get a Scarlet if he puts it into the frozen lake here. Not that you can. So he's going to get a Hydra. He's going to have some hoplites out. But Ourk should have a fairly sizable military advantage from this. Actually, Ourk's also going to be going Heroic Age as well. He's just a little bit behind. He is just a little bit behind here at the moment. Is the Centaur going to be searching up to the top side of the map looking for something to do here? Gold mine still has a little bit left as Rapple going to be popping out here. Gets a big amount of damage done with those Centaurs. Especially with Centaur, pole mark is a really big deal as the Centaur going to be targeting each other down over here. Rapple is trying to push out of his base here in a big way. 2 Centaurs are down per player there, but the Theseus does fall. And now Ourk is on the retreat and Rapple is going to be in a great spot moving forward in this game. We see Odysseus coming out as well here now for Rapple. Ourk at the moment, I see so many resources in the bank. He's got an armory, or he's only now starting the armory. He didn't have it. Ourk has made a very big mistake in this game. He should have been already in the Heroic Age, let alone not even clicked up yet, as that armory is going to be on the way. But Rapple, will he know to come over here and hit this gold mine? This is the big one. If we take a look at his perspective, he sees a gold mine over there. He's scouting around with the Centaur. He finds some villages here, actually. That's going to be big. He sees a granary at the very least, but he's not noticing as his army is going straight after the temple over here. Meanwhile, in this position, we do have some hoplites in to kind of help out as well, as we see Spirited Charge as well as Aphrodite coming through as the hoplites could get intercepted there. Not just yet. All the villagers down the bottom. Rapple is playing with fire over here, not having a fortress down just yet. He needs to put that fortress down to protect those gold mine villages. Those Hippias are going to be very strong as the villagers getting taken down on this food here as well. Hoplites trying to chase down the Hippias, but they are not quick enough. 4.8 speed is pretty quick for a hoplite, but not going to be enough as the walls do get broken down. Ourk's pushed off of those resources there as Ourk finally recognizes his villagers are idle and sends them forward. Any attempt at a fortress here for Rapple. He's macro. Very good at the moment, but he's spending resources on irrigation, and he also wants Bowsaw and Shaft Mine. You can't pre-queue a fortress. You can't. I'd love to be able to pre-queue a fortress, but you can't do it. And right now, Hippias are going to be coming in. There's a lot of villagers on this position for those Hippias to get some damage. The hoplites are in position to defend, but those Hippias will get a little bit of value here before the hoplites come and trade. And there's Aphrodite. Curse here is going to be gigantic. He should definitely be thinking about Curse so he can keep on taking those villagers out, but instead going to be retreating out of here. And he does decide there onto that Curse. Going to be diving in onto the villagers over here. And this is what I was talking about. If there was a fortress here, would have been completely safe. The unit's going to be trying to peel back. Rapple he hasn't controlled it completely well, but the villagers will get pulled off of the gold mine there to start shanking down as we now finally see the fortress coming down as Rapple realizes, okay, I don't want to be raided anymore. Let me deal with that. Population-wise, Rapple is in a significant advantage. He's got 2 town centers. He's got a big lead on villagers, and we see the units coming through. Does Ourk notice this? Answer is no. Wall segment gives 0 line of sight. Units coming in. There's no retreat path here for Ourk. The army is coming in on the back here as well. All of those villages are going to be getting taken out, and Ourk says, all right, ceasefire time. Ceasefire time. And guess what Rapple has done? I love this from Rapple. Right now, Rapple has said, no more Hippias. Just hoplites. And Ourk is building Prodromus. Ourk is building Prodromus here. Absolutely wild. Is the army for Ourk going to be retreating back? We've still got more buildings coming through here for Rapple. He's got himself 4 military academies there. as well as 4 stables. As the army going to be pushing forward at the moment. There is that one Nemean line. It's a little bit scary. I think Rapple can just take the fight, though, in all honesty. Especially with the Nemean line not taking a great fight. Bronze getting thrown down there as the army going to be pulling back here. Will be able to chase down that Nemean line with his Odysseus getting huge amounts of damage from range as well. But it looks like Ourk is able to survive. Meanwhile, in this position, we do have a Centaur coming through. Villager's going to be turning around to try and take this one out. That's going to be a pretty risky maneuver as more Centaur are going to be coming over here. Yes, he kills off one, but what about the other 4 that are riding in at the moment? Meanwhile, on this position, the hoplites are going to be getting taken down as those Centaur, those golden Centaur coming in to take out some of those villagers. Really, really nice play. Meanwhile, over here, we've got those hoplites. See a Nemean line getting cleaned up. Centaur getting cleaned up to boot here. As the Hippias are going to be chasing everything away. Hydra on the retreat path as well. Hoplites going to be pushing forward here to try and take out all those Hippias and everything else. And what else can Ourk do? He's got to get raids. He's got to get a town center. He's down double villages. His economy is so far behind. Rapple just needs to spend his resource. He could go Mythic Age through Hera here, Lightning Storm to kill off all of the units of Ourk, and really that's nothing that Ourk can do. But I mean, the simpler thing to do here is just spam out hoplites, get all your upgrades, and just call it a day. As we see a fortress coming up on this side, you can literally just move in and right-click on this town center if you spent 2,000 resources on hoplites here. As the military academy is getting taken down, good raids coming through here from Ourk at the moment. Those hoplites are trying to chase around the Prodromus. The Prodromus are so fast, 7 speed. Are you kidding me? Spirited Charge is insane as Ourk is idling a lot of villagers under the town center, but good defense there from, or reaction there from Rapple. As Ourk might check this position up here. He doesn't know there's a gold mine over there. He's got no idea. As the hoplite's going to come over. Well, he spots the fortress, and the Prodromus say, yep, not going to be it. Hera is nearly halfway there, so it does take 2 minutes for the Mythic Aids to now come through after all of the changes, but he's still going to be able to get there very, very shortly. And at the moment, he's saying, I'm just going to leave those. I don't care. I've got enough defenses here. He's got some hoplites over on this position just to hang out and defend. You can come and grab this town center very, very shortly. The hoplite centaurs coming through. Villagers all sitting on this gold mine. Ourk can't leave here. And the hoplites, they're just going to be running in, and all those villagers are going to be getting taken down. Ourk tries to retreat, but it's too little, too late, as Rapple is pulling in to kill off all of those units as best as he can. They're just all dead. They're all dead. Prodromus coming in to help out. A couple of Centaur on the back there. They're not going to be doing anything. Town Center coming up onto this position. Could deny that one. In fact, he does manage to do so. As the hoplites are coming through, Rapple's about to be able to have Lightning Storm on this position. Now, Ourk can retreat away. Lightning Storm isn't that great. You can just retreat away from it if you got the speed, and Ourk does have the speed. So Rapple does need to be a little bit careful. I would click it over this way, as far away from these units as I possibly could if I wanted to use it here. But it looks like he doesn't even need to. And in that position, Ourk taps out, and Rapple is safe against the might of Ourk here. This was a nail biter. I feel like Ourk had this game in the bag. He just needed to not sacrifice all of his units here and just stay one town center, pumping units, get some upgrades, and then get the gold staff. It was that simple. If you ever, like the town center here on Ghost Lake, that's insane. You're just asking to be heroic age timing attacked. You're just asking to be classical age full armor timing attacked. And there's just nothing you can do to hold it. But Ourk, he just says, I've got to get damage done for some reason. And he runs right in underneath the town center with a whole bunch of Centaur and a whole bunch of Hippias here. And Rapple, he can just turn around and shank. Now, obviously, if he killed off a bunch of villagers there, it would have been really, really good. But he just didn't get them. And Rapple finishes off with the dub. Wow, what a series. What an absolute series. Congratulations to Rapple. Unlucky to Ourk. Better luck next time. We'll move on to the next one. Man, what do we got? What do we got left here? I want to watch a Vortex game. Can we watch a Vortex game? I think Vortex is the only AoE player remaining. He's the only AoE 4 player remaining. I think we have to give him the respect due and give him a... Oh, Puppy Paw is still playing. Puppy Paw is still playing. Sorry, I just assumed that Magic would have won already. But I haven't been watching it, so I don't know. What game are we in on this one? Hold on, let me have a quick look. It looks like it's 0-0. It looks like it's 0-0. Just started. All right. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boit. My throat is dying, and I'm back with some more Age of Mythology retold action spawning in the bottom of the map. In the blue color, playing as Poseidon. His name is Vortix. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Uranus. His name is Tigerboss. What a time to be alive. I don't know about you guys, but Tigerboss, I'm going to tell you about these guys. Tigerboss is one of the players that always impresses me in Age of Mythology. In Age of Mythology tournaments, to be absolutely specific. Why does he impress me? Because he really doesn't play for high ladder ranking. I've never seen him have top 10, top 5 ranking, yet he always gets deep in tournaments. Always. And we'll see how he's going to go in this game. But he doesn't have an easy path here, because he is going up against probably the most mechanically gifted RTS player currently playing Age of Mythology in Vortix. I say probably because I don't really know. But every time I see Vortix playing, this guy impresses me. This guy is very, very strong. But I don't know right now if he's got the experience needed to get past Tigerboss. Tigerboss is playing Atlantean. He's playing Uranus. He's playing retold Uranus. This god has some tricks up his sleeve. Sky Passages. Shockwave. Oceanus. Lots and lots of fun here. We are seeing Vortix. He is going for the tried and true 15 population advance. And he's going to be attempting to get some serious damage done onto Tigerboss in the early stages of the game. Tigerboss is just taking his time. One of the huge advantages of going Oceanus as Uranus is you get the Caladria out. And the Caladria is going to be able to heal up your citizen. The Caladria is going to be able to make a fantastic defense happen against a small amount of units in the early stages of the game. So this is going to be really, really fun game to watch between these two players. All right. So we are seeing Hermes. We see 2 villagers on the temple all ready for Vortex. So he wants to be pumping those center out. One thing here that you can do if you're an Uranus player is you can get a couple more of the oracles out as you advance. But we are seeing an immediate Empyrean speed coming through for Tigerboss as he gets himself a mana up on this side. Grabbing a relic here with I can't say this. Gungnir Odin Spear. As a counter barrack's going to be getting thrown up. A very, very good counter to Centaur is Hero Terma. Very, very good counter. As the Tigerboss Caladria coming through. And he can just come over here and slow that bad boy down. If we take a look at it. Oh, you missed it. He didn't hit that. He didn't hit the pacify is what they call it. Okay. So, Terma going to be coming out. Hero Terma to boot. I assume they will automatically be getting made here. I don't particularly like double counter barracks here, especially when you've upgraded Imperium speed, which is mostly for your what are they called? It's only for your infantry, right? But one hero terma is in. Centaur going to be coming through. Going to get a little bit of damage. Nice little garrison there from Tigerboss as the hero terma comes through with the Caladria pacifier there to get a little bit more damage done. And then Vortix is out of there. What's happening in the main base? Vortix is getting himself some Hippias. He's getting himself that medium cavalry as soon as he possibly can as well. And we see some more relics just coming in here for Tigerboss. He's taking his time. What's this upgrade? Bow of Artemis. Getting that reduction in wood and gold cost for those terma. Very, very strong here for Tigerboss in this game. Now, a couple more relics on the map. Do they matter? Ulla's bow is in here as well. Extra range on your terma is a big, big deal in this matchup, especially against those Centaur there. As we'll see, I'm sure... Wait, does he know about it? He knows it. Wait, he does know about it, but he's taking his time to go and pick it up. That Oracle is sitting idle for the time being, but can definitely go and grab that one very, very shortly as the terma are going to be moving across the map. Now, it's a little bit dangerous to be sending those terma to go raid. Why is it dangerous? Because I've only got 5.5 speed. I've only got 5.5 speed. They did get a little bit of a boost. If you take a look at these Hippias, though, 5.9 speed. They're going to be able to chase these bad boys down, get a lot of damage as the terma do spot some villagers making their way over onto this granary onto this food over here. And Tigerboss says, get back, have a kill. I would even think about clicking Shockwave there. 3 villager kills at that point would be absolutely gigantic for Tigerboss. As Tigerboss simply just pulls back. You see some more Matus. He still hasn't thrown up a single Sky Passage, but he doesn't exactly need to just yet. But I definitely want to be seeing him getting those Sky Passages going. If we take a quick look at the map here, you've got Hunt in the corner. You've got Hunt over here. You've got a potential for giraffes to be grabbed in the center of the map. One thing that Vortex isn't doing, and he's probably not 100% aware of, is he's not like scouting out anywhere. As we see the Caladria, it does get sniped down. That was a big, big misplay there from Tigerboss. But look at what Tigerboss is getting now. Weightless Mace. When I said I didn't like the second counter barracks, the reason I said that is because I thought he was going to make Murmillo, but he doesn't need Murmillo in this matchup if his opponent is only going to be making Hippias. He can make Catapeltes. And these bad boys are going to be flying in this game. Weightless Mace, take a look at it. Plus 10% speed. They're already at 5 speed. They're going to be 5.5. They're going to be 5.5 speed. That's absolutely insane. Oh, 5.4 speed, excuse me. I'm wrong. I thought 10%. 5.4 speed. That's still insane. As the villagers are going to be sneaking up onto this food over here. Tigerboss might want to position his units up here just to make sure his opponent can't go in there. And it looks like there's a little bit of an inkling here from Vortex to check out this position. The Catoscopos is going to be running in. The Hippias are in. There is 1 mana here. You can only garrison 2 citizens into this mana, and he has to ungarrison them on the other side. He does manage to keep them alive there as the army going to be coming through. One thing I'd love to see here from... Oh, he's already done it. Never mind. Another Caladria. Come over, heal the citizen back up. Live the dream. Now, the reason why it's not 5.5 speed is because Empyrean speed is already giving them 10. They're already giving 10%, so it's 10% on a little bit less speed. As we do see a Carnivora getting dropped down, we'll be eating up one of those Hippias here. As it looks like Tigerboss says, I got to retreat back. Even though he's got a handful of Catapeltes, he needs a couple more of them to actually win this fight. As we do have the Caladria coming in to heal those units up, trying to keep them up to good HP here as more Catapeltes need to be coming out. And quick smart here for Tigerboss. He does have a little bit of wood to throw down another military building if he wants. At this moment, I don't see any extra units coming through for Vortex or any extra buildings coming through for Vortex at the moment. I would expect to see him getting some military academies out at the moment. That would be a great way to deal with these Catapeltes, which Tigerboss is building. Hoplites would tank. Hippias can run through and kill off those terma. Would be a really, really good way to play. Right now, the military resource value, very, very close here. As those 2 citizens just going to be hanging out. They can garrison in to the manor if he so chooses. Just going to be pulling away, though, instead. As the Catapeltes going to be running forward. Those Centaur get a lot of good damage done, but the Catapeltes get huge damage done as well as the hero terma going to be coming in. And Vortex has been forced to use ceasefire. Trading ceasefire for shockwave isn't really that bad. But one thing here is Tigerboss is missing out on oracles at the moment. He's got one oracle in his base. He's got one oracle forward. And wait, is there another oracle? He's got two oracles next to each other here. So he's only getting 0.02 favor and 0.1 favor here on that oracle. So 0.1 favor is pretty good, but only 0.02 from this one. So he's technically only got like 2.5 oracles kind of gathering at the moment. As you see, another counter barracks coming up. So Tigerboss can keep pumping units out. And I guess as we're getting to that 10-minute mark, you start looking at gold mines. Both players are getting very close to getting expired on that. There's no shockwave for Tigerboss moving forward, but he's almost got enough to use a second Carnivora, which can be very, very strong. As the Hippie is going to be pushing forward, villagers are going to be retreating back. I'd love to see these villagers over here dropping a Sky Passage and a Sky Passage over here. The amount of villager walking time you save by doing that, it's worth its weight in gold. It's so, so good. But we'll see if that's going to happen or not. As Aphrodite is now clicked up, there's going to be a significant timing here for Tigerboss to be hitting, especially with those weightless mace catapulties charging in here to try and take out those units. As the Centaur are pulling back into the main base, we are seeing citizens now walking forward onto this gold mine over here. And Tigerboss, he's not stuck in the classical age, but he is well and truly not going to the heroic age anytime soon. Do we see any military barracks coming down? Military academy with Hypaspis to come out. That's a great way to continue here in this game. Potentially also archery range and Peltast. Not a terrible way to play here either. As a couple more Hippias are going to be popping out. We do see the units now circling around. Checking out this hunt. And we see the villagers coming over here. But does Tigerboss see this? He sees the villagers. If he's paying attention right now, he will see those villagers coming over onto that position. And I think he spotted them. Did Vortix see it? No, Vortix didn't see the oracle. So he's not going to know. But there will be Aphrodite. And the question is this fight going to be winnable even with Curse? That's the big question. I actually don't think it is. Curse is going to be killing off about 700 resources of Tigerboss's army here. And that's, well, I mean, that's not quite enough, as we do have a nice Sky Passage. Those villagers are all going to be safe. Villagers in the main basic pulling away. These villagers over here can make a dive for the sentry tower over there. As Hyperion is being clicked up. And one thing you definitely have to do, if you haven't already got oracles out, get them out when you go into the heroic age. Very, very important. As the Centaur going to be sneaking through. How many heroes are in here? We've got 4 hero Terma, 4 Tigerboss. He can also make a dive into that Sky Passage and just leave this spot if he wants to. How is this fight going to actually turn out? Huge shockwave there for Tigerboss with that Carnivora as well. Catapulters are going to be absolutely massacring those Hippias. How many heroes are going to be remaining here for our main man Tigerboss? He's got 4 Terma heroes. He snipes 1 Centaur on that position as the Terma hero is going to be pushing forward to take out another Centaur polemark on the back there as the Centaur does pull away. These Centaur are going to be able to take out even more, and Vortex's army gets absolutely ruined in that fight here. He's still going to be pumping out more of those Hippias. He's got himself heavy Hippias through as well, but it's just not enough. And with Hyperion coming out, there's now going to also be a chaos to have to be very, very worried about, as well as a whole bunch of military barracks. And you can go Arcus, you can go Clontarius, you can also start going for Destroyers now as well. As we see a whole bunch of archery rangers coming down for Vortex. He wants those Peltast. There's the heroic age. And I don't know, when do you start attacking now if you're Tigerboss? Do you put a palace down first and then go and attack? That gives your opponent time to put a fortress down here, which is definitely something that Vortex should be thinking about doing. We'll have to wait and see. What units are coming out for it? We got Arcus to come in for Tigerboss, but here's the thing. Are we seeing Peltast? No, they're just Toxotes, so no Peltast coming in. A little bit surprised to see that. Obviously, the Toxotes is going to be pretty good at killing off those Catapulties, but making Peltast here to kill off the Terma, not a terrible idea. You see another Nemean line coming in. And Tigerboss, he is ready to pounce right now. As his army is going to be moving across the map. He's got that Chaos. He doesn't have Chaos Shockwave, which, I mean, Chaos Shockwave is an absolute army ruiner of a God Power. As Vortex is going to be ready to push forward. Those Toxotes on the back there, very, very strong. Also, if he really wants to engage here, Chaos straight away. Get those Catapulties onto the Impious. As the Toxotes trying to take out everything here, but the Terma are in to get that damage done. We do see the Nemean Lion getting cleaned up here as the Hero Terma going straight after those Centaurs. All the Centaur are getting cleaned up. Recon versus Joe. Man, there's some good games coming. Oh, I'm ruined, guys. This is wild. Oh dear. We could watch Grass versus Redo, but I wanna continue this game or watch this one here. No slacking. I'm sorry. We have to wait for the spectator delay anyways. I know what I need to do. I'll be right back while this is going. Oh. Nice feat. Thanks, man. I do what I can. I'm actually I don't know if this is a smart thing to do or not, but I'm sucking on a lolly, like a cough lolly, to kind of numb my throat so I can get through it. Is that bad? Oh, guys, this has been insane. What an insane day. I don't think I'd ever believe that this many people would be watching an Age Mythology qualification tournament. Get some throat coat. I don't even know what that means, but I'd love to. Is it getting warmer? Yeah. Throat coat is tea. I had some tea already. Tomorrow's top 8. How many games will overlap and how many will we see getting casted? Guys, I'm going to be casting, but not on this channel. Game number 2. First win for Tigerboss. Spawning on the bottom of the map in the blue color. Playing a set. His name is Vortix. His opponent today in the red color playing as Zeus. His name is Tigerboss. The map is Mediterranean. They just took the Mediterranean out of the ranked pool, but it's still in the tournament pool. So we get to see these guys duking it out with two of the strongest picks on Mediterranean. You got the oomph, the power of Zeus with restoration, and more importantly, the Skylar that comes through in that heroic age versus the trickery, the strategy, all of the insane ideas that Set has to destroy your opponent with Plague of Serpents, fast second town center ideas, fast heroic timing attacks. It's all there. I see Joey Bads in the chat saying "tap tap ta," and I say, guys, if you look, we've been watching Age Mythology Retold games now for around about 2 weeks. Around about 2 weeks. What are these villagers doing here? And we have not seen a whole lot of Ptah just yet because Plague of Serpents has been so strong. But God Power gets nerfed. Other option opens up. There's some fun strategies to be had here. That's for sure. Alrighty. We'll see how the game's going to go. I do think that Zeus has got an insanely easy time of it on Mediterranean against the majority of the roster. Why? You just go for like a 630 heroic age. And I'm not kidding you when I say 630. Pretty quick. Build 9 fishing ships, 630 heroic age. Build an extra Skylar. 2 Skylar, basically solo an entire navy. Now, they did get a nerf, but they're still going to be strong. And I would be surprised to see Tigerboss going for any sort of one of classical fight here on the water against the potential Plague of Serpents that Vortix is going to have. So it's all going to come down to that, I guess. So we'll see how what's going to happen. But the other thing is, like, I mean, you could go for Farsec Town Center, or not even Farsec Town Center. You go for a fast heroic with set, build a handful of Scorpion Men and Siege Towers, shifting sands onto your opponent's base, kill their town center. Sure, they get the water with their own fast heroic, but they're about to lose their entirety of their base and all the villages in their mainland as well if you do end up deciding to go for a ceasefire. As we do see a temple now coming up for Tigerboss, and the game is going to start up. So I'm expecting to see Vortix try and win the water really fast. I'm expecting to see him drop that Plague of Serpents down. But, I mean, Tigerboss has got two options. One, he can go Hermes here, which is pretty good. Just get all the fishing ships out, ceasefire, put some docks around. I love this dock over here. This dock is so sneaky. Right on the side here. I love it. Let's go. As the village are going to be coming around onto this one. And do we see one on the other side? No, just over here. I absolutely love that dock from Tigerboss. Because there's a chance here the Vortex just won't even see it. Take a look at the map. He hasn't scouted it. Well, he has kind of, but he hasn't scouted it. Oh, he sees the dot. Okay, never mind. He sees the dot. Okay. So he'll know about it. Never mind. All right, so whole bunch of these Vortix Aurochs of set are coming in, and you can kind of just position these around the map to kind of get some pressure happening on the main in the main base or whatever you really feel like. Anubis does hit, and I imagine, yeah, we are going to be seeing Vortix doing this. He's sending that fishing ships in straight away. Plague of Serpents getting dropped down right onto those fishing ships, and they're going to start taking those fishing ships out. Athena is on the way as well here for Tigerboss, but look at Tigerboss's resources. He's getting himself the food. No, he's not. He's got a lot on wood. Is he going for a classical fight here? We're actually seeing a fast heroic coming through for Vortix at the moment. Wait. We're going to see a fast second town center here? Wait, what? Market? Okay. He's going to the heroic age as fast as he can. Okay, we'll see how it's all going to go as the Minotaur going to come over here and attempt to fight this one. Good micro here from Tigerboss to try and take out that priest first and foremost, because the Minotaur is going to be able to clean up all of the Aurochs very, very easily as well. In fact, you might even want to just bring the Jason over here to try and kill off that priest after all is said and done. As all of the, not all of the fishing ships, but a lot of the fishing ships have been idled. Meanwhile, some cheeky little pigs going to be coming through here. And we do see that Vortix, he knows there's a dock over on this side. As the unit's going to be coming back in. Avenger going to be searching around. Tigerboss still not advancing, but he now has the resources too. He just has to click up. And he does decide now, Dionysus on the way. He's going to be a little bit far behind. If he gets here at about the same time as Vortix, he gets a Hydra out to defend against the Ancestors in his main base. And he's going to be in a good spot. We see the village is going to be diving onto that temple here to get themselves a whole bunch of favor. But the pressure from Vortix is mounting right now. Bolt there onto that Anubite is not exactly what you're going to be expecting to be seeing, but feeling like he had to do that there. Taking out all of these units. Vortix, he's still got vision in this game, so we can use that one to try and take out a village to get the line of sight on the main base. Click that Ancestors. Those heroes, they need to be back home right here, right now. But we haven't yet seen Vortix go for it. He didn't click their vision. The heroes are going to be retreating back home. And we do have one Leviathan in. And what's the next plan here for Vortix? He's sending his villagers very, very far forward at this moment. Is he going for a town center or a Migdol stronghold? As he's going right across the map. He's putting up onto this gold mine over here. He's got only 200 gold in the bank, but he will have that 300 gold very, very shortly. As take a look over now for that Skylar versus the Leviathan. The Leviathan does have itself 2x damage versus a a Skylar. I don't know exactly how well they trade against each other. It kind of looks like the Skylar does a little bit more damage at 45, but the Leviathan is doing... Yeah, I think it's pretty close, to be honest. As a priest going to be coming, I like that idea there, getting those units, and we see the lost ships coming down. This is pretty rare. These guys here are going to be taking out those Skylar very, very quickly, as the Leviathan going to be getting some huge damage in, but this Skylar over here is going to be getting a lot of heads very, very quickly, as the Skylar going to be taking that Leviathan out, and then obviously the lost ships here will be getting taken down very, very quickly as well, as it seems like here Vortix just says, all right, time to just trade a little bit, as one Leviathan down, Skylar going to be getting taken out as well, and Vortix has managed to get himself full control of the water here in this game with those lost ships. A really, really good usage there. But, I mean, Vortix right now, or Tigerboss right now, he's still getting fish out of here. He's getting himself the back town center. He's in a fine position, but there's a Migdol stronghold up for Vortix. This is going to allow him to put even more pressure onto Tigerboss in this game. As the Heracles is going to be coming in, we'll start getting a little bit of damage done onto the Scorpion Man over here, as the Scorpion Man does end up sniping that Heracles down, and then the units are going to start looking for raids. As some fishing ships coming out, another Skylar gets produced, and you can use this bad boy onto those serpents that are pretty weak here to get heads. He gets the bonus damage, so he's dealing tons and tons of damage. He's going to get 2 heads very, very quickly here. There we go. And then he's going to be able to basically one-hit those snakes to get even more heads in, and he's going to be able to run around and just kill off a whole bunch of these units here. But we'll see how it's going to go here, as a ramming galley coming in to tank first and foremost, and that's going to allow that Vortix Leviathan to trade in a big way. But once you get too many heads here, the Skylar is going to be winning this sort of a fight. Meanwhile, over on this position, we do see the town center is up enough to defend over there. And who's actually going to be winning this fight? 4 heads? Not going to be enough. The Leviathan is a tanky boy. The Leviathan buff? That was significant. That was significant. Insane. More units coming out, though, for Vortix. Tigerboss at the moment, he's got 2 stables. He can make himself those Prodromus out, but doesn't really have the food. He's got enough gold and wood to get a fortress up. I wouldn't mind seeing that getting thrown down over here, as all the units are up on the top side of the map, searching for villagers onto this town center over here. Vortix doesn't actually see it, as we do see a cheeky little Prodromus coming through here, but the Scorpion Man can take that out very, very easily. With the Skylar there, also the Hydra here, to take the Scorpion Man, it's a little bit more like you have to run away straight away. We do see some more raids coming in, but one Prodromus is on the chase. Pretty sure the Camel Riders win this fight, but with more Prodromus coming in, it's a different story there, as these Camel Riders are not going to be long for this world. They do start retreating back. Vortix now pushing in. Hydra, 250 HP remaining, as the Scorpion Man getting some serious damage done. We've got the Vision coming down onto this map here as well, as Vortix wants to see what is happening here. He doesn't really have any god powers to use, but just checking out where all the villagers are, so he can potentially get a raid happening. As we do see yet again, another Skylar has been built. There's no sense in building anything other than Skylar or Leviathans on the water, it seems. Because why not? That's all you need. Because now the fishing ships are going to be under attack here. Look at they 2-hit at the moment. As it's going to be retreating back, but there's 2 Leviathans. What's better than 1 Hydra? 2 Leviathans are. Because they're going to, well, maybe. It does look like it. Even with 4 heads, two Leviathans is enough. This is wild. I mean, this kind of makes me happy to see that this is how the water is playing out, because I'm a fan of this sort of like tiny amount of investment on the water, but huge value. Restoration coming down now from Tigerboss in an attempt to hold on this position. Bronze also come down towards the end of that restoration. Spearmen coming through. Their only medium spearmen here, as Vortix's army is well and truly needing to retreat here. These are some incredibly strong bronzed up Prodromus here, but Vortix just got a taste of finishing Tigerboss off here, and he's going to continue to push through. Vortix definitely needs to be pumping out those spearmen as best as he possibly can to break through onto this position. Because if you can, it's going to be a very, very tough time for all players involved to continue. We'll see. Some archery ranges coming up in an attempt to deal with those spearmen. You can also get out Peltas instead of just Toxotes. Peltas going to be able to kill off those heavy chariots really well, plus get some good damage against those low pierce armor spearmen here. And we'll see how things are going to go as Tigerboss, he is 2 town centers, so all he's got to do is kind of defend for the time being. As the Prodromus are going to be sneaking through. They get straight onto those chariot archers. Good micro here from Vortix as he's doing the shoot and scoot as best as he can, but with some Toxotes coming out, the units on the front are going to be really, really strong. We see those Prodromus getting a little bit distracted there with the fight onto that siege tower as a cheeky little spearman going to be causing some problems as the chariot archers still getting that micro in, and Vortix is showing how good those can be in this game as the spearman getting pulled back. Tigerboss trying to hold here. He's got a lot of resources, but it looks to me like he's not spending that well. That's a lot of Toxotes in that one archery range here. And in fact, part of the fact that Vortix didn't finish this off is actually a really big bonus here, because Tigerboss could really use that wooden gold to potentially build a fortress, and Tigerboss taps out. Are you kidding me? Tigerboss taps out up 20 villages with a safe gold mine over here. Are you kidding me? He's got no military left, but just retreat. Walk over here. Put a wall up onto the... Oh, I'm disappointed. Tigerboss not happy with this game. He's going to go into the next one right now with a fresh head on his shoulders, I hope. He played that first game so well, but Vortix gets everything that he wants in this one, and Tigerboss just cannot make it happen. Anyways, big win here for Vortix as we get to continue along. I think it's still best of 3 at this point. Man, I really want to watch Recon versus Joe, but I also want to finish this series up. It's best of 5? No, it's not. Is it? Oh, it's the semifinals. Okay, it is best of 5. These are the last games of the day. That's wild. Okay. We're in the top 16 already, man. This has gone crazy. Okay. I think what we should do we want to jump or do we want to stay and watch? We watch Vortix again. Vortix and Tigerboss. Let's keep going. What's EGC casting at the moment? Are they casting Recon Joe? We've got Mista and Matador on Red Bull. We've got Beastie casting Magic Puppy Paw. Yeah, I think we stay here. I think this is the best game going on at the moment. If you want to watch Mr. Matador, check out EGC TV. Everyone's casting Mr. Okay. I don't need to cast Mr. then. We can watch Mr. tomorrow, guys. It's going to be fine. Actually, hang on. I'll tell you what. Let's do a quick poll, guys. Do you want to swap onto a different game or keep watching Vortix? Swap or stay? I'll let you guys decide. You got 1 minute to vote. And we'll pick someone else. We'll get you guys can pick. Because I know there's so many other games and no one's casting anything else. So everyone's just watching Mr. play. Stay? Guys, majority rules here. Well, what we're staying, guys. It looks like we're staying. It's not looking like the swap is winning. Okay. I want to watch Vortix as well. I think these games are going to be insanely good. Oops. I clicked the wrong button. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury, distinguished guests, I bring you here today to present Age of Mythology. Spawning in the left side of the map, in the blue color, playing as Loki, his name is Vortix. His opponent today, in the red color, playing as Kronos, his name is Tigerboss. It's a best of 5. It's 1-1. Vortix winning on Mediterranean. Tigerboss winning on Megalopolis. The series is just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. These players are playing out of their mind. They've probably been playing for about 6 hours so far, straight of games. And they're just winning, and winning some more. But we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Round of 16. This is for all the marbles. And you really got to start getting a pretty deep god pool when it comes down to it this deep in. The way that it works is 1 ban, 2 bans, and then 5 picks of gods. For what you can pick throughout the series. This is going to be insane. We are seeing Vortix playing some Norse here. He is going in with the Loki. I really, really like Loki. I think Loki is hidden OP at the moment. He's got a very, very disgusting strategy available to him. And it all comes down to this one thing. And that's, how do you defend a gold mine? My thought process is here with Loki. I really want to get on the ladder and actually try this out. But it has to be a specific map. And guess what map is perfect for Loki? This one. Ghost Lake. Do you want to know why? Spam units. Once the gold mine expires, convert everyone to berserks. Say bye-bye to your opponent. Because they have to push out of their base. They've got to be over here on this gold mine. If they get pushed off the gold mine, what are they going to do? They can't make any military. And you've just got all of those berserks. I'm really excited to see a player give this one a go. There's another option as well, which is a get to the heroic age and see how that goes. As we do see a cheeky little deconstruction coming in. I like that usage here. I like that usage of deconstruction. Why? It means Vortix cannot build any Herser out, and the temple going to come through. It's going to mean once that Prometheus hits, there's not going to be any defense for this. And basically is guaranteed to get some damage. So really, really nice idea here from Vortix. From Tigerboss, as Vortix is going to have to get his temple back up. Prometheus will be popping very, very soon here. We do see a spy coming through onto this position. So Vortix will be knowing what's happening over here. As the classical age hits, Promethean are in. Going to be going straight up to those villages. And Vortix says, nope, not today. I'm just going to pull back in underneath my base here. I've got some trees here. Not going to be a problem. Can move up onto this side as well. As the gold village is getting pushed back as well. Now, this is just idle time caused in a big way. 4 villagers still not gathering. They haven't been gathering for nearly 30 seconds here in this game. That's absolutely insane. 35 seconds of no gathering for those villagers. Nearly 40 seconds of no gathering for those villagers there. This rush or pressure build, whatever you want to call it, from Tigerboss has really inflicted damage. And now the Promethean sneaks in, going to start getting some whacks onto these villagers here before retreating away. He's a little bit too cautious on that one, as a Herser going to come over and say, get out of here. And now we've got Terma on the prowl moving forward in the main base. We've got double counter barracks here. Tigerboss is a big fan of this double counter barracks. He can actually make Kara Ballista here if he really wants to, as the Promethean are going to be retreating away. And Tigerboss is going to be trying to do his best impersonation of Vortix Micro as he's trying to snipe down those Herser. There is access to a healing spring, though, so those Herser can get pulled back up to full HP very, very easily. As the Terma coming through, there's that healing spring. Herser get pulled back, no problems, but still pressure is going to be mounting as Vortix is in for a little bit of trouble here. As the Prometheans coming through, we do so that troll getting some big amounts of damage done, but the Terma hero is going after them. We do have now a cheeky little raiding cavalry coming in, but Prometheans are coming through for Tigerboss, or at least Promethean offspring, are coming through to help defend, and the numbers just are not here for Vortix. He is getting absolutely overwhelmed in this game as the raiding cavalry are going to be retreating back. Troll going to attempt to hold here with everything else. He's got himself just 2 military buildings. Watchtowers coming through, but there will be access to deconstruction very, very shortly here as the Terma just causing idle time. He doesn't need villager kills. He just needs idle time caused here. Just going to mean he's going to get even further in front on the economy as Watchtowers comes in. Terma going to be coming back up onto this spot. He can easily kill off those units, but he does click the deconstruction onto this Watchtower over here. That does give 135 wood, 100 gold back to Vortix, which is still a big amount as the units are out, and Tigerboss going to be retreating, but he does decide he can turn around. And so long as he gets those catapulties to be targeting the right unit here, he's going to be in a good spot as he does heroize his own catapulti there. Needs to be getting the catapulties onto raiding cavalry so they get the big amounts of damage there. As one troll almost getting taken down. Do see another raiding cavalry coming through here as well, smacking that one. But the Watchtower does end up taking that bad boy out as more catapulties are coming in. Now, unlike in the last game here, not the last game, the first game, Tigerboss has gone through Prometheus. He doesn't have access to Oceanus, so he can't have that weightless mace technology. So his catapulties are a little bit slower. As you do see a little find there on the top position, they're going to be sniping down that Oracle. That's really important here. Now, so far I've been noticing that Tigerboss, he doesn't really value making these extra Oracles out. So we'll see how he's going to go with the favor that he's going to be able to accrue now that he's lost one Oracle. But he's just going to be pumping units out as Vortix is going to be turtling it up in his main base here. Throwing Axemen coming out, raiding cavalry coming through, trolls trying to come in as well. These are very strong units, especially with that special attack. It picks up that big boulder, sends it flying. There should be units getting sent flying, right? There we go. Big smack. You want to be clicking right onto the middle of those Terma, though, if you can, as the catapulties coming through here for Tigerboss. There's really not that many of them left, and it looks to me like Vortex might be able to hold here, even though he's significantly behind on all the resources. As the Terma hero is getting chased down by those raiding cavalry, the big balls coming in, and another troll spawn there for Vortex as he's playing Loki. Those units here will eventually spawn him myth units throughout the game. So he gets a nice troll spawn. He can also pull back onto the healing spring. Good little win there, trying to equalize on the military, but in trading all of those units, this gold mine gets closer to expiring, which does mean that's kind of what Tigerboss wants. Tigerboss kind of wants this so that he can just keep putting pressure on, and he can come and try and kill Vortix on the second gold mine here, because the gold mines, they're so far away. But remember what I was saying. There's a point in this game where Vortex can just go for an all-in. As soon as this gold is expired, literally Vortex could just run all his villagers and just go for gold staffs. I don't know if it's a good idea. You're still going to get a market up and start trading in your main base, but it's definitely a last-ditch effort that you can definitely try and go for. As Tigerboss here realizes he's got to pull back, but every time you're running away, this is the one reason I don't like Terma. Whenever you're running away, the Terma go to the back of your army, and the speedy raiding cavalry just chase in and get huge amounts of value as Vortex spots some citizens over here onto this position. Going to be sniping one of them. The Terma going straight after those medium throw and action, picking them up very, very quickly, but not before they snipe down all of those catapulties. Watchtowers coming through here for Tigerboss, getting that that Valor in to try and take out some of those trolls. Good micro there from Vortex to move perpendicular in a perpendicular fashion to those Terma to dodge those arrows. As the raiding cavalry just going to be running straight through this base, trying to get villager kills, but the town center does get some good damage. As the Hearser coming around, trying to figure this one out as well. Raiding cavalry retreating back as well. And Vortex is just going to be hanging back. He got some good damage done, as we do see a mana coming up onto this position as well. As the raiding cavalry might swing around to the bottom, try and snipe down a villager or two and see what can happen here. Citizens going to be getting pulled back as well, as the trolls, they're looking for someone to take out. But nice little walls coming up. And the big thing here is, with a little bit of gold left, I mean, what can you really do? We see an armory coming down. At the moment, Tigerboss, he's got 0 military. But he's going heroic age. Dropping military barracks. Vortex is in a great position now. He's up on this gold mine. The Oracle does spot it though. If we take a quick look, Oracle sees. Vortex doesn't see the Oracle. So he sees that gold mine. If he had any units, he can go and raid it, but he doesn't. Now, we see an armory up for Vortex. Vortex is probably thinking, I better go to the heroic age 2. And one thing here that Tigerboss is going to be able to do is he's got 65 favor in the bank. So he's going to be able to build out a bunch of those satyrs to try and pull out. He's got these oracles. He's got to spread those oracles out as soon as he possibly can. Meanwhile, raiding cavalry are going to come down here. They can snipe down a mana. That's a great idea here. And we see Vortex saying, it's time to go Njord. Njord is the option. Let's get it happening. And a whole bunch of Archers are getting queued up here. I imagine we're going to see Satyr at some point. There's really not any heroes out to deal with this. And if you can get out like 5 Satyr with a whole bunch of catapulties to the front line, I don't think that Vortex can kill his army here. But there will be walking woods, and that's going to be a lot of problems. That's going to cause a lot of problems. But Tigerboss is not building any of those satyrs, so I don't know what the point in having all that favor is. He will be able to use chaos twice, I guess. As units do start moving across the map, Vortex's raiding cavalry will get sniped down nice and quickly over here. I see army going to be moving across the map to go after those dwarves. Oh, no, he doesn't want to, not yet. I mean, he's got to be careful not to go too far out of his base. Otherwise, life's going to be very, very challenging. The citizens are going to be sneaking up onto this gold mine. He's run out of gold in his main base, so onto that second gold mine. And yeah, I mean, now is a perfect opportunity for Vortex to put his foot down and say, it's time to village a rag. Let's go. But he's pulling the dwarves back home. And Vortex is creeping into the main base because guess what? Njord is going to hit. Walking Woods is going to come through. And the units are all going to be starting to go straight after that main town center there. Chaos gets dropped down. Lots and lots of those thrown. All the thrown axemen get cleaned up there. The trolls are very, very low HP as well. But the units here for Vortex, they're going straight after that main town center as the army of Tigerboss is going to be returning back home here as fast as it possibly can. There's not really a whole lot of heroes here, but can Vortex clean this up or not? This might be a little bit too much of an overcommitment here from Vortex. We see the citizens popping out of the town center. They're going to very, very simply just keep that town center alive. The trolls on the back here going to be getting sniped down by those Arcus heroes. The final troll is down, and we see in that moment there, Vortex cannot finish off Tigerboss with that push. He gets kind of debated in a big way. That Chaos did huge value there, and that's the game. I mean, if you're going to just go for it and try and go for an all-in here, why not go for an all-in? What's happening? Maybe I'm the only one who sees it. Like, think about it. These villages right now are useless. If he didn't have them, but instead he had, how many villages? If he had 37 berserks right now, you think that he would have lost this fight? I don't know. Maybe he would have. Maybe he wouldn't have. I don't know. But good win here for Tigerboss. And we're going to move on to the next game really shortly. Don't go anywhere. This is a very, very tight series. These guys are playing incredibly well. Berserk's a free night for Loki. We've got about a minute of waiting here, guys. Yeah, everyone's playing on the Red Bull Wololo patch or whatever. Oh, we're continuing this series. It's best of 5. I want to finish it. Tigerboss might be playing Gaia here. You never know. He's an Atlantean main. What is going on, everyone? I mean, I think you all know what's going on at this point, but I want to ask anyways. Game number 4. Best of 5. This is to get to day 2. You get to day 2, that's round of 8. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. We've got Vortix spawning in the right side of the map, playing as Gaia. His opponent, a little known fellow named Tigerboss. I actually thought that I put the score on the wrong way because I thought that Tigerboss was going to be playing as Gaia because he is the Atlantean main, but he's not. He's picked Norse. Excuse me, he didn't pick Norse. He's picked Thor. And we're about to see some shenanigans here. Both of these players playing some very, very different gods that I've... some very, very different gods. I haven't seen these guys playing any of these. I wonder how much experience I've actually got on these gods. And this is where your god pool really starts to shine. When you get this far into the tournament, best of 5, you got to have access to 10 gods. You just do. Because if you don't have access to 10 gods... your opponent might pick one of your gods, and then you cry. And I don't like people crying. It's not good. Everyone be happy, you know? But Tigerboss here, he's got a bit of an interesting build order. I love that he's not built an ox cart just yet. Does he have a temple coming up somewhere? Where is his Berserk at? Let's have a quick look. Berserk scouting around. There are some really, really strong early advances here you can do with Thor to put some serious pressure onto your opponent. And there's also some really, really good delayed advances with the Thor Armory. But it looks to me like Tigerboss is doing neither. He's got himself 250 wood in the bank. He's got himself a house down already. So he's going to be able to drop that temple somewhere. It looks like he's going to be putting in his main base. And he's just going to be having a nice, quiet game here. On the other side of the map here, we've already got an economic guild down here for Tigerboss. He's already got himself hand axe to kick this game off. As a temple going to be getting thrown up as well. And it looks to me like Vortix wants to advance here as fast as he can. Wait, he's got to be careful not to pre-queue that one, or he might cancel the villager. Never mind. He's smart. He unpre-queued it. He unpre-queued it. Very good. But this is a very nice build. I mean, I've been kind of saying you kind of want to go pickaxe first and grab hand axe as you go into the classical ages, Gaia. Reason being is he's just going to get a really clean 355 and you're not going to get too many problems from your opponent in the early game. So you play around all of that and you get that economic advantage and you're all good to go. Now, Tigerboss, on the other hand, he knows Atlantean like the back of his hand. He is an Atlantean main. He was forever a player who could only play the 3 Atlantean civs, but now he's playing Norse, he's playing Thor, and we'll see what he can come up with. It looks to me like it's a lot of villagers on wood for the time being. He's getting himself another ox cart out. He's going up to the next age. Doesn't have a dwarven armory up just yet. Fairly delayed advance time, if I'm completely honest. 4 minutes is kind of the standard for Thor, as I've kind of been watching. So, I mean, we'll see how he's going to go. A couple of walls coming up to just defend himself over here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, we've got a counter barracks, double counter barracks actually coming down for Vortex, wanting to make those catapulty Terma or just pure Terma as well. Some very, very strong ideas here for Vortex to kick this game off. But we'll see what Tigerboss can actually manage to do here. He's got a Valkyrie coming out. Has the resources. He could be going for a town center. It's pretty risky to do so, but he could go for it. Reason it's risky to go for a town center is Carnivora. Now, Carnivora is not the worst thing in the world to deal with when you're playing as Norse, because you will have those Herser out to kill it off. But if you're not prepared and you just throw it down willy-nilly, life can be a little bit challenging, as we see watchtowers coming up here already for Tigerboss. This is a very, very early watchtowers. I don't know what to think about it, but we'll see how things are going to go. We do have a cheeky little Carnivora coming in. We'll be eating up that position there, as the Carnivora is going to start slapping everything around it as the Terma are rushing straight in to take those dwarves out. On the back here, we see a market coming down here for Tigerboss. He does still have the Dwarven Gold Mine, so he can use that in his main base if he wants to, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. He can get himself 1,000 gold here, no problems, as a Terma hero going to be getting converted right in the face of that Valkyrie there, as the Valkyrie going to get slowed down by the Caladriel. Lots of big damage coming in here, and Tigerboss here is struggling at this moment. What is the market for? What is he planning in this game? This is an incredibly rough start for him at the moment. Where are his villagers at? He's got villagers over on the back here on those berries. And honestly, Vortix is just going to be picking on him right now, as the Valkyrie ends up getting sniped down. The Terma, they do run onto the burning embers, so you do take a little bit of damage by running onto those, but the Valkyrie gets away, gets to survive here. Yeah, it's looking like Tigerboss, he didn't really prepare this Thor very well in this game, especially not a Thor versus Gaia. He would know what Gaia can do, because I'm sure he's played a whole bunch of it, but we see a Tigerboss, great haul coming down, as the villagers are going to be pushing over here to grab some chickens onto this position here as well. But Vortex We'll see how he's going to transition out of this because he hasn't won just yet. We've got Rhea already clicked up. Wow, wait, it's not clicked up. He's still got a ways to go, but he wants to grab it. He stopped producing any Terma at the moment, and to me, it's looking like Vortix wants some behemoths, and he wants to push in, and he wants to put an end to Tigerboss here very, very quickly. Tigerboss trying to just wall up and keep himself in a nice spot here as the units are going to be pushing forward. That Caladra, it's such a disgusting unit here. It can heal that that Terma back up to full HP. In fact, he does manage to do so as the Terma try and break through, trying to take out those Tigerboss Berserks. He can't quite make it through here just yet because he has to pick off the rest of these walls, but it's a nice little defense here. But the gold mine is now expired. Tigerboss has got to push forward here. We've already got Rhea on the way. As, I mean, Tigerboss can advance now. That's what he wanted. He's going through Skadi. I mean, part of me understands what Tigerboss is trying to do here. I could be wrong about this, but I feel like he's just trying to get to Ragnarok. And these Terma are just getting so much pressure on here as the villagers all going to be moving over onto the berries or onto wood or something like that. How much favor he's got? He's got 20 favor in the bank. 20 favor in the bank. As Vortex, I mean, Vortex is going to have Rhea, though. He can just push in and kill everything. I don't know what else he can do. The reason why I say Ragnarok is because he knows how good it is. It's just an insanely strong power spike. Wait, another mark. Wait, what are you doing? Tigerboss is a little bit lost here. I'm not sure what a double market in your base is trying to do, but we do see a double market, so there could be something behind it. He needs to get himself up a hill fort here to get to the Mythic Age. As there's the Heroic Age in. So we will be seeing some units pushing forward to try and get a little bit of damage here with the Frost Giant just hanging into the temple here because he sees that that trader is available. We do see a hill fort coming up. I think I'm not incorrect about my assessment right now. One hill fort up to try and hold. Tigerboss is trying to get Mythic Age. Trying his best. We are seeing some sneaky villagers coming out over onto this position, but look at what Vortex can see. He sees all. He knows all. But the big question is, will a Ragnarok even be able to win if you've only got 30 of them? Ragnarok, I mean, he's still got a lot of gold to come through. He doesn't have any gold in the bank here. He doesn't have the favor to get a Dwarven gold mine up. Is he onto the wood? He's onto the wood line here, so he can sell wood. But look, there's a behemoth in. There's only so long in this game for you to hold. As the Frost Giant going to be coming in, I know that one's going to get traded as soon as Vortex sees it. As Behemoth going to be bashing down the temple. Selling all of this wood. Oh dear. There's some units going to be popping forward, pushing back off that one there as we do have the Terma coming in. Spotting some villagers over here, and Tigerboss's game plan here is just not going to be working out for him in the slightest. Losing so many villagers over here. But maybe, just maybe, if he can get to the Mythic Age, he's going to be okay. I do not know. I guess we have to wait and see. He's got the food in the bank. He just needs to put everyone onto wood and sell wood to get the 1,000 resources to get to the next stage. But that Behemoth is still over here, and he can just run straight at this town center. We see a Berserk coming through. And Tigerboss is kind of praying here. Can we be completely honest? Tigerboss is kind of praying at this point. Houses coming down for Tigerboss. And to me, all Vortex needs is maybe one more Behemoth and to just walk in here and just kill everything. And he's still selling. He's still selling. Imagine if he didn't build this second market. He might even be able to advance here. As the units are all going to be pushing forward, we do see a cheeky little Carnivora coming in. There is a trader left remaining as The frost does come down. And this does buy Tigerboss a little bit more time here. And finally, there's that frost we were talking, that trader we were talking about as Vortex realizes he can use it. And now Tigerboss, he can click up, and he has clicked up through Balder, but it's 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes to get it. It's 2 minutes to get it. And he's going to get 34 rag heroes. I guess we'll see it. I guess we'll see. This is fine. Yep, this is fine. Another behemoth is coming in. This town center is going to be getting taken down, though, very, very quickly. Vortex knows what's coming for him. That there's still a whole minute remaining, or over a minute remaining on Balder to come through as the hill fort gets taken down. The town center is going to get taken down. And in that moment, Tigerboss decides, all right, I'm not going to get there. GG. Well played. I understand the strategy here from Tigerboss. The idea is that there's no way to hold against Ragnarok. Ragnarok just beats Gaia. So just get there, use it, and win. That's actually not the case. Is it? This guy can just walk into your base with behemoths and kill you. I don't know what else to say. Let's pop out. Good win here for Vortex. He's leveled this series. Both players 1 win away from getting... 1 win away from getting to day 2. And we're on to Blue Lagoon. Oh dear. We're getting to the nitty-gritty. We're going to be able to move on to a different game after this one, guys. So hang tight. There's definitely some other really fun games to be watching. This series feels like it's going to be ending very, very quickly, so to speak. Will these games be uploaded to my YouTube? I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing with it, to be honest. Game number 5. Match point. You win this match, I'll see you tomorrow. You lose this game, pack your bags. The road to El Reinado is a long one, and only the fierce make it all the way. Vortex spawning in the right side of the map as Hades, his opponent today, in the red color, playing as Frere. His name is Tigerboss. I really, really like this matchup for Frere. Just on the low, I really, really like this matchup for Frere. Why? He's got everything he needs to deal with Hades. Ghoul and Bursty to kill off a potential underworld attack. Hillfort in the classical age to get Huskarls to deal with those brutally strong Toxotes. Tempest to deal with any sort of heroic age shenanigans. Tia for tempo, or Vidar to kill off a whole bunch of random stuff with a huge nuke. There's a lot of fun here in Frere. So we'll have to wait and see what he's going to be going for. But I'm also excited on what Vortex is going to go for, because there's been one big change which I'm yet to see. And I know these guys aren't looking to experiment too much, given the fact that given the stakes of this tournament. But sorry, Tia, I meant hell. You know what I mean. Expert casting right here. I know everything about this game. Cyclops, Ares, 150 food for a Cyclops. Are you kidding me? 150 food for a Cyclops. That's what I want to see. Why? Pestilence blocks the hill fort from firing. Cyclops kill the hill fort. What's Freya do? He cries. But we'll see if Vortix is thinking here. Some of this stuff requires a lot of in-depth thought before the game, and while you're playing, you're more focused on a whole bunch of other things. And we do just see Athena coming in. Temple now up for Tigerboss. As the dwarves are going to be getting all their gold over here as well. And what god are we going to see here for Tigerboss? I imagine we see Ulla. Does he have any upgrades? No upgrades just yet. I really don't think there's anything wrong with playing Freya and just going for a fast classical age and just getting upgrades as you advance. We see hand axe. We see pickaxe. Now, obviously, this advance here for Tigerboss, I would say he probably hasn't practiced this too much. He's well and truly out of his picks in this tournament. His strong gods are like Uranus, Kronos, and Gaia, with potentially also some Greeks in there. I've seen him playing some pretty good Greeks, and maybe Odin. So he's well and truly out of his strong gods, as we do see an Ajax going to be wandering in onto this position to get just a little bit of damage done. But the villagers just clicking into Alt S, turns around, gets a little bit of a shanks into there as the Ajax has to get pushed back. Ajax only 209 HP, not that much there. As the Minotaur will be pushing in, and now we've got Ulla pops. Draugr, got to be careful. He's a slow dude. As the Minotaur going to be coming in, and he headbutts those dwarves. Doesn't get any kills there. Oh, he does get a kill. Never mind. Dead dwarf. Nice little attack in for that one, as the Asgardian hill fort is going to be attempting to get dropped down. Draugr not paying attention right now, as the Ajax gets a lot of damage down onto that one. Taking that Draugr down that early is absolutely huge, as the Asgardian hill fort is going to be attempting to get thrown up. This Berserk is in a nice defensive position over here. It wouldn't be a terrible idea to get watchtowers through here either if you're Tigerboss at the moment, as the Herser attempting to take down that Achilles, getting a lot of good damage done. We do see the Minotaur coming back over here to try and take down the dwarfs, as the Herser get pulled back, get a couple of smacks over onto that Minotaur there. There's a couple more Herser coming in, but those dwarves are very, very low HP. Another dwarf going down, as Vortix is all over Tigerboss in this game. As we see the Asgardian hill fort will be finishing up here very, very shortly, but Vortix isn't done. He's constantly splitting. We see the dwarves finally pulling back there, as the Herser does come in to get a little bit of damage there. But Achilles will have to get out of here now, as the Longhouse is through. Tigerboss has sustained some damage here. He's down 4 villagers. Tigerboss is down, but all these units are low HP. He also gets the hill fort up, and we'll see how he's going to go. Some pretty big miss micro onto that Draugr in the early game has really, really cost him on this defense. Probably could have just sat it back here and just had it sniping off the Minotaur when it walks through. As now we see Tigerboss is about to get raided over onto this position. The villagers have snuck out onto this hunt nice and early. And if we take a look at our main man Vortix, he's not going to be noticing this. There's one villager over here. We'll be making a break for the tower, and the villagers are all going to be retreating back. But Vortix, he might be looking for that hunt over there. He hasn't quite spotted it. This is really, really good here for Tigerboss to be able to keep going, as we do see watchtowers coming through for Tigerboss at the moment, as his Herser try to push through and try to take out that Minotaur yet again. And the towers are just about finished here, as the Achilles going to start bashing away at the sentry tower. Sentry tower does pop up into the watchtowers there as well. Restoration coming down a little bit too late onto that one. But those heroes are going to be back up to nearly full HP. Losing this tower isn't the biggest of deals, in all honesty. As the villagers will be pulling back over here. Herser coming through. One dead Herser coming in. Nice micro there from Vortix. Great awareness as the Herser are going to be pulling back into the main base. Villagers are going to be pulling back as well. And we'll see how this all goes for Tigerboss. He's still not building any of those Huskal out. I'm not sure what his plan is at the moment. It looks to me like he's trying to go to the next age. He does have a market down. He can buy food if he needs to. And he's going to be going through A gear. So a nice, quick heroic age here in this game. He gets some walls set up around his tower, so it should be enough to kind of keep it alive for just that little bit longer. But those Toxotes are getting some serious damage done. But it's a good defense nonetheless. There are some goats going over here as well. But Vortix, on the other hand, what is Vortix doing? Vortix is going for a town center. Vortix is going for a town center. And Frey, once you get to the heroic age and you get those rock giants, you've got yourself 30 favor in the bank. You should be able to get 2. These are going to be really, really strong, really difficult to deal with, so long as Tigerboss kind of knows what he's trying to do. He is kind of stuck in this game. More houses coming up. We'll see how things are going to go. I don't know if Tiger is in a decent position or not. Right now, he's about to be out of gold. He's going to have to push over onto a gold mine. He doesn't have the favor for that. We see a great haul coming down. And he's going to have to fight Vortix at some point here. And I imagine... Well, Vortix actually... I'm not sure what Vortix is doing. He's going for 2 town centers and a heroic age, it seems. There's a market going to be coming in. He can buy some food. Oh, and he can advance very, very quickly there. So going up through Aphrodite, 2 town centers. 1 town center heroic age here for Tigerboss as he gets that rock giant out. A couple more upgrades going to be coming through as we see the Jarls in as well. Another great haul coming through. I mean, the Jarls make some sense. He's getting himself that medium cavalry, but we'll have to wait and see if it's going to be enough, because the thing is, if you go too heavy into those cavalry at this point, Vortix gets the heroic age himself, and he's going to start getting Prodromus out. And the big thing is right now for Tigerboss is he doesn't see anything. He doesn't see this town center. He doesn't see the villages. He doesn't see the lead. He doesn't see how many military units his opponents have got. He doesn't know where they are. He's going to be sending his dwarfs over onto this position here. And Vortix, simply put, is just going to turn around and come onto this gold mine as soon as he sees it. This 1 HP Katoskopos. A little cheeky patrol starting up here just to check both of those gold mines. And also over here, do we see... Oh, there's a Hades Shade there as the Katoskopos comes through. And the villagers have been spotted. The army, time to go. It's going to be Tempest versus Curse. And while I think Tempest is the better god power in a lot of different situations, you've got to have an army to really get value out of it. As the longhouse is up, units are going to be pushing forward. And Tigerboss is going to have to think about taking a fight here, which he really will not be wanting to do. Curse gets dropped down. Rock Giant is getting targeted down as well. We see the heavy raiding cavalry coming in, but that's going to be getting taken out as well. The units here are going to be retreating. The Tempest does get little bits of damage done as those Toxotes on the back are going to be getting cleaned up. The Rock Giant goes down to the heroes as we see some of those raiding cavalry coming in to help out the Lemian Lion on the back of the base there. Also getting absolutely pounded by this Tempest. Smack, smack, smack. Is that going to die? Jeepers. Poor Lion. Absolutely wrecked there. Anyways. Vortix has to pull back. As the house is coming up onto this position, those raiding cavalry going to be ready to pull in and try and take down those Toxotes, if at all possible. There's the Hades Shades on the back looking for some more engagement here as well. Toxotes is going to be taking down the Thrown Axeman and everything else, but look at the army now the Tigerboss has created. he's going to be able to really, really easily kill all of these Toxotes. We do see a little bit of shoot and scoot here from Vortix, but Tigerboss's army should be able to win this, but he does decide to retreat back here, and that's going to be really, really good there for Vortix. We see any prodromus getting made, any stables here? No stables. He does have a couple of military academies with that medium infantry queued up. Vortix pushing in. He's got to be a little bit careful about this one. He is spacing pretty nicely with those Toxotes, but once the raiding cavalry get on, they're going to start cleaning up the rest of these units. Great fight here for Tigerboss, and he should be in an okay spot here now to start pushing forward and getting some value back onto Vortix. But Vortix at this moment, he's up 20 villagers. That's a huge, huge advantage in a game of Age of Mythology. We'll see if he can convert that, see if he can spend those resources. Those Toxotes here are all going to be getting taken down. Let's turn around, get a couple little bits of damage off before those units do end up falling. What are the raiding cavalry doing? He does turn in. He's going to be trying to take out the Toxotes on the back there. Nice micro here, but hoplites coming in will mean throw an axeman into being in as well. And that also means some good micro needs to come through. Again, if we take a look at Tigerboss's perspective, he's got no idea Vortix is on 2 Townsends. He should have an inkling because he's winning the fight, but he's not in front on score. And what does that mean? It means he has to put pressure on. He needs to go forward. He needs to attack. But he's not doing that just yet.
Okay to that.
Meanwhile, over on this position, the food has dried up. There is a decent amount of food over here as well. The villagers can jump onto that wood line if they so choose. And I mean, one unit here that we haven't seen just yet. Oh, no, there it is. The medium Husker. This is such an important unit to be mixing in when your opponent's making this many infantry archer type units. And Tigerboss is just kind of refusing to take these fights here. He just needs to go, as the raiding cavalry are going to try and split up into a separate group and get in onto those Toxotes. He's got to surround the Toxotes or something. He just keeps charging in, and those Toxotes are just getting such insane value in this game. As the Huskar do manage to come through, they're going to start getting that damage on the Toxotes. As the Toxotes start that shoot and scoot, you got to get the throw and axeman over here. As a Ghoul and Bursty is coming in. That's very, very far from the fight. As you do have the Rock Giant coming in as well to kind of distract all the hoplites. And after the hoplites, after the taunt finishes, you really got to like get those units to attack something else. As the Ghoul and Bursty is in, and we see Vortix needs to start retreating away here. It's a great haul coming up for Tigerboss. And the Ghoul and Bursty, he will be coming in. Big smacks. Getting a little bit of value at the very least here from the Ghoul and Bursty. Nice. A little bit of a mistake there from Vortix, but I don't think he cares at this point. He is macroing up a storm. Huge amount. He's got no resources in the bank. Spamming that out beautifully. Ready to push back, and he's got heavy infantry. He's got heavy archers. And Tigerboss is in a very, very challenging position. We see the Asgardian hill fort coming down, but it's going to take quite some time for it to actually come through here, as we do have a couple of those raiding cavalry able to get in onto the back there, but they're going to get sniped down very, very quickly. These raiding cavalry just can't get through the choke points here that Tigerboss has actually created himself, as that Nemean line on the front is also getting insane value. There's another Nemean line going to be coming through. Those raiding cavalry do manage to get a little bit of damage, but they're going to get picked off so quickly. The numbers are just not here for Tigerboss, and it looks like Vortex is running away with this game at the moment. The gold mine about to expire as well. He's going to have to move over to an even further gold mine at the moment. The Asgardian hill fort is not going to be finishing here in this game, as that Chiron will end up finishing up on that rock giant. The units keep pushing forward. Toxote is going to take everything else out here. Tigerboss is out of resources. He's out of gold. He's got a little bit in the bank, but he's out of mineable gold at the moment. The Toxotes, they are plentiful here for Vortex, and he's going to be chasing those villagers away. And in that moment, Tigerboss does tap out. Vortex wins in 5 games and books his ticket to day 2 of the Red Bull Wololo Road to El Reinado qualifier, AOM qualifier here. He's into day 2. Congratulations to Vortex. Solid gameplay here. Tigerboss, He just did not get the memo. You got to have a big, deep God pull when it comes down to it. I see he tried a bunch of different Norses. He tried Thor, he tried Frey, he tried Zeus as well, and it just did not end up working out for him in the end of the day. Anyways, thanks guys for watching. We're going to see if we can find another game here to jump in and continue along, because the day is almost done, ladies and gentlemen, but there may still be games going on. So let's have a quick look. No one's casting Kimo or Shelty or Matt or Avely. Let's watch Matrius versus Avely. I can check the brackets on Liquipedia. Would have been a great idea. I'm sure it'd be a much easier thing to see or visualize. All right. What is going on, everyone? My name's Boyd. I've got no idea what best of we're in at the moment, so I'm going to reset it. I don't know where they are in this series. We've just jumped in randomly. But we're watching Age of Mythology, the retold action, spawning at the bottom of the map in the blue color, playing as Loki. His name is Matrius. Apparently, it's 1-1. So let's go ahead and risk putting 1-1 in. His opponent today in the red color, his name is Avely, and he is playing as Ra. Ba-ba-da-ba. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are uninitiated, for those of you who didn't follow the evolving Age of Mythology competitive scene over the past 20 years, let me introduce to you one of the strongest Age of Mythology players from 2012. And around that era, he was incredibly good at the game. He won several tournaments. Avely. This guy is a monster, but he's come back in an era where there are a lot of monsters playing Age of Mythology right now, and one of them is his opponent. At the bottom of the map, it's Matrius. What did Matrius see here? What did he spy? The Pharaoh. All right, so guys, it's going to be one of the first games we're going to be seeing it, but Ra did get a fairly hefty buff moving into this patch. What did he get? Boost to his Ra priest empowerment. Empowering your monument is an increase as well. And his Pitsukos are quite a bit stronger. So let's see how things are going to go here for Avely. Matrius, on the other hand, not really any significant nerfs to Loki, but man, there's so much cheese here for Matrius to go for. And we'll see what Avely's got in store, but he's got to be very, very cautious. And same too for, I mean, we're playing tournaments, so no one's going to go for like crazy, well, maybe they will go for crazy cheeses, but there are some insane cheeses that can work here, especially against a god like Ra, but Avely might have something in store for us here. He's picking Ra for a reason, as we see Forsetti coming through. What's the reason for the Ra pick is the big question, as we see a second monument coming down for Avely. And a bit of a delayed advance time. He's got his temple up, no problems, but a bit of a delayed advance time. We'll see what sort of a strategy he's going to go for. You can go for 5-second town center. He's going through Ptah, actually. You could also go through Bast in this matchup. There's really no reason to not go Bast in this matchup. Your Sphinx are quite good against Norse. And if you get enough Axeman out, you can pick off all those Herser, and you can really make the Norse player cry, even if it's a Loki player who's got those who wants to build those Herser, you're still making the Norse player cry with those Sphinx. But we're not seeing that here for Avely. We do see a couple of those priests getting produced out, which I absolutely love. Especially when you're going for a 5-second down center play as Ra, it's so important. It's absolutely so important to get pre-sat as you advance to the classical age. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to defend it. But I think we're not seeing a fast second town center here for Averley in the slightest. He's going for something very, very different. I don't know if he's going for a classical fight. I don't know if he's going for a fast heroic, but it's not a fast second town center. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Matus is just going, I'm just going to take this one. Like, what, you're not going to spot it. And he's not wrong. Averley's sitting in his main base. It looks like he's going for a fast heroic here. And an armory is getting thrown up. And Matus, he's already going to be on one town center. He could realistically rush 3 town centers up here if he really wants to. Like, if he really wants to, he could just go, all right, get this town center here, get this town center here, and just call it a day. Or this town center over here. But walls are going to be coming up, and it's going to be up to Averley to make something happen here in this game. As the Wadget's going to be scouting around. There are some shifting sand shenanigans that are possible, but it's not impossible because you do have the rock to scout for you. But maybe going segment here, shifting sandsing the scarabs and a couple more units in at, like, I don't know, 7 minutes 30 might not be a terrible idea. But at the moment here, Matus is 2 town centers. Averley doesn't know that Matus is 2 town centers, so he could have done a little bit of a score read here and have a guess that that's what's going on. What I mean by the score read is, I'm not sure if it's actually in this patch or not. I didn't check, but you could guess that your opponent's getting a town center up if you see their score dropping by 700 after they advance to the next stage. Like, for example, as soon as you see this Sobek coming in, take a look at the score here for Averley, and we'll see if it actually does end up happening. So, goes in, 6,000. Doesn't change. Okay. Maybe they took it out. Maybe I'm wrong. Or maybe it doesn't affect the age up and it does affect building buildings. I don't know. I have to get some more information on this thing because I've got no idea. All right. Great Hall's coming down. Sobek on the way. 2 monuments here. 2 monuments here for Averley. You can also use this rock to get some rock raiding in because it did get a buff as well. It's now got a 2-second land time instead of a 3-second land time or something. So you can actually get some decent rock raids, and I actually did see one earlier today. As Longhouse is coming up, Mark coming up as well on that position there for Matus. He might want to be getting to the next age, but doesn't quite have the resources, just pumping out some units. Walls are all up all across the map. This is something that Matus has been doing with great success throughout this tournament. Just playing nice, solid, safe Age of Mythology. Beautiful walls, beautiful defense, protect his base, protect himself from everything. He knows right now that there's no second town center. As we do see, whoop. Was that a shifting sands? What? I get why he's done it, but I don't like it. As the villagers here going to be getting up the Migdol stronghold, the advantage of doing this just means you don't have to walk there onto this spot. So you gain a little bit of resources, but you're really wasting that god power. And now you need to wait for another 50 favor to actually get it up again. But he does manage to get the Migdol up. He does get that one up for safe. He's going to be making those chariot archers here as well to start getting some serious pressure onto Matus' economy here. But Matus is fully walled up, so he needs that rock to do something here. And I honestly think the best way to use that rock at the start of the game, scout. You just got to scout. And thank you for the rating party, T West AOE. Hope your stream went well, my dude. As unit's going to be pulling back, we will be seeing that armory coming up for Matus as well. Just the one armory has currently got 2 longhouses, 1 great hall as well. As the units piling in onto this position, we've got more chariot archers rolling through here. And where to next is the big question. What can Averley realistically attack with just chariot archers here? The answer is Not a lot. The map is completely walled up. There's nothing he can attack with chariot archers. And the longer this game goes on, the further Matus is going to get in front here. As we're now starting to see even more of those great hauls coming through. Going to be trying to snipe some villagers up. Those chariots, they can't push past this position, although he's going to get absolutely clobbered. We even see some herdmen coming in. Absolutely love that. Herdmen have got bonus damage against what? They got bonus damage against those chariot archers, and we do see the rock coming in. Bit of a bump up onto this spot. Going to be hitting those villagers. We do see a locust in. The villagers trying to retreat away, but they can't. They're running straight through that locust. Now, that is probably the best locust I've ever seen in my life in Retold. I mean, it's only 2 weeks away, but he's picked up quite a few villagers there. Retreats with the rock. Great usage of that rock there. You can't tell me the rock's dead anymore. This unit is big. We're seeing Njord coming through now, though, for Matus. He's going to be furious that he's lost those villages, but he's still got a significant advantage in this game. Great Halls coming down, Longhouses coming down. Avely is going to be attempting to put the pressure on in this game, but look at the military difference right now. Matus is only 700 resources behind, and he's about to be in the heroic age, and he's about to be able to click that Walking Woods God power, which will give him a relatively equal position in this game as more military buildings are coming down. This is something Matus absolutely loves to do. I was watching his games a little bit earlier, getting himself a ton of military buildings. I'd love to see just one unit coming back and just continuing to build stuff here. As the heavy cavalry is going to be coming in. We do see Walking Woods getting clicked up onto this position here as the raiders are going to be sneaking through in an attempt to prevent the siege towers from escaping. That's a big amount of resource loss there for Avely. Town center still very much alive. Villager lead still very much intact here for Matus. We see the mountain giants coming forward as the Walking Woods trees, they are in, and Matus, he is ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the raiding cavalry to take down the chariot archers. He's got everything he needs to take down all those myth units as well with his own Hearser. The raiding cavalry still chasing down those chariot archers on the back as the Walking Woods are going to be going straight after the lone Migdol stronghold of Avely there. As the Hearser going right after the Betsukos to boot here. And we will be seeing a very, very challenging position for Avely at the moment as all the chariot archers on the back do end up getting basically massacred. There's only a handful remaining as the villagers are going to be retreating back into the Migdol stronghold, but they are not going to be long for this world. Matus has managed to push through. Matus has managed to remove Avely from this game. And what else can Avely do here? No gold, no army, no hope. As Shifting Sands coming through, those villagers... Oh, he misclicked it. Oh, that's disappointing. As the villagers do end up falling here. And I mean, he's got himself 26 villagers remaining. Mountain giants clobbering down on that siege works there. As the siege works does get taken out. Thank you for the raiding party, EGC TV. Is the day over? No, it's still going. As Matus has claimed the victory there with Avely tapping out. A solid victory here for Matus after all is said and done. Incredibly strong work here from Matus. This was just a masterclass in Loki play. Immediate second town center. Avely had no idea. I think you basically have to go for a fast second town center here with Ra. Or you go for a very, very heavy classical fight. I don't think there's any one town center fast heroic timing attacks that work, and especially with a player as highly talented and thinking as Matus. All these walls coming up just put a complete stop to everything. Anyways, let's keep going, guys. We'll get into the next game. It is best of 5 here. I don't know how many more games we've actually got remaining at the moment. Apparently I have a game invite from Notard. I don't want to accept that one. I'm sorry. Matus versus Avely on Ghost Lake. Quickly, before it's over. What's happening here? Why can't I go? Why can't I get in? Hello? Okay, there we go. Game is full. Failed to join game. Wonderful. Guys, while this game's loading, I'm quickly going to get some water. I'll be right back. 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, assorted members of the jury. I've used this intro before, but it's such a good one. Sporting in the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Odin. He's here to teach a lesson, and you guys are here to learn. His name is Matrius. His opponent today in the red color, playing as Uranus. I'm excited to see this one. His name is Avely. This is going to be a cracker. This is game number 4 of this best of 5 series. You win this game, you're into day 2. You lose this game, you pack your bags, you go home, you talk to your friends about it, and you say, what could have been? That's all you're going to be saying. What a time to be alive, ladies and gentlemen. Matrius here on Odin against Avely's Uranus. This is a matchup that I have personally said very challenging. I think that Odin has got all the tools in the world to take Uranus out. But this map's different. There's 2 types of Ghost Lakes here. And I think that this Ghost Lake is very, very good for Odin and very, very sad for Avely. I'm going to get into it. Now, here's my current theory on this matchup. So, Odin has got no weaknesses to Uranus in the early stages of the game. You've got Caladria, Shockwave, Carnivora to kind of be worried about, but you've got speedy raiding cavalry. You don't have to actually ever fight the Uranus army. You can just contain them. If the Uranus ever decides they want to attack you, you can just run straight into their main base and just start raiding gold villages and everything else, forcing idle time and killing off buildings and everything else. The Uranus player is basically stapled to their base in this matchup, in my opinion, right? Which then means, when does Uranus get an advantage in this game? And if it's the case that you're stuck in your base, answer is actually never. So it's on Avely here to try and figure out how to get an advantage here. Now, I have seen players suggesting to go Catapultes, Terma, Prometheans. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it done well, and we'll have to wait and see how the game is going to be going. Prometheus is on the way. Little bits of damage has been caused here by onto all of these oracles. This is really, really good amounts of damage from Matrius. He's been very active with these berserks. This is something that is very tough to kind of deal with for the Uranus players. I have been saying that Uranus' best bet is to get himself out while advancing to the classical age, 2 extra oracles. So if you go 5 oracles, it's going to allow you to pump out all those myth units or spend all that favor on god powers. But we're also seeing right now Matrius going up through Freya. Bit of a late advance time, but he's got nothing to worry about when he's playing against Uranus. There's no early pressure that Uranus can really do. And even if Uranus advances at an insanely fast advance time, let's say 3 minutes, it's really not going to be able to do anything, because the Prometheans have to walk all the way across the map, as we do see Avely going for an old school strat here, deleting those Prometheans, turn them into Promethean offspring. The reason he does this is because they get more speed, so he can traverse the map just that little bit faster. So we do see a cheeky little relic here, adamantine shingles, spots some goats. They're going to be sending them back home, splitting those Promethean offspring into 2 here in an attempt to figure out what he's going to need to scout so we can get the raids happening in a good way. But take a look at the insane map that Matrius has. He's got 14 goats. Are you kidding me? 14. compared to 10 goats for Avely. That's a decent amount here for Avely, to be completely honest. But 14 goats for Matus, he's never going to need to leave his base. All he needs to do is get husbandry, eat all of this hunt, eat the chickens, jump onto the goats. He's also got back hunt here as well. He never needs to leave his base. And we'll see how the game's going to go. As Avely opening up double military academy. Military barracks. I get them confused from time to time. I'm sorry. But double military barracks here for Avely is going to be pushing forward with those Murmillos in an attempt to spot something to attack here. Now, we already see a longhouse up for Matus. Is going Great Hall, longhouse. Makes a lot of sense. You want to make yourself Throwing Axeman to kill off those Murmillo, and you want to make yourself Raiding Cavalry to make sure you've got that speed on the map to contain your opponent. As Avely popping in here, pokes his head, trying to take out a Raiding Cavalry. Remember, Odin doesn't mind taking these little mini skirmishes because he's going to be getting health back, HP regen on those Raiding Cavalry. It's totally fine. As more houses coming up on this side, he's getting those Throwing Axemen out, so it's going to be working very, very nicely here. As we do see a cheeky little shockwave coming in as the Valkyrie almost got a villager kill there. And Matus isn't done just yet. Matus is not done. I mean, we do have Avely. He's got the option of utilizing that Valor there as we see a cheeky little forest fire onto this position. I'm not sure exactly what the idea is here, except for just to open up this gold mine for more raids, as the Berserk does end up getting taken down. Low HP Citizen going to be retreating away. We take a quick look at Avely's position here. He's got the Sky Passage. Do we have any sneaky Sky Passages on this game? No, we do not. No, sir. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map here, we've got longhouses coming down. Valor's getting clicked and everything like that. We've got the Raiding Cavalry going to be coming through here for Matus in an effort to start raiding Avely's economy here. I love the idea of just leaving that one Murmillo here at home. But the Valkyrie is going to be heading back home as well. And where to next? Where to next for Matus? You keep pumping units out. You've got so much gold in your base. You don't have to worry too much about anything happening here. But the gold mine is on the front of his base. So I wouldn't mind seeing a couple more buildings around it and maybe walling that one in for a safety. Same too here for Avely. Both players kind of boxing in their gold mines and things like that. But yeah, still try and be safe with that one as the Raiding Cavalry getting caught out ever so slightly, but Matus does micro that beautifully away. And let's take a quick look at the perspective of Matus. He's really sending his units all over the map beautifully, as a relic does get picked up here for Avely. He's getting that blue crystal shard, an extra little 5% bonus resources in terms of gold and wood gather rate. So very, very strong there. And we do see the Valor coming in to keep that Murmillo alive. Nice play here thus far from Avely. He's keeping it close here. He's keeping it competitive. As the Sky Passage is now up, the villagers can very, very simply move over into this corner hunt. I wouldn't mind seeing like a Sky Passage up here, for example, onto this gold mine, over here onto these polar bears. Something super hidden, super secret, super safe, and try and make that work there. There's an armory now coming down for Matus. And look, here's this challenge for Avely. Njord. Njord is literally the challenge for Avely. He needs to overcome that, and then he also needs to overcome Ragnarok. There's two options here for Matus as well. He could also go for Skadi and just call it a day. Skadi, Hill Fort on this position here. Go Mythic Age. Wait out this gold mine from getting finished up. Click Ragnarok. No gold for Avely in this game. It's going to be very, very challenging. As you do see a mana coming up on this position for Avely, as we'll see how this is all going to shape up as the Murmillos sneaking around to the top side of the map looking for a bit of a raid here. He does have the favor in the bank for a shockwave. I would love to see him getting some value with this raid right now. He's splitting up those Murmillos though, as the villagers are going to be retreating away. Just shockwave these guys back at the moment. It's such a good usage of the god power. I know it costs 15 favor, but if you pick off 10 villagers with it, it's so disappointing. Throw an Axeman coming through. One dead Murmillo here as Avely going to be pulling back, and he's going to be losing a little bit more. Those Murmillos should be able to get away here. We also haven't seen him quite get this upgrade. It's now coming through. Empyrean Speed. That is a unique upgrade for Uranus to speed those units up. all those infantry units up in a very, very big way. Meanwhile, we'll see if he can hold on. Nice little attack here for Matus. He gets a huge spread of damage there onto those units as the Valkyrie comes in as well to slow them down as the Thrown Axeman trying to charge in. But Njord is now clicking up as we see some raiding cavalry coming through here in an effort to kind of catch out those Mermillo, as Avely is just getting caught out all in this map at the moment. And Matus, he's playing it safe because he can chase but not over chase right there. Very, very calm, calculated, smooth play right now for Matus. And the reason he's doing this is because, well, Njord's about to click and he can do whatever he wants. As we do see a cheeky Sky Passage attempting to come down here for Avely, but not going to be able to come in just yet. As the red units of Avely sneaking up onto this position yet again. We do have those raiding cavalry going to be searching around for something to kill on the back here. Villagers are going to be sitting idly by over there as the raiding cavalry popping back. We've got double mana and Sky Passage up onto this position. No sneaky Sky Passages just yet here for Avely. I love the corner Sky Passages. They're so much fun. Get right into that corner. Over here, for example, would be sick. As we do see the Heroic Age is now in for Matus. He drops down the Walking Woods, putting him all the way at the back. So the long trek to get anywhere here as the Sky Passage will be finishing, but basically those citizens are going to have to retreat anyways here. But what decision is Matus going to make right now? He doesn't have to go for the Jugular. He can just get himself a hill fort. He can just get himself a hill fort on a gold mine and enjoy the game. He's still got so many goats left. He's eating up the berries there as well, as we do have a little cheeky raid into the main base, but Avely has defended that nicely. He's making himself some catapulties, which are really, really good at killing off those raiding cavalry as well. And the army here for Matus is going to be pushing in. I love that he put down a couple of military buildings before he takes this fight, because he knows that he's going to have to be pumping out units as best as he can. And if you see 4 great halls, 2 longhouses, that's pretty good. Compare over to Avely, 2 military barracks, 1 counter barracks. We've got a lot less production than Matus has here. As we see Avely, he's wanting that Hyperion and wanting it badly at the moment. But yeah, at the moment it looks like Matus, he can't really take this fight. He's feeling a little bit out of sorts. I'm surprised he's not able to push through just yet. But we're going to see those raiding cavalry attempting to make it happen nonetheless. Town Center going up on this position. This might be the cue here for Avely to go ham. He does have 15 favor in the bank for a shockwave, so we might be able to make this one work here as the raiding cavalry are just pushing in and out. But Town Center nonetheless gets up, and Avely not feeling game about pushing forward and stopping that one there. Yeah, if you finish, look at the score jump there. When you finish the Town Center, the score jumps. Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. There's still there. You can still get a bit of a score read on your opponent from the score. All right, nonetheless, we are seeing Hyperion coming through. The raiding cavalry attempting to get around onto the back. Those Cairo Ballista are very, very challenging to engage on as the raiding cavalry trying to get in. We do see the shockwave coming through. Heavy infantry is in. Lots of raiding cavalry not pushing through just yet. Chaos is going to be coming in very, very shortly. Who's going to be winning this fight is the big, big question as the raiding cavalry coming around the back here to take out those Cairo Ballista incredibly quickly. It's still very, very close. 3k left for both players. Hyperion is not in just yet, and it looks to me like this fight towards the end has gone heavily in favor of Matus here, though a big crazy chaos at the end might be, no, it's not going to be enough. Matus just hard wins that fight after all is said and done. Those Goaty just kill off all those myth units beautifully. The citizens will be retreating away from that position as Avely has to pull back into his main base here. And we will be seeing the Sky Passage getting taken out. Mana's getting cleaned up as well. And there's, well, I mean, they've nerfed Walking Woods and they buffed Walking Woods at At the same time, I think there's one Walking Woods tree that's left over. So they nerf Walking Woods from 8 down to 7, but they also reduced the recast potential of Walking Woods from 150 to 100 favor. So, yeah, you can get 2 Walking Wood casts pretty close back to back here. As Matus is able to clean up all those buildings, he's also getting himself a whole bunch of upgrades. That one upgrade that I can't remember what it's called. I don't know where it shows up either, but it does give you like little bits of gold. There it is. Viking. It generates gold while fighting enemy units. So even more resources going into the back pocket of Matus here, as the villagers going to be almost finishing up on these gold mines as well. And I don't think just yet Matus has gotten himself a palace, but I don't think he needs it. We do have a couple of hero units going to be getting some good damage done onto the front here, but those throwing axemen just cleaning up all those units there. Chaos coming through onto the back here. As those throwing axemen, they kill off each other very, very quickly there. And Matus very smartly now just says, all right, time to retreat back. But he's also sending a little cheeky raiding party around to go after some villagers while Avely is not going to be paying attention. He does start retreating, but it's still going to be 1 or 2 dead citizens onto this position as well. As the army comes back, snipes that citizen, and then he will be attempting to retreat out when everything else gets over here. It's got Milo kill as well, just extracting max value out of his army here. As the mana's getting taken down as well. And the raiding cavalry will be bailing from that position. Arcus pushing forward onto this location as well. But, I mean, at the moment, 113 population for Avely. And is losing manas. And he doesn't have any gold very, very shortly. Against 180 population. Still holding on to Ragnarok. He doesn't have it yet, but he can. There's a long road to go here for Avely to fight his way back in this game. We'll see if he can make it work or not. This is his match point. This is his tournament point, or his tournament life on the line. If he loses this game, it's all over Red Rover. As we do have that hill fort coming up on the front. And, I mean, Matus, there's not really any reason for him to go crazy. He can even go tier here if he really wants to. He can honestly go tier here, and that's going to do just as much damage on a big all-in to kill off the main base here. That's going to be absolutely huge as well. Fimbulwinter. As the villagers, they have grabbed this gold mine, and Matus is going to start slowly moving his way over to the other side. Doesn't have that fortified town centers just yet. Doesn't have a market, but he's got a lot of idle villagers, actually. No food income for Matus at the moment. He's got to get those all sorted. Farm's going to be getting thrown up. Villagers over here can jump onto those polar bears if he so chooses, as the army is going to be coming in. The army for Avely is also here. He's almost got the favor for another chaos, which will help him stay alive in this game for just a little bit longer, as Matus decides his ball of units is not enough here. And some more great hauls coming down. Market also getting thrown down here as well for Matus. Can buy that extra food to advance through Balder here. As the market is going to be coming up. Matus losing just a handful of units, but he doesn't mind. And that's the Balder queued up. Matus is not messing around in this tournament in the slightest. He wants to get to that round of 8, and he wants to be proving he is one of the best Age of Mythology players to have ever played. Chaos gets dropped down. Jarls can come around onto the back here. Throwing axemen are going to be getting cleaned up in a big way here, but those throwing axemen are going to be enough to just take out the rest of those units. Matus could delete his market and that Great Hall and easily clean up everything here, as Matus just going to say, all right, no, we don't even need to take that fight. Let's pull back. He's giving a little bit of a chance over to Avely, but he's sacking those Jarls, going straight after the citizens on this position. As Huskarl's coming through, throwing axemen coming through, another town center for Matus, while those Jarls are just not taking any damage from Toxotes, because why would they? 280 HP, 42% PS armor, of insane amounts of survivability there. As those Jarls going to be pulling back. And we will be seeing a third town center completing here in 10 seconds for Matus. Raiding cavalry can get over there and take those units out as well to boot if he needs to. But a second hill fort going to be up, meaning Huskarl coming through. Very challenging unit to deal with, the Huskarl for the for the Atlantean civilization, because you basically only have fanatics that can counter them, right? You can make Contarius, I guess. You can make Momillo, but really the only unit that hard counters them are the fanatics. Kyribalis, not so much. Spalda just about to come through. Matrius is spamming out everything. He's even making sure he's got himself a bit of a trade route started. I love that. Never click Ragnarok without a handful of trade caravans. Why? Because it's just going to mean you've got a little bit more gold in the bank to start building some dwarves out, or even a fire giant kind of follow-up to the Ragnarok. As we do see one palace is up here, and we do have to be a little bit concerned that Matrius is taking his sweet time in this game with killing off Averly, but he just knows doesn't have to rush it. Ragnarok is going to be popping. Upgrades here. Ragnarok clicking. He goes up to 367 population. 15,000 military value here. Can Averly hold at this moment as Matrius is trying to dance a little bit with his army? I don't think he needs to anymore. Rag heroes all starting to traverse across the map here and start crashing in to Averly's main base as the units surrounding Averly's army here. Fire Giant using that special ability to completely remove those archers from the game. And in that moment, Averly taps out. Averly's tournament life is over. And Matrius makes it through the day number 2. What a game here. Matrius putting on an absolute clinic, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you play Odin. This is how you do it. I don't know, guys. We'll see if there's another game here to watch before the day kind of finishes up. Let's keep going. Shelty Kimo is still 1-1. It's just Kimo. Is Magic and Soup still going? Did I have the score on the wrong side? I may have. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're almost through this monumental day of craziness. Spawning on the left side of the map in the blue color, playing as Hades. His name is Kimo. His opponent on the right side of the map in the red color, playing as Freyr, or Frey, depending on how you want to say it. His name is Shelty. The map is Ghost Lake. Oh, I'm excited to see this one. I'm excited to see this one. This is a revenge match, if I've ever seen one. This is a revenge map. Guys, I'm going to take you back to Champions League Season 1. Semi-finals. No god restrictions. You can pick whatever god you want. And Shelty took the challenge of playing the worst god in the game at that point in Thor. Or at least what a lot of players thought was the worst god in the game with Thor. He said, no one's ever got to the finals. No one's ever won an S-tier tournament with Thor. I'm going to be the guy. And he matched up against Kimo. And he took Kimo to 5 games. And he fell short. The grudge match. Oh, he already took his... No, the revenge is always going to be there. I don't care what anyone says. Let me build this. Let me build the hype. Don't be changing it. This is the narrative. We've got to spin the narrative in a way. Anyways, we got a Hades game here versus Freyr. This is pretty exciting. Both of these gods are late game beasts. So, how does it even turn out? How does it even turn out? What's the plan here? Do we see upgrades coming through? Do we see just a classic advance time here from Shelty with early pressure? We'll have to wait and see. Apparently, we're 1-1 in this tournament. I don't actually know. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. Oh, that changes everything. Guys, it's match point. It's match point. And we haven't seen any of it. So we've got no idea what mental state these guys are in this position. They've played for 8 hours. They've been gaming for 8 hours. Kimo's stamina in RTS games is the most I've ever seen out of anyone. This guy can play like 50 games in one day. So he's not going to be phased with this, but you're still tired after this many games, especially when you're playing the same guy and they're as talented as Shelty. So we'll see how everything's going to actually shape up in this one, but Shelty is taking his time to get to that next stage. He's going through Ulla. So no Freya here for Freya. No Frey for Freya. Please don't tell me that Kimo won Game 4 on Mirage, Ra versus Thor. Please don't tell me it was Ra versus Thor. I'll be so upset. That's an exact repeat of that Champions League game 5 or Game 4 where... Anyways, we're not going to get into it. Let's watch the game. Let's watch the game. We're seeing Ulla coming through. Ulla is, I think, a fantastic option. You get the fortress up. You get the defense up. You got all of the good stuff. We're seeing more houses coming down for Shelty. On the other side of the map here, Kimo, he's just going through Athena. And to me, this is looking like a fast town center. There's good hunt behind it. There's some berries over here. But this plays directly into Frey's, like what Frey wants here. And I could be wrong, but it looks like Shelty's doing exactly the same thing. As he drops the Asgardian Hill Fort down in onto this position, the Tigerboss is going to be coming through. Do we see any sort of town center? Nope, it's going to be a great haul straight away. But this is the weakness of Frey. And you can overcome this weakness fairly simply. You can overcome this weakness fairly simply. The secret is get yourself out of second berserk in the arcade cage. Scout the map, and you're going to be able to know what your opponent's doing. But Kimo's going to be having this town center. Wait, does he know about the hunt behind him? He does. He's going to be having this town center. He's going to be able to grab those caribou back there. He could also move it around the front and grab this as well. Shelty is playing incredibly defensive to kick this game off. Upgrade-wise, what's he got? Pickaxe. No hand axe in just yet. No husbandry. One gold mine, Ghost Lake as well, with all the gold mines being very far away. I mean, part of me just says, I don't really want to go two town centers here, just because you're really, really asking to be getting hit by any sort of heroic age, teching, Norse player, timing attack, Tempest, or Bragi's flaming weapons, or literally anything is going to be a very, very challenging thing to be fighting against. Not only that, there's also going to be Huskal coming through. Look at the units here that Shelty's going for. Huskal, throwing axemen, raiding cavalry. What are you going to build? I'll wait. Hades isn't going to be building anything here. Hades needs to go heroic age. Hades needs a pacifist. In fact, there is a world where going to town center through Ares is actually a really, really good idea against Norse. Why? Because you get a sword of dread. Sword of Deimos. You get a sword which unlocks your pacifist in the classical age. And then you can deal with this. But Kimo's going Athena. And we'll see how things are going to go. He's actually throwing farms down in his main base as well. Trying to let those pigs get a little bit more fat. As the units here for Shelty are going to slowly traverse across the map and try and get a little bit of damage in. And seeing what's happening. He does note that there's some farms over here. He sees the town center and he's going to know exactly what's coming for him here. And Shelty says, all right, it's time to get some value, as he's going to be chasing the old Minotaur into the main base here. One thing that Shelty needs to really do is go, where are all the gold mines? He sees enough. He doesn't know there's one over here, as he's still looking for some villager kills, but sentinels are up. And Shelty going to be retreating back for the time being. Is there anywhere to attack, though? You can kill off these villagers here. You can come over. You can't really attack that. You could probably attack over here as well, but Shelty, he finds this position. Getting a little bit of idle time on those villagers is going to be very, very helpful. Currently an 11 villager deficit. Kimo not losing any villagers. He is in full focus mode. And Tournament Kimo is a scary player. Let's be completely honest. Tournament Kimo, very, very good at this game. You do have an armory coming up here for Shelty. And Shelty, he's going for the heroic age. And I like this. I think this is going to be very, very challenging for Kimo to hold. But Kimo can get a 2 town center fast heroic in if he reads this well enough. Cuts units, goes heroic age. Before that gold mine expires, it might be okay. The big problem is Shelty, he's going through A gear. He needs to be securing this top position here as well. There's a lot of stuff that Kimo's going to be able to go for. And also, he doesn't know that there's a gold mine over here. As the dwarves are going to slowly make their way over here, dropping that ox cart down, getting on that second gold mine a little bit earlier. Though his gold mine over here will be expiring. I wouldn't mind seeing the dwarves actually going over to the other side of the map as well. So that he can like start mining this gold mine away from Kimo. As an idea. But we'll see how the game's going to go. As Kimo, he's still pumping out units at the moment. He is getting his armory up. So he is looking to go to the next stage. He's got about 1,300 gold in that gold mine. So plenty of gold to get there. Raiding cavalry looking for a little bit of a raid over here. Might get a villager kill if he's lucky. In fact, he does get one. As Kimo takes a little bit too long to retreat away there. And the raiding cavalry do get out. Units popping over here. Searching for things to attack. But nothing really on that position just yet. As the cheeky Pegasus there hanging out. Going to get shot down. You can't really do a whole lot there. There is a world here where Shelty just drops another hill fort on this position. But, I mean, then again, do you really want to do that? So many resources in the bank. He might just go Mythic Age. He's going to go Mythic Age. This is going to be huge here for Shelty because he's going to have access to Vidar. And if he can get the value from Vidar here, from that huge Inferno, this is going to be night for Kimo, because Kimo is just pumping units. He is pumping units right now. He's got not enough gold to go to the next stage. Units are going to be retreating back. There's already the hill fort up, and you can get Vidar very, very quick. Nope, he's going hell. No Vidar. He wants hell. Nidhogg is just as good. Nidhogg is going to clean this army up. This is insane. Surely Kimo is going to have this in the back of his mind that this is going to be coming for him. We see a marker coming up here for Shelty. He's going to be able to buy some stuff if he needs to. He's getting himself all these upgrades. Units coming through. A second Rock Giant on the way. Rock Giants is so insanely good. If he uses the Nidhogg in tandem with a Taunt to get that fire onto those units, oh god, that's going to be disgusting. There's also going to be access to the Fire Giants as well that are coming from Hell. We do see Apollo on the way, so Kimo does have ideas of using that underworld to get onto a gold mine. And remember, Shelty is all the way over on this side. He has not got security of that gold mine over here. He's almost baiting Kimo into coming onto the right side here. But Kimo, he should be smart. He should be thinking, I don't need to do that. Let me go over to the left's gold mine. In fact, Kimo is doing something even better. He's not leaving his base. He's up double villages. So trading for however long right now is completely fair and reasonable. He can sit in his main base. He can start selling resources here to make that happen, to continue production here. He does not need to go to a gold mine just yet. This is very, very high-level Age of Mythology thinking here from Kimo as the units here are going to be charging in an attempt to take out this town center. Hell is just a little bit far away here, and the army of Shelty may need to be pulling back at this stage of the game. He's not quite ready to take that town center down just yet, but he's trying to force Kimo out of the main base here. But Kimo now, he's going to go onto the temple and he's going to start pumping out Manticore. I love this play here from Kimo. Very, very solid, calm play as we see an underworld up onto this position. Shelty, he can't be letting this happen. He can't be allowing this to happen at the moment. As we see a Nidhogg coming through, it's flying in onto this position here. Let's take a quick look at this big bad boy as he's going to be getting a lot of damage done over onto this position here. Unfortunately, using that special attack as the Town Center will be getting taken out. You got to wait on that special attack to come back online now as the Nidhogg flies forward and is going to start getting some huge amounts of damage onto the front of this one. We see Tempest getting dropped down here as well. Restoration coming through to keep the units alive during this Tempest, though, as that Nidhogg is still getting some huge damage in over after all is said and done. The Tempest is getting beautiful damage, but Shelty has just lost nearly all of his military units here as the Nidhogg is now down to 1000 HP, but the units of Kimo are getting absolutely massacred. The Town Center has fallen, but Kimo is still at 70 villages at the moment. He has held. He's got a gold mine over on this position. He can put a Migdol or a fortress down at some point here as well, and Shelty has to pull back. But I want to see that Nidhogg going for raids right now. It's 4.3 speed. It's very, very quick. He's got to pick off villages in this game. And Shelty, I mean, he's just blind at the moment. He doesn't know what's happening. We've got that Chiron here as well as we see the Nidhogg coming in to get just a little bit more damage in. But immediately the Nidhogg gets targeted down. All of those arrows targeting him. He's going to be falling to 100 HP remaining as the Rock Giants here will be tanking nicely. But the Fire Giant ends up going down. And Kimo is in an incredibly good position right now. He's got gold control. He's got gold access. He's got villager lead, 72 to 32. Shelty's no longer building villages at the moment. He's either forgotten to train them here, or he's just saying it's all or nothing. As a Nidhogg is going to be making his way up onto the top side of the map. There is a safe underworld passage right now to retreat here. And look at the line of sight that comes. If you look at the mini-map for the second, look at the line of sight on this Nidhogg as it will be flying up here. I mean, if he can get some villager kills, it's going to be absolutely huge. But the Chiron is already over here. That is how good Kimo is playing right now. He is really on another level in this game as the Nidhogg will get in, will see some villagers, does have that special ability to get in and get a huge amount of damage done onto these villagers here. Let's see how he's going to go as he uses the special. Coming in, big amounts of fire damage as the villagers will be retreating away through that, but he will be ending up losing every single one of those. But the Chiron is in hot pursuit, hits the Nidhogg, 60 HP remaining, 10 HP remaining, and down. Tango down, ladies and gentlemen. Shelty's tournament life is on the line. He's going to be grabbing the Town Center. He is in the Mythic Age. Is the big bonus right now for Shelty, but still not building any villages. Kimo, 73 villages. Gold mine secured. Town Center on the way. Villages have now started on one of the Town Centers on the front, but the home Town Center, still no villages. More Fire Giants coming in. All Kimo needs now is Mythic Age and Perseus. And Perseus. If he gets that out, he's going to be able to not only freeze the Fire Giants or the Rock Giants or whatever, but he's also going to be able to just completely remove them from the game. And Shelty going to be wandering forward here in an attempt to take out the fortress, take out this position. He's got a lot of those hero myth units here, but Chiron's in. Where are the rest of the units here for Kimo? He's just sitting in his main base, ready to defend everything. Is Shelty going to be sneaking back up to the top side? But the thing is, Kimo just says, you know what? I've got Sentinels number 2, and I'm going to use it on this fortress. He does lose one very, very quickly there, but the units are already over to defend. Rock Giant going to be attempting to come in. Can he get some sort of a big taunt in? As the taunt does come through, that will be keeping him alive for just a little bit longer. The Huskar are going to be coming in. They're going to be able to take out those Toxotes very, very quickly as Kimo's trying to retreat away. Hypaspis are in though. Those pick off those Huskars so insanely fast as the Mountain Giants are going to be attempting to take out the Underworld Passage. Somehow, some way, Kimo, he's not able to hold this fight here, even with his insane economic advantage, as the Mountain Giants are going to be cleaning up the Underworld Passage, stopping all reinforcements here from coming forward. We also see Champion Infantry is now in Underworld Passage is now down. The reinforcements need to come from this position now all the way over to here. But Shelty is now down to 84 population as he's about to lose all of those myth units as well. Achilles still getting some good value in. We see the champion infantry coming in to slice up those Toxotes on the back here as well. But more units are coming through for Kimo. He's still sitting at 145 of 190 population as the army of Shelty now going to be attempting to run. Meanwhile, over on this position, we're also seeing some cheeky raids from those Hades Shades here as well. Fire Giants, are going to be coming through for Shelty in an attempt to make this all work. And we'll see if Shelty can somehow make a miracle happen in this game. He's now building villages. Okay, he's building villages out of both of his town centers again. But he does have the tech advantage. Champion infantry. Plus he's got Fire Giants. So with some good attacks here, especially good splash damage, taking a look at these units here for Kimo. A lot of them are full HP, so he's going to need a couple of good splash damage attacks here as the army's all bunching up in onto the fight. As look at the damage from the Fire Giant. I imagine he had 2 Fire Giants here as Shelty will be retreating back into his main town center here. Another Fire Giant going to be coming out. He does use that special attack. He picks off so many of those. How long on the next special here? These Fire Giants are everything for Shelty right now to try and stay in this game, as he's about to have that special to completely remove Kimo's army over and over and over again. This is the idea here for Shelty. He doesn't need economy. He doesn't need anything. He just needs Fire Giants and good specials onto that army here as the units coming forward. Gold Village is finished up over here. They can move over onto that gold mine there as the army of, or some straggler units, I should say, coming through. And those are all going to get taken down nice and quickly. But still 3 Fire Giants. The villagers are going to be diving into the town center for the time being. 180 population to 118 population. But the difference in army value here is still pretty close. So while the population differential is huge, might not be enough for Kimo to just straight win here. He's still got to be a little bit careful. And here's the other thing. No trade route started here for Shelty. And Kimo recognizing he may need a trade route here to continue in this game. So he's putting those markets up in the corner of the map to start that trade route. We've got the Shelty units starting to push forward here as well. And Kimo is going to be pulling all the way back. And now he's going up through Artemis. As those Fire Giants slowly starting to wander forward here as well. And we'll see how everything is going to be going. As the Fire Giants wander forward, Shelty, he's not paying attention. He will be using that special attack, but too little too late. There are huge amounts of damage coming through, but the entirety of Shelty's army just gets absolutely melted there. There's still a Chiron remaining to take out those Fire Giants, but there's still, I don't even know actually. It's still very, very close. Those Fire Giants are getting a huge amount of value here, taking down those units on the front with the splash damage. There's no heroes out here for Kimo, so those Fire Giants are going to just completely clean everything. But Ajax is on the way, 238 HP of Fire Giant repellent here on the way. Can he take those out? Shelty says he's got to retreat back up on this position. The pacifists are coming through. But the big thing is right now, Kimo's 3 town centers. He's 100 villages. Shelty is 60 villages. So the only real way for Shelty to come back into this game is to get this game to the ultra late game, which means he needs to start a trade route, and he just does not have the economy to be doing that. As the gold mine, it's only got 3,000 gold left in it. That's not enough to really make all too much happen here. As Pacifist Toxote, the army composition of choice here for Kimo, is going to be shredding the army of Shelty here. And now we see Earthquake on the way, and that's actually going to be dropped straight in onto this town center here. And that town center is not going to be long for this world. Dwarves on this wood line going to be getting taken down as well, as Shelty pulls ever so slightly back here. The Fire Giant still getting that special damage and still getting a huge amount of splash damage onto this one, but it's just not going to be enough. Shelty fights valiantly, but the defensive might of Kimo's Hades and resourcefulness of Kimo in general here in this game keeps him alive, and Kimo moves through into the round of 8, into day 2 of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Congratulations to Kimo. He has yet again come out on top of Shelty here. I don't know what else to say except for congratulations. Really solid day here from everyone. Let's jump out. I think we might be finished here. Are we finished here in this one? I want to, yeah, I will do that. Ready? I'll go through the bracket and talk about the day. Are we actually finished? Are there no more games remaining? Nope, that was the last game. That was the very last game of the day. Alrighty, let's open up this Liquipedia page and see if we can see what has actually ended up concluding here. How do I see the bracket? Age of Mythology qualifier. Let's go into full screen here. Wait, whoa. Where did I just put it? I have it here. Okay. F11. All right, we're going full cam. Bam. No, that's... Hi, guys. This is what I was looking for. All right, so any spoilers and all spoilers, don't be looking if you're not sure. We're about to figure out how the day actually did end up going. The Mista is undefeated. He has made his way through all of these insanely strong players over here and just disposed of them very, very nicely. Moving down to the next row here, we see Shelty comes up against Kimo, loses 3-2. And Kimo's going to be coming in. And Kimo, he's got a very, very difficult game in front of him tomorrow morning against the Mista. But this is probably going to be the first game that the Mista is really tested. And Kimo, he's very, very strong. So I'm excited to see that game for sure. On the bottom side of the bracket, Matrius just having an absolute field day with his competition. He drops one game to Avely in his run to the round of 8. But he is going to be coming up against a player here who has only dropped one game himself against Count Von Count in Grass and Groom. That's a blockbuster game right there. That is going to be an insanely fun game to be watching. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the bracket, Magic. What more can be said about this man that hasn't already been said? Undefeated. I unfortunately only really got to watch one game of Magic. I can't wait to see him play tomorrow. Definitely want to be seeing him taking on Vortix, Vortix is the only non-legacy player remaining in this tournament. And he's only been playing Age of Mythology for like 3 weeks. That's insane. Are you kidding me? Vortix drops a game against Farron. He drops 2 games against Tigerboss. But he makes it into the round of 8. Finally, down the bottom, we see Recon here. Oh my God, no games dropped here from Recon either. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 3-0. But he is up against Rapple, who is also on an equal tear. Rapple had a very, very difficult road to this portion. He had to go through Ourk, who I thought was actually an underdog in this tournament, or a dark horse of this tournament. He definitely could have made it very, very far. In fact, he almost beat Rapple in 2 of those games. And then taking out Tunison 3-1. I'm not surprised there. Rapple, very, very strong player. But Rapple versus Recon, Magic versus Vortix, Matrius versus Grass, the Mista versus Kimo. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely insanely hype, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hanging out with me on this auspicious of occasions. Hopefully we get to do this again. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, but I'm going to be saying it right now. Tomorrow I will be casting with my good friend AOL Iron Maiden. We're going to be hitting up the mainstream with EGC TV tomorrow. So definitely tune in over there. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let me see if I can't not send you guys over to somewhere else to raid. I might actually send you over to Beastie. Beastie's always been kind to me. He's always been raiding me. I don't know if he's going to be continue playing or not.
You know what I mean?
All right, yeah. Let's send everyone over here. What time tomorrow? 13 GMT is when when everything starts. And anyways, I need to go to sleep and sort myself out because this is 4:45 in the AM. And I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. Bye-bye.